Give me a moment. Alright, YouTube should be alive now. Alright, we're gonna quickly just do the Snowbreak stuff first. Besides, we're waiting for like the last bit of hipper polls to get sent in, so that's in like an hour. So we're gonna wait before we do that. But yeah. Alright. We'll do our stuff here first. Material stage. We got a bunch of stuff to do. Alright, we go over here.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to get rid of that message. Okay, we don't have anything there. Let's go get our thing from Katya.
聞いてるよ。
Alright, we got this stuff from Katya. What else do we need here? Alright. Personal file. Alright, let's get that done. Getting close to getting all this stuff here. Yeah, I'm not getting all the stuff here, getting, which one was it again? For changing finished Jade Arc. Getting closer. It's still gonna take, like, a couple weeks, I think, but eventually I'll get her maxed out. Alright, let me get the stamina thing here.
Another happy customer.
Event page. Oh, we have hero games now. Okay. I still need to finish containment protocol though. Yeah. Are people still doing classic Battlefield? Yeah, I'll just get it done here. Doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Alright, we'll just get it done. I think I need to do like 3 of these or something. 2 or 3 of these. Alright. Come on. Alright, cool. We can get started. Alright, I think I need to do like 3 of these and then I'm done with the mission there. I think it's something like that.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。銃弾の雨。ありったけよ。
The hell is stunning me? What the fuck?
さて、銃口の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。
Is that freaking friendly fire or something? That kept stunning me. From someone's thing. Probably was.
それが全力なの？
Hi, Elias. Welcome, welcome. Oh, nice.
キスして戦いが終わったら
Alright. Yeah, fair enough. Hopefully you get well soon, though.
よく見てなさいこんなかすり傷ぐらいで
Since you're in the hospital. Okay. I don't know if I call it a cult, but sure. Alright, game volume was a bit loud. Alright, let's keep shooting the things here. Alright. You got a yawn effect? No, I was just leaning over to go, move, some things. Because it was like, I have a hardware mixer. I just don't sometimes, like, reach over to hit the faders, though. To adjust volume. Okay, we gotta go to the other side. Oh no, that was just me leaning over and losing tracking. Sometimes it's like that when it loses tracking. Yeah, I ate not too long ago. I just got out of the shower actually. God damn it. They freaking knocked me out. Right as I was gonna like use my skill. Where's the last wave of thing? I mean, I always shower before I stream. Usually when I start up, it means I just got out of the shower. Alright. Yeah, of course. Alright, gotta keep this thing. This thing's almost dead. Alright. Alright, on to the next one. Right, I think I need to do like 3 of these in total. Alright, hopefully they start up another one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I need to do 3 in total of these. Okay. Oh, this was just the boss rush? Nice. It's nice when it's just a boss rush, because these are so much faster. No, I shower every day. I do it daily, man. It's just that when I start streaming, I usually start after I get out of the shower. That's usually when I start the stream. But no, I shower every day. Yes, but I still shower every day. Imagine not showering daily, man. Alright, I need to do one more of these, right? And then I think I'll hit the amount I needed to do of these. Oh good, it's still the boss rush. Oh, come on. It already died before I could get my stuff. Worst game I've played. I don't know. I don't know what I would call the worst. But it was probably some like random ass game I played like as a kid on like the PS2 or something. I forgot what it was called. I don't even know what it was called. It was so long ago. It had something to do with like fishing and diving is all I remember. It sucked though. I never really got very far and I would always like drown. I would like go into like the ocean or whatever, explore for like 10 minutes and then I would just get a game over because I would drown. I didn't know what I was doing. It was something I played a long ass time ago. A long time ago. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I couldn't use 18 in a single stage or whatever. That's fine. Alright. Let's see, what else do we need here? Not the drowning part. Yeah, drowning, not great. Alright, let's see. We have... I could do the labyrinth thing, or I can save it still. Right, because we still have like an hour to wait before I can get the pulls in the mail to do the thing. Oh yeah, we have this. A hitting weak spot, any skill, using frost damage. Sure. We're gonna be putting in... Where's Katya? And then we'll put in the new version of Tess. That'll go. And work. I guess that'll do. Alright. Let's go kill all these. What do you mean peak? Have I played a peak? What's that? Alright, let's go kill all the things here. God damn it. The thing wore off. It's so hard to like keep track of these guys as I kill them. It's so hard to keep track of them. Oh, these armored targets are annoying. Because they take so much to destroy. They're so tanky. And then like when they're still active, it's like it just kills my kill streak. Yeah, the freaking test effect is kind of annoying too. It's so hard to see with her like skill effect obstructing my vision. Part of it. Oh well. But it is what it is. We gotta do this a couple of times. don't have any rations right now. I don't even keep food in my room, man. I only have water on me. I have like a mini fridge next to me, but it's just water. That's all I have in there, just water. Bottles and bottles of water. I don't know. What do you mean Ed Sheeran collab? Was this about an Ed Sheeran collab? Why? Alright. Alright, let's kill all the things here. Use it for the discount. Uh-huh. If I had a code. Oh, come on. That thing is so tanky. I just missed killing it for the thingy. That stupid thing is way too tanky. Come on. That one was a little bit better. Right, we gotta do 2 more runs. I never said anything about that. I don't know what I would even do. Gotta do 2 more. Alright, we gotta do more. God, it's so hard to see where the things I need to kill are sometimes. Alright, let's keep killing the things here. Can I get a perfect clear? For once. I think we can actually get perfect clear this time. If everything cooperates. Here we go, we did. It's extremely expensive here. It's extremely expensive to do anything here in Canada. You're gonna need a lot of money if you do try to come here. Alright, cool. We got those killed. 30,000 points that round. And we still need to do one more. Okay, at least this one we don't need to go as crazy. Since we already hit this core thingy. Wait, what the fuck? Why am I frozen? How did I get frozen? Alright, where's the next one? Alright, let's destroy all the things here. Yeah, it's really bad. Really bad here. It's really bad here. Everything here is almost dead. Cool. Hi Flagger, welcome, welcome. Alright, we're gonna do the hipper pull soon. In like half an hour. When they mail the rest of the stuff. We're waiting for that. So we do Snowbreak stuff first while we wait. Alright, let's see. What else do we need here? Okay, so we got that stuff. Now it's just the stuff here to grab. All of that is available as well. Celsius. And then we have that there. Okay, what else do we need to get done? Okay, we have Neural Sim. Iron Ouroboros, what? Why does it look like that? That's not what I expect when I see an Ouroboros. I'm like, wait, why does it look like that? That doesn't look like an Ouroboros to me. But whatever. That definitely don't look like an Ouroboros to me. Alright, there it is. Mm-hmm.
Supplies are in place. Thanks. 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 Supplies are in place. Thanks. 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 Supplies are in place. I saw how it would end for
And it's dead.
Thanks.
I don't know why Chinchin kept saying things, but okay. No, I can't drive. I don't have a license. I can't drive. Alright, let's see. We get Rhapsody here. Fantasia here. And then Etchel in the last slot. Okay, that was the wrong button. Yeah, that's the button I meant to press. Yes, this is the new Katya. With the new test. Oh yeah, there we have it. I should have just used their ult over there at the end. Whatever. The clear is the clear. Alright then, I'll see you around then, Elias. Gotta do underground purge. Yeah, because we still gotta wait like half an hour until we can do the thing anyways. We're waiting for the free balls. The free balls and tissue papers for Hipper. Alright, next room. Alright, next side. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, next area. On to the next one. Alright, next one. Gotta go through all of these. On to the next stage. Alright. Here we are on this one now. Right, on to the next one.
Situation is under control. Nothing to be afraid of. Yes, you sure I'm your best choice?
On to the next room.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Alright, easy. On to the next one. Alright. Next room. Alright, what do we got here? And then on to the next room. Easy. And then on to the next one. Alright, we go do this one now.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Alright, where is the next one? That's annoying, I have to climb all the way back up. Alright, into the next room. Alright, other side. Then we'll get the other one. Alright, next one. Alright, we're gonna get all the stuff here done. And then this room. Alright, done with this one. On to the next mission. This is annoying, they have to all get to where I am.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Where's the last one?
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Next one.
Situation is under control. It's nothing. Not a problem. Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of. Objective complete, all according to plan.
Alright, next one. Other side. Let's get this one done.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Next room. What do we got here? Alright, next room. And edge. Alright, that was easy. Alright, there's Jodan Tunnel. Alright, that's another thing off the list. Alright, that's another one. And then pretty shortly we can go and get the other thing. We can get the hipper vouchers or whatever. Surely. In like what, 13 minutes or something? I think it is. I think it's in 13 minutes. Something like that. I'm gonna save these for another day and then we'll do them all together at once. The thing there. Yeah, like, there's just that stuff. What was the other thing I wanted to look at? Real quick. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I guess I can do another round of Paradoxical Labyrinth on standard mode. Can do a quick one. Just to fill the time. Yeah, why not? Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. I guess we'll just go in here. Well, that's useless. It's a safe house. The most useless kind of room in these. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we can get in here. Alright, that's the edge. Alright, let's see. Which one do I want here? Alright, on to the next one. Surely we'll get a good pleasant surprise here. Surely. I want Spark. That's what I want in here. Not those. God damn it, give me Spark. Give me the skills here. That one might be decent. Oh, I'll just put that there. God damn it, those are useless. Give me Spark. And that one was a waste. Alright, come on. Oh, we'll take that one. Whatever it is. It would be nice though if it would give me the one where I get increased damage per bullet in the mag. Would be nice. Come on. Yeah, I guess I'll take that one. On to the next room.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。銃口の先に魔力注入。魔力注入。ありったけ。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてみる？
I guess I'll take shield capture. On to the next room.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。よーく見てなさい。それが全力の休憩？冗談。続けるわ。
Alright, let's see. Here we go. Increase ballistic damage by 2% per bullet in the magazine. Alright, we should get like a really big increase from that one.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。銃口の魔力注入。
Because we have a really big mag now.
腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what this pleasant surprise is.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
It would be nice if I could get that Rhapsody one. Oh, damn it. And that one was a waste. Alright, on to the next one then.
弾をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないの。本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。 重心がまだ冷めてるっていう。 夜になったら一杯付き合って。
On to the next one.
もっと盛り上げていくわ。よっ魔力注入。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
Oh damn it, these all suck. The buffs this one are all shit.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
I might as well grab those at least. Get rid of as many buffs as I can from the pool, I guess.
玉をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていう。臨時収入よ。夜になって一杯作る。
I guess I'll just slap that on there.
なら
At least I can have a bigger mag. Maybe?
ばらまくのって
Yeah, I have a bigger mag at least.
ちょっと本気だっか。頑張って。腕がしびれてきたわ。
Alright, is dead.
マッサージしてもらう？
Alright, we're gonna switch over to ToF in a bit. We're gonna switch over to ToF now. Alright. Alright, we're gonna do our hipper pulls. Alright, we're gonna go get those done. Alright. Let's get the ToF booted up.
The deep space is right.
Yeah, okay, we'll do it here. Alright, we're gonna do the hipper pulls. Alright, finally they give the last bit of the hipper pulls. The free hipper pulls, I mean. That means we can get ready and do the, my actual hipper pulls. Finally. Hi Grimjaw, welcome. Right, they finally gave the last bit. So, we're gonna do hipper pulls shortly. And by shortly, I mean now. I believe our first 10 pull is guaranteed because if I remember correctly, it should be a win. Let's go first 10 pull. Right, and we're like right at the counter. Come on. There we go. There's Hipper. Right, just like I said. Alright. Let's go. That was the first 10 pull. Pull 20. Nothing. Alright, pull 30. Alright, pull 40. Pull 50. Pull 60. Right. Time for pull number 70. Alright. Do we win? Do we win? Come on, please be a win so I can dump my Fiona balls. Okay, cool. We're gonna dump our L on Fiona for extra synesthesia mats. Right. So 70 pulls. 70 or whatever. 80 pulls, whatever. No, it was not 80 because we didn't get to the counter yet. We got A1. Alright. Right, because we have 20 pulls here. Might as well dump them for the synesthesia. Right, because where else am I gonna use these Fiona balls? Because this is guaranteed L. Right. Right, there we go. Plus 20 Fiona synesthesia mats. That's where I'm just dumping the thing. It's like, I know I'm gonna lose, I might as well dump them on Fiona. Alright. let's keep going. Alright, next one. Oh, early? Alright, let's see. Alright, W. Nice. We got an early one. Right, with this we'll have enough for A3 on Hipper. And we still wouldn't have used all our Hipper balls yet. Right. Should be here. Okay, we have 3. We just need 3 more. Just need 3 more, and hi Kira, welcome. Alright. We're almost at we're at our last handful of Hipper exclusive balls. And then we have to go to our regular balls. Early again? Okay. Okay. Oh well, that was an L. I mean, that was early though. We take that still. Alright. Next 10 pull. We still got A3 and under 120 pulls. Alright, next one. We'll count all the total after. Alright, let's see. Do we win or lose the 50-50 here? Alright, we win. Alright, cool. We're at A4. Next 10 pull. Alright, next one. Wait, we just need 2 more copies of Hipper. Oh, early again? Oh no, that's an L. At least it's early. Yeah, we're about to get A5 anyways. If we won that one, I would have just immediately just done 4 more, and then I would have gotten A6. Oh well. It is what it is. Would have been great. Right. That's A5 Hipper now. Alright, let's see. 50-50. There we go, we win that one. Okay. And then we can get 1 box. That's fine. We got that in the box. Cool. How many pulls was that in total? That was at least 240. Let's count. How many pulls did we do? Each one's 50, right? It's 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. Oh, so we did 240. Okay. Yeah, so that was exactly 240 pulls. Well, technically 238 was what we needed for A6. And then we also got enough extra to get the box. So now it's time for matrices. Alright, let's go. Hi, Shonen Manga protagonist. We just got a 6 Hipper, now we're pulling matrices. 238 pulls for A6. Now it's matrix time. It's still not a record, man. Our best was still Ray at like 227 for A6. Alright, that's useless zero matrix. This is where the pain is, though. Getting matrices now. We're not getting anything early either. Alright, we got her hard at least. God damn it, we just need one more piece. And then I can buy the last one. Yeah, that's good. Good enough. 100 pulls on Matrix Banner. And then I just need to get the Faith. Alright. So 340 pulls total is what we spent. Keep in mind, how much dark crystals do I have? 46, 145. Divide that by 150. I still have 300. I have 300 pulls of dark crystals just sitting there. Alright, let's see. Right. Alright, let's go get her leveled up. Right, the A31 version of Hyper looks way better than the base one as well. I just like it when I like the blue version better of their thing. Alright, let's get her leveled up. Alright, let's go put these there. Oh crap, I need those things now? I'm actually like running out of those materials. I didn't think I would run out. Oh yeah, I didn't claim the stuff here. Let's go claim them. And then we'll go play around with our vault after. Do I not have those other boxes? Or is it really just that one? Am I like actually out of those things? That's crazy if I am. Oh shit, I actually am out of those things. Alright, where's Hipper? Let's just continue upgrading her. Okay. I actually ran out of those. Imagine. Well, anyways, we have enough. Probably. Oh, wait. Did I go get the thing from that place yet? Let me check the landlord place. I don't remember if I claimed them yet. Oh yeah, I forgot to claim these. I forgot to grab those. That would have helped. Yeah, every bit helps though. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yep, just enough. We have just enough for Hipper. Alright, just enough. Alright, we have just enough to get Hipper. Oh yeah, what's her trade again? Increase final damage, increase volt damage by 11%, and then final damage when she's deployed. Okay. What does she want? That gives 120 each? God damn. Kylo gifts are crazy, man. Everyday collectible rare or limited store. Oh. Yeah, like these ones. But yeah. Okay, I need 15 more of those. Oh wait. I think I counted it wrong. Never mind. I did not need 15 more. Let's see. What am I gonna give her next then? What's a good cheap one to give her? Wait. Even like the blue gifts give a lot. That's crazy. Even some of the blue gifts are crazy. I'll leave her at 7,000 there for now. Let's fix up her Volt comp. Well, goodbye, Ray. She was there for a good she lasted a good year and a half. Time to finally bench Ray after 1 year and a half. We got hipper now anyways. Alright, it's been a year and a half. Time to finally bench her. Yeah, about time. It took us a year and a half to finally bench hipper, imagine. It took quite a while. I mean, it's still crazy, man. A year and a half and then we're finally replacing her. We'll see how much her gains are from doing so. Oh yeah, there's one more thing we gotta do. We can't forget about her outfit here. Right? And those would have been useful earlier. Oh well. We're gonna go with Dark Crystal now. Yeah, she has her own wing thing too, yeah. We're gonna end up going all the way, aren't we? Oh well. That's fine. It is what it is. We got the weapon appearance. I want to see what the weapon looks like with the skin. We can mess around with Hipper in the thing.
Wanna go for a walk?
Alright. We get
Might as well enjoy this romantic summer.
what does the weapon look like? Yeah, she idles with it too. No, it's still like big. Okay. Wait, do I even remember how to play her properly? I only briefly looked at her on the test server because we were busy at that time. I think I still just use her like normal attack combo with her thing. And then after we're about to swap out, we use her second skill, right? If I got it correct. Something dodge skill, wait. After entering it for 9 seconds, gain instant read effect, enabling the dodge skill thing. I think it was what? Do the normal attack and then do a dodge? Was it? Do a dodge attack? Or what? I don't even remember. Something like that. Oh yeah, let me put on the drugs. I want to test the damage. Alright, let's go play around with it. We'll test the damage and everything. But yeah, the idol with the wings does look really nice. Yeah, I think it was like that. I'm pretty sure we dump cancel this charge.
In the name of the sword. Nothing is unbreakable. Nothing is unbreakable. Guard strike.
Is it because PlayStation 4 Genshin is ending support or something? And he's like clickbaiting it somehow, like he always does on everything else, just because it's still available on PS4 for now.
Fight to the very end. Nothing is unbreakable. Best defense is good offense.
Yeah, it's like 22.3 G. That's similar to what my Frost is doing, except this one has more resistance ignore. Because, yeah. Hipper gets extra resistance ignore. I see. So yeah, we have this now. Yeah, instant raid is active using a normal attack during dodge. Triggers spiral waltz. And it counts as basic attack damage. Using normal attack while casting spiral waltz triggers enhanced normal attack 5th enhanced effect. Okay. I don't see the 5th enhanced effect. Let me just read what her skill does exactly. I just joined combat for 22 seconds. It grants hyper body. And the attacks are replaced by a March sync. Assuming the mech assist. Gains instant raid effect. Enabling that thing. Oh yeah, I need to get the instant raid. That's after like what, 3 seconds? With the advancement, I believe. Or something like that. No, 5 seconds. Okay. Right, because I don't trigger instant raid immediately. And that's when I want to use dodge attacks after instant raid.
Fight to the very end. In the name of the sword. Guard strike. Nothing is unbreakable. Best defense is good offense. Nothing is unbreakable. Guard strike. Best defense is good offense. Best defense is good offense. Fight to the very end. In the name of the sword.
Yeah, I got it.
Best defense is good offense. Nothing is unbreakable.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit more damage now.
Aim of the sword. Fight to the very end. Best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, I can squeeze in like one pursuit in there too.
Aim of the sword. Sword's guidance.
Is that 24.1 G? Yeah. 24.1 G is what I'm getting. And keep in mind, I use the same gear on Frost and Volt. So, like, how does it compare to Frost? Right, since we can do Meta Frost. We can compare it to Meta Frost. But yeah, Volt has a little bit more Resignor. That's just kind of where it is right now. Yes, it is stronger than old Volt.
Fight to the very end.
We're gonna like do a damage comparison to Frost. This is equal investment on Frost, and the gear is identical because Frost Volt, Volt Frost, whatever.
Aim of the sword.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sword's guidance. Feel my power.
But yeah, we can at least compare it to Meta Frost.
Best defense is a good offense. Fight never stops. Aim of the sword.
Yeah, it's about the same damage. It's about the same damage as Frost. The only difference is that it has 15% more Resignor. This has, right, this one, like, Grey Fox doesn't have any Resignor here. But... Right, like, Antoria has Resignor on A3, right? Resignor on Antoria. Void Piercer has Resignor. Yeah, right there, Resignor. And Hipper has Resignor. Right there. So it's roughly about the same, but not quite. It's a little bit stronger than Frost in content with resistance. It's a tiny bit stronger. Because, like, unlike CN, we're not hitting resistance cap. Resignor cap. We're not. But yeah. We're getting a little bit closer. Right. Let me just double check her discharge. Like, that damage is okay, but it's still a jump cancel. Like 210 mil, but the animation is 5 seconds. Yeah, no, her normal attack is better than her discharge. Her normal attack combo. Yeah, it was like that as well for Aster and for Linces. They did move it to A5. Oh, but yeah. There we have it. Alright, I'm gonna edit that out later and then upload it as a video to YouTube. For Hyperpulse. Easy video. The power creep is I have 15% more Resignor. Which, realistically speaking, outside of like Origin of War and Raid, it's only like what, 3% damage? Maybe? Something like that. It's very small. I mean, the thing is, right? Her matrices don't really matter that much, let's be real. Like, yeah, it makes the multiplier a little bit bigger, but it's not that much of an increase over the base. You're better off getting the first advancement if you wanted to actually do more damage out of it. The first advancement will give you more. Because it lets you do an extra enhanced attack. It will give you an extra one. It'll get you there faster. You're better off getting A1 over this. Over her matrices. But yeah. Hi there, Vergasa Roto. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that also gives crit damage. Interesting. Her matrices also have crit damage on it.
Name of the sword.
Oh yeah, I guess I can compare it to what I was using before in Vold. I could. But like, yeah, whatever. Still haven't really decided though what I'm gonna do with these. Like with the rerun stuff. Like I'm thinking maybe I'll pull Carrot and just get her off the list. For a generic thing I can mess around with her Flame. Probably. Especially cause like what? Like 1500 Tanium for 40 pulls? Right, like I could probably go and grab Carrot or whatever. To mess around with. Yeah, I think I'll do that. The value is there. Now we'll just do it. Why not? We'll add Carrot to the collection. They already gave all those pulls for that thing anyways. And I still have like the initial Carrot pulls. We have more than enough anyways to max her. Yeah. Alright, let's do it. Right, next one. This part I'm not recording, it's for a video. The Hipper was like the main one anyways, we were after. Alright, that was a double. Cool. Well, there goes our guaranteed loss. So that's fine. I wanted to use the guaranteed loss on Fiona again. Oh well. We have A1 on thing now. Damn it! If I knew I was gonna lose, I wanted to use that on Fiona. You can't win or lose more than twice in a row. There's like a hidden rule there. You can't win or lose more than twice in a row. So you know when a loss is coming. The Carrot pulls are fucked. Hipper took all the luck. Yeah, Hipper, guaranteed win is next. The Hipper pulls went crazy. Well, that one was early, so... And then I lost. Of course. Let me get the order gift here. Damn, we already went 240 pulls on Carrot. The Carrot pulls are shit. We only have A3. A4. I'm just gonna double check something. Okay, no, we're still at 50-50. Just over 300 pulls to get ace. Yeah. Well, the next one's a loss. I'm pretty sure. Right when I was like gonna say the thing. We get the last carrot we need. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It was only about 300 pulls. I thought it was gonna be worse. Here, I'm gonna spend the rest of the Fiona balls. Because this is guaranteed L. This is the big brain use of Fiona balls. Because guaranteed L. I basically got 2 extra weeks worth of Fiona synesthesia mats. Because of that. Pity manipulation. Big brain pity manipulation strats. Right, a very big brain. God damn it, that was a double L on the matrices there. If only Fiona was in this pool as well. Alright, there's one. We don't need her faith. Or her head. We don't need Carrot's head. God damn it, another worthless Meryl piece. Oh, the pain of pulling matrices. And then we got heart. Yeah, I can buy the 4th one. That one's just called Granny Lola. Okay. Sure. Right, that's the only one I don't have. Here we go. It's a pain to see 60 there, but like, what else am I gonna do with it? You know, whatever. We now have Carrot there. What mats does she even take? Doesn't matter, I'm fresh out. I'm fresh out of stuff to give her. So it doesn't matter. And then next week we can get like the next Fiona Synesthesia. We can get Synesthesia 4 on Fiona next week. Alright, next week we can get Fiona Synesthesia 4. And then we can just slowly make our way towards Synesthesia 6. Right. 12 weeks, well 13 weeks away from S6, basically. We're 13 weeks away from getting S6 Fiona. 13 weeks. Not like it matters, but like slowly we'll get there. Doesn't really matter that much. Because like the Fiona thing is not really that relevant. But hey, I'll eventually get there. So that's neat, I guess. Alright, we got our matrices there. And then my flame setup, I can finally do this. I can put Carrot here. It is what it is, man. Pretty sure I put inhabit there. And I would still use Void Piercer right here. I'm pretty sure. This is like kind of weird. As weird as it sounds, I run 0 summons. Well, technically I get 1 summon. Void Piercer thing still counts as 1 summon. I get 1 summon in this setup. Only 1 summon. But like, yeah. I get 1 summon from Void Piercer Discharge. What was I looking for again? Oh yeah, the food, the flame toothpaste. What do you mean it's getting corrupted? Okay, give me a sec. Alright, should be fine now.
Name of the sword. Feel my power. Best defense is good offense.
Oswald is so annoying when he fucking jumps around and avoids my shit.
Feel my power. Fight to the very end.
I lost one of my carrot skills because of Osterana.
Fight never stops.
Because like it Pepega the marking.
Feel my fight to the very end.
Yeah, Osterana is just the worst boss to be fighting. Because it's like RNG if you like actually get the damage off there. If it was a different boss, I probably could have still cleared it with Levo. It's just that Osterana is just pain. Alright. What was the Fiona setup again? I'm trying to remember, what was the other piece of this thing again? Uh... Alright, I think I used Grey Fox. Do I just run this? I'm trying to think, what else could I put here? I think I just run the attack percent pieces. Fuck yeah, I think that's like all I do. I put there. Yeah, that's the skin for Hipper. I don't remember, what skill do I want here? Do I want Aqua Shackles or what? I think I just do a Wellspring, Torrential Force. Wait, does her thing even work in sequential? Does this even work in sequential? If this doesn't work in sequential, then there's no point in using Fiona in there. Well, we'll try it anyways. We'll see how it works. Yeah, no, this is crap. It does not work in sequential. Hi, Jin. Welcome, welcome. It does not work in sequential. So that was pointless to even bother trying. It doesn't work in sequential. Technically the new one, there is a niche situation because of execute. If you can get enough charge, it can actually do something. But it only works in regular bygones. Yep. There we go. There's the sequential cleared. There we go. I forgot to fix my smart servant, whatever. So I have all the sequentials cleared. And I get to get my HP and stuff permanently boosted again. But yeah. Here we have it. Now we have the new hip revolt. Alright, and the wings on the hipper look nice. The wings are nice on her skin there. That's still 2 more days until we do the fruit game. The fruit game thing is 2 days away. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Kinda. But like, I just need an idol for it. Wait. Is it the same wing though? Imagine if it's the same wing. Alright, it looks like this. This is the free wings. No, it's slightly different. There's a more of a rainbow effect on this one. No, it's slightly different, look. This one has more of a rainbow effect. How do you not see the rainbow effect difference? You sure? Look! Look at the colors of the wings. The colors are slightly different on the wings. This one has like a starry pattern, the other one has a rainbow pattern. I think these ones are bigger though. We got a facial player over there. Also Vault, but they're using that one. Old Vault. Or am I on my Bygone leaderboard, rank 2? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's probably because, like, the Bygone stage time difference. There's some people that got some crazy clear times. Because of the Fiona bug on the first day. Thanks for the follow, his name, Yo. And welcome. Oh, I just realized I forgot to get rid of the mini ToF thing. It was there the whole time, the mini ToF player thing there. Whatever. That's fine. Alright, I gotta do my dailies now. We warp myself over. Oh yeah, that's right. I think it's like, what, is it tomorrow after reset? That we get the double drops for join ops. I think it's like tomorrow or something. But like, yeah. Non-humanoid, Mexican network, small vending machine, cool. Let's get these done. Oh, there's some things here. that I could kill easily right there. Alright, onwards to the next spot. I think there was someone around there. Because these things are moving, the vending machines and shit are moving. There's probably someone nearby. Yeah, I see him. God damn it, game is too alive. Someone was killing the vending machines. Game is too alive, man. It's too alive, I couldn't get the rift drones. Alright, over here.
In the name of the sword. Feel my power. Stars guide us.
Sure, we're exploring. No, I'm just doing my dailies out of bounds.
In the name of the sword.
I always do my dailies out of bounds. I'm not exploring here. I'm just doing my dailies out of bounds because it's faster. It's faster and more convenient to do them out of bounds. Daily task, glitch through the walls of the network. Right, daily. Out of bounds daily. But like, yeah. Easier that way. You know? Why work harder when you can work smarter? And faster.
Want to go for a walk?
But yeah. Slowly making our way through everything on this list. I only don't have these 3 units. 2 from network and then 1 from the main 9 still. That we're missing.
Want to go for a walk?
It is funny though, like, Fizz, Fizz get no dorm or anything. What is today's join up anyways? Oh, this one. Nice. Mm-hmm. We're just gonna go this way. But yeah, always going out of bounds. Best way to do the best way to do things, right? Go out of bounds. It's faster. Right? Gotta go fast, you know? Sometimes you just gotta go fast. Right? Sometimes you just gotta go fast. You know, just sometimes, you know?
Name of the sword. None of us fight to the very end.
I think they forgot to adjust Hipper for balance join up. I think they forgot to adjust her. I don't know, there's something off. You see how quickly it's being destroyed than usual? I feel like they forgot to adjust Hipper for balance join off. It's not like it matters. This stuff has always been a joke, but like, now more than ever, it feels like they forgot to adjust her. Don't you think so? It, like, the boss died way too quickly. I think we just save our vitality now. And just let it sit like that so that when we get double drops, we can take advantage of it. But yeah. Yeah, I got destroyed way too quickly. That's the thing, it was way too fast. Right, Bygone, we're done. Sequential, we're done. So now we gotta do a multiverse hunt. We'll do Hipper or Carrot and then whatever else we need to get the thing on this week. Damn, almost 10 billion on this boss. That's crazy. That's the power of having so much Resignor. That's crazy. All that Resignor and it was able to hit that much. Good stuff. Almost 10 bill on that. Yeah, there's people hitting like 16G on it though. Still good damage. Let's just chill over there in Kylo. So we don't aggro stuff below me. But yeah. But yeah. Maybe they did. Maybe one of them tried it another time. I don't know. Yeah, it does add up. If you do it that way. We'll do carrot now.
Winning. Nothing is
Still doing decent damage. You could probably get like 5 or 6 bill here. Yeah, just over 6 bill.
aim of the sword.
7 bill. Okay, that's even better than I thought. 7 bill. Cool. We got 7 bill on the crow. Alright, what else? Who else are we missing it on? Who do I not have the thing on? Nope, not there. Nope, got that one done. Okay, I haven't done it on Frigg. Alright, we're gonna do Frigg this week. How did I forget to do it on Frigg, man? How did I forget that Frigg needed it? Okay, all that's left are the ones down here as well. I'm pretty sure. They should really like put like an indicator or something to tell you if you got the pendant or not here. Because it's kind of annoying to like check every single character. Because I know Frigg needs a... Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just Frigg. Great. Hopefully everything's fine. Thanks for the follow as well. I was just checking all my pendant thingies.
Wanna go for a walk?
Yeah, so we just need to get Frigg and then we gotta work on the SR ones at the bottom here. Okay. Where is Yanowo? Alright, let's get these done. I don't know if I should just like even bother swapping to Frigg though. It's probably not really that worth doing, but whatever. Fucking hell.
We're winning now. Lord guide us.
This freaking bird is annoying. The chase after.
See this through to the end. Nothing is unbreakable. Pierce through the shadow. Fight never stops.
Come on.
Fight to the very end. Fight for an hour. Just a step. Best don't worry about good offense. Fight never stops.
Alright, this thing's almost edge. $5 million. I'll take it. Alright, we'll put NA in next. Where is the other? There it is. NA is the first one on the list there. And then we slowly go down the list and get all of these done. Alright, we get all of Multiverse Hunt done. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Level 0 NA is fine. Hi there, welcome, welcome. Oski Ghost. Alright, we're just doing multiverse on right at the moment.
Nothing is unbreakable.
You just missed the hip repulse session. They finally caught it when I'm not sleeping, yeah. I was like also just working on something yesterday. That's why I didn't even go live. I was like making some new overlay stuff. But yeah. Because I have like a new source or something. I'm not using it yet. I'm not fully done with it. But yeah. But you finally got me when I'm awake. Wait, how you doing? We just did our hipper pulls earlier. 238 for A6 hipper. Well, I went to 240 because I was just doing 10 pulls the entire time. And then I did 100 pulls on Matrix banner for the 4-piece. I'm gonna re-upload the whole session as a video later. So the pull session was decent. For hipper. 340 pulls total for A6 4-piece. Wait, I did more damage with this one than I did with Frank. Yeah, I already pulled for Hipper earlier. Right as they give the last of the 10 pulls. Right after they finish giving those out, the last bit we pulled. But yeah, I'm gonna re-upload the entire session on my YouTube channel later. And we were like messing around and testing it. But yeah, I have Hipper now. We also pulled her outfit. We have the Hipper outfit with the wings, as you can see. Alright, it has wings. Yeah, I'm gonna upload it on YouTube later. I have to just cut it up a bit. After I'm done with the stream. I'll edit it out. But yeah, like, we did that one. So now we don't have to worry about Hipper anymore. Because now I have a 6 Hipper. And the outfit. Oh, I got... This is like buffing Frost. Too bad it's not +3 for Swish there. Not like it matters. I'm not gonna get a better time. But yeah. Alright, let's see. What are we gonna cook up Silicon Reacts today? What are we looking at today? I'm gonna see. Anyway, I can like resize this here on this source. That way we can have it like that, I guess. Wait, I can just resize the other part. Wait, no, I can resize the window. Because we can have this scene now. I'm like reworking like the sleeping section. But we can reuse it there. Adjust it a bit. And then we have it like that. I guess we technically don't need that big bar at the top. So I can make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, this is our YouTube video watching section there. We can do reacts this way now. While we're in the same category for drops. Alright, let's see. Where was that tweet thing I saw the other day? That was pretty funny. I'll show you guys. I saw this thing the other day. It was kind of funny. Steam Bun X. Steam Bun made this thing. The Tectone formula. Oh boy. Creators weaponize the algorithm to dominate every new space they touch. Step 1. Leverage the algorithm. If you already have a big audience, the algorithm hands you the keys. Day 1 in a new niche, you're instantly at the top. New creators don't stand a chance. But that's just the setup. Starting as a saint. Call the old one toxic. Tell the new one how much better it is. This manipulates the audience perfectly. It validates new joiners. It frames the creator as a victim. That's the second step. When people call it out, mods jump in with, OMG, I don't understand why everyone hates, and in this case, Tectone. He's such a nice guy, or he's a great entertainer. Fake innocence equals free shield. And then step 3, jab, agitate, repeat, the cry bully playbook. Once established, the subtle jabs begin toward the other CC in the space. If anyone notices, it's just a joke. You're too sensitive. In quotes there. The next one. But the goal is reaction farming. The moment another creator claps back, drama mode on. Now the massive audience dogpiles them. The smaller creator gets bullied into silence, and the cry bully wins by playing the victim. This is literal schoolyard bullying with an algorithm. And then step 4, turning on the community. After cleaning out competing creators, the cry bully starts poking the community itself. They make statements designed to provoke. This will depend on the actual tolerance level of the community, but he will go as far as doing racist jokes about the characters. Yinjin sounds like a fire truck. What? Okay. Sexual jokes? Like those Robin comments, I don't know what that is, but okay. Even if 95% laugh it off, that angry 5% is all they need. They weaponize the backlash. See? The community is toxic. And just like that, they have their excuse to jump to the next trend, while dragging a huge audience with them. You can watch this play out right now with Tectone and Uwa. And it's not just him. Braxophone, Bran Online, exact same formula with their respective niches. They poke, they farm backlash, they declare the space toxic, they move on. The algorithm rewards it, audiences fall for it. That's the Tectone formula, and it works every single time. Save this, because you're gonna see it happen again. And then we have this clip here. Alright.
Oh, yo, bad. Kuro better. They're both bad.
Oh wait. Let me adjust the volume of the thing so you can hear it.
Taking breaks from time to time helps to keep things balanced.
I saw this, it made me laugh. Alright. Alright.
Oh yo bad, Kuro better. They're both bad. Alright? They are. Because now, the Wuthering Waves' only personality trait is shit on Hoyo. And they can't talk
Yep.
about anything else.
Whose fault is that? Oh, I accidentally clicked
And
the
it's the truth. And if you want to act like y'all are different, well, just look at how ass hurt everybody got over Wuthering Waves story reviews. Let's be real, man. They're both bad. Okay? Doesn't mean that Wuthering Waves as a game is bad. It's not. Wuthering Waves as a game is great. But it's getting worse, guys.
Uh-huh.
It is. Oh yo bad, Kuro better. They're both bad.
And just added, Tekto's afraid of him now. He's become stronger and decided to do the whole thing. What do you mean it's a bunch of nonsense? It's exactly what happened. Yeah, no. This guy's like, he's growing just fine. There you go. Like I said earlier, if you're a pillar of community, is Tard Tone, not even God can help your community. Yeah, he's doing content now for all the grift. Exactly. But there we go. There we have it. Oh yeah, I also saw
As
this
you probably heard.
being shared around somewhere. Someone talking about the warp server. Let's see this one, what they have to say.
Hottest Studios has recently announced the Tower of Fantasy Warp server, a new server without a gacha system.
But this is for CN only.
But it's only for CN.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be the third version of the game. We have the main server, which is the gacha MMO everyone has probably played. The reboot server, an actual MMORPG released exclusively in China, but it retained the gacha systems for weapons and matrices, although it was rebalanced to be more fair. And now we have the Warp server, a MMORPG without any gacha
But it
whatsoever.
replaces that reboot
Well,
server.
third time's the charm, right? What's up, guys? Welcome to the video. Today we're
Okay.
diving into the possibilities of the Warp server, a new version of Tower of Fantasy that strips away the predatory monetization, where all weapons will be free, player outfits are grindable, it adds player trading, an auction house, guild housing, and more MMO-centered content. But in this video, I don't want to talk about the things we know about the Warp server. I want to talk about the things we don't know. And according to the devs, there's going to be a lot of crossover of content between the Warp server and the Reboot server, so much so that they're deciding to merge both servers together in the CN version of the game. So,
Okay.
to understand what the Warp server brings to the table, we actually have to talk about the Reboot. Of course, it's speculation from this point forward, so take everything with a grain of salt.
Okay.
So, what did the Reboot server change? Well, for starters, the Reboot server completely eliminated the progressive power creep
We'll see.
that plagued the original server. Power creep basically is when older weapons become useless because the newer ones are just stronger. In the main game, version 1.0 weapons that were obtained early on through the gacha system were overshadowed by later releases. And as of the current version, those same launch day weapons are completely...
I mean, he's pointing at the wrong thing. Because these shatters and charge numbers mean nothing. These never meant anything, these shatter and charged weapon numbers. They don't mean anything. Hi, Tayo. But, like, these never meant anything. So that's not the exact part to compare here. But sure. Oh, it's formerly Trillex. Okay. He changed his name.
useless by comparison. However, in the Reboot server, they completely rebalanced newer weapons, keeping them more in line with the ones from the past. So yes, in the Reboot server,
But
there
he's pointing at the wrong thing there. That's not what they changed.
was no power creep. At least there wasn't any I immediately noticed after playing for about 9 months. Instead of a direct power increase, newer weapons offered more unique ways to do combat. So if what Hottest Studio says is true, and their new server and the Reboot server are very similar, we can expect these same balance changes to make it into the Warp server. Now, of course, there isn't any gacha systems in the Warp server, so the question becomes, how are we going to obtain weapons? Well, to hint at what's to come, we'll have to go back into the early development days of Tower Fantasy before it was even a gacha game. Right here we have some ancient footage from a Tower of Fantasy beta where we see a player going through a joint operation dungeon. Upon opening a chest, we see him obtain gear and weapons from it as loot. And here in his inventory, not only do you see his weapons now sharing a space with his gear in his inventory, you can also see the +1/+2 markers above both weapons and armor. This is reminiscent of other anime MMOs like Crystal of Outlawn or Dragon Nest, where you'll be upgrading your weapons to a +15 or +20 upgrade cap. The higher the enhancement level, the higher the chance to fail the upgrade. Right now, it's unclear if such a system will exist in the Warp server, but at the very least, it is food for thought. In the Reboot server, you could also get weapons as a rare drop from killing all world bosses. So it's likely that world bosses in the Warp server are also going to drop high tier weapons as loot. And if the Warp server is following in the Reboot's footsteps, the world bosses aren't going to be jokes like they are in the main server. Here's me killing a world boss in the main server.
That's roll barring. Okay, that's roll barring. Do a different one. But like, come on.
And
that's
here's me trying the exact same thing in the Reboot. Yeah, so expect to need a team of players consisting of DP.
I mean, that was like what would happen if you tried to solo them back at 1.0.
Yes, tanks and healers in order to kill world bosses in the Warp server. Maintaining a guild for this will be very important. Moving on, let's talk about gear and the supposed seasonal resets. I've seen a lot of people doom posting seasonal resets, but luckily the Reboot server also had a seasonal system, so we actually have a good indication about what's possibly going to be implemented into the Warp server. So what is a seasonal gear system? It's actually simple. Like in any basic MMORPG, you will have a player level cap. Let's say it's level 45. And with that level cap, there's going to be a best in slot gear set corresponding to that level ceiling. And then eventually, the level cap is going to be raised in a future expansion or patch update to, let's say, level 60, and the developers will introduce a new set of level 60 gear for everyone to grind for. The time gap between the level 45 cap and the level 60 cap is what we call a season. And because your level 45 equipment is no longer the best slot in gear in the game, everyone's power resets, and you'll have to chase the new equipment in order to strengthen your character. Again, this is standard in all MMORPGs, so I'm a bit confused why people were concerned about this aspect of the game. It's basically an RPG's bread and butter. In fact, in the Reboot server, we've had several seasonal resets so far, and hasn't been any real issue except for the fact in the Reboot server, you still had gacha gear where you'd have to roll for a chance at certain stats. So doing that from season to season, as you can imagine, started to get pretty painful. Hopefully they'll move away from RNG gear completely into something more traditional yet unique. They did end up introducing 4 pieces of equipment that weren't RNG stat gear. Instead, they had special effects like dealing extra damage when attacking, giving an extra skill that could give shields to your teammates, or granting hyper body or super armor to the user. As for how you'll earn equipment, I'm speculating you'll still be obtaining your gear from joint operations, the ruin dungeons, through weekly content like Frontier Clash, 8-player raids, and other endgame modes, just like in the main server and the Reboot server. Now let's talk about relics. Relics in Tower of Fantasy are those little equipable gadgets that can assist players in combat or exploration. I'm talking about the jetpack, the grapple hook, the jet board, or the missile barrage, and when Tower of Fantasy released, there were a plethora of other kinds of free relics you could obtain from world bosses, exploration, or from the ruined dungeons. However, in the main server, as the game progressed from the 1.0 version to the 2.0 version and beyond, they started to release relics exclusively behind a $20 advance pass. And as you can imagine, these paid relics power crept to the free relics by offering higher damage boosts without the need of cooldowns, pushing the game farther into the pay-to-win territory. However, in the Reboot server, there were actually no paid relics whatsoever. All relics are obtainable for free from world bosses, exploration rewards, or from the ruined dungeons. That means the usual pay-to-win traversal relics, free. The hoverboard relic, free. The Spider-Man relic, free, obtained by doing Kylo space exploration. You can now zip around the open world free of charge at your leisure. Support relics were also balanced. Instead of offering % damage boosts, they're focused between
Okay.
granting speed boosts in combat or offering different types of crowd control measures to help you deal with large groups of enemies. Also, transformative relics seemed kinda good. I remember when I first used the combat arm,
Yeah,
I
that was surely
outdamaging
an
my Nola.
Hanta.
Nola's weapon is one of the rare altered element weapons in the game, which are some of the best you could obtain. Don't take my word on this, though. My account was still pretty early game, so I can't say for sure how good transformative relics are going to be in the long run. Either or, we could expect changes like this or something similar in the Warp server. The last thing I want to talk about is team building and combat in the Reboot server. The Reboot server ditches forced element synergy of the main server, where you would have to assemble 3 of the latest units of a singular element together to create a viable team. So instead of creating elemental teams, the Reboot server has teams forged around different types of playstyles. There are normal attack builds, skill damage builds, high burst damage builds, combo damage builds, and flash attack builds.
Okay.
Each weapon contains a graph mapping out the weapon's strengths and weaknesses, alongside a brief description on what type of playstyle it excels in, as well as what type of weapons you can match it with. For example, Asurada's weapon is a normal attack main DPS weapon with no buffing capabilities. So in order to build my team, I've paired it with Tsubasu's bow, which according to its description is a weapon that buffs normal attack damage. And depending on what content I'm playing, I can fill the third slot with another normal attack buffer like Rubilia's Jet Wings, or with a weapon with high shield shatter like King's Scythe. In this
Okay.
build, any other normal attack main DPS weapon can take the place of Asurada's triple katanas, meaning you'll have a lot of freedom when it comes to creating your own teams. Anyway, this team's rotation in combat would look something like this.
Come energy, 8 more seconds of hyper body, okay? Shatter break enemy shield, okay? I guess.
Now, with all of that
Almost,
said, do I
but
think
not
the Warp
quite.
server is going to be successful? Well, maybe. I mean, if I had to rate each version of the game, the main server is a 6 out of 10. The Reboot server is an 8 out of 10. So here's to hoping the Warp server can continue that uptrend. But for me, the biggest concern is
Because it has the
Netcode.
katana, I don't-
Studios isn't known for
That's
being
just
able to produce
Asurada's
servers that
weapon.
can hold a bunch of players in a singular area. After all, it doesn't matter how good a game is going to be. If the server can't hold the players, then it's a bad game. Honestly, I do think the
69 out
Warp
of
server is the
420
best
trust.
path forward. Successful
420
or not.
out of 69
Final Fantasy as
trust.
a gacha game just can't compete with the big 3 of HSR, Genshin Impact, and Zenless Zone Zero. Even with larger titles on the horizon like Arknight's Enfield, Neverness to Everness, and Azure Familia, there just isn't any chance Tower Fantasy can have with that kind of competition. Even if ToF was a perfect gacha game with no power creep, had a perfect launch, it would still eventually end up in its current state. The gacha MMO mix just doesn't work. The MMORPG genre is already niche as it stands, and placing a gacha monetization on top of that pushes away too many potential players. Pitting Tower Fantasy in a competitive battle against Blue Protocol Star Resonance and Crystal of Outland is far more realistic. So I hope Hada Studios can refine their netcode and release a good anime-style MMO that everyone's been waiting for and create a resurgence for Tower Fantasy.
Yep.
So let me know what you guys think. Are you excited for the Warp server? If you played Tower Fantasy in the past, will you return to play a new launch for the game in the Warp server? Make sure to drop a comment below, leave a like, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And with that said, I will see you guys later, and peace out.
But yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What the hell is the guy that you would see in the Gacha Enjoyer comment section? What the hell is this guy doing? Wonder if this will be my subscription or if they sell cosmetics. They already sell cosmetics, man. My uncle started playing Perfect World when I was young. All the Coot streams it on some Western streaming site regularly too. Game is still going. Okay.
You know, taking breaks from time to time helps to keep things balanced.
We'll see what happens. Both are Russians commenting. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Wait, what's that thing? There's other stuff to look at. I'm gonna quickly use the washroom. I'm gonna be right back. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. We going. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, we still have enough to do to pull the weapon right now. Storage as well. I think we can afford to split up here. We'll cover more ground quickly that way.
The one on the right then. I'll go with you. We'll be safer this way.
In that case, the Great Fox Nola and I will take the room on the left. Honestly though, I think I'll just continue it next time, because like, I'm just really tired right now physically, and I've been like yawning every like 2 minutes. You can't hear it, because I've been blocking the sound, but like... what?
Taking breaks from time to time helps to keep things balanced.
Well, that just happened. I don't think I was supposed to land there when I warped. Right, if you want the cat face... They kind of blind. Oh yeah, they're definitely kind of blind. Because, you know... See, this is what happens when I don't have the human face. I have the cat face now. See? Yes. I have the cat. See, I have cat ears now. I have cat ears. Yeah. Yeah.
How's Memphis wine taste the same?
Yeah, see, I got the cat ears. Marvel capabilities. Exactly. If you want the cat, I got the cat. Wait, did I go and do the right one? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, let's go through here. Come on after me. Right. Okay. What else is around here? Oh, did you actually clip it? Did you actually clip it? You actually clipped it, didn't you? Oh, that's another clip? Okay. Here you are, you want to crank it up a bit? Ah, I see. Yeah, some people like to play their games harder than others. But yeah. Okay. Oh wait, no, we want to exit combat because we want to put LAN. Right, we want LAN here. Right, and we have force at severe on severe. Wow, we get a whopping 8 multiplier. Look at this damage. Look at this damage. This is just all AFK damage. Yeah, Samir doesn't do any because all her damage is others category. And Jeonlong damage is others category too. Look at this. Look at this. This is just all AFK damage. The ultimate AFK. Right? This is just... I was randomly gaining altitude from that. The fuck? I was like gonna glide a little bit, and then I went up. And then it went back down. I think I'll be fine. Probably. Close without saving. We're not updating the hair. Right? And then it freezes again. Hi Smash, how you doing? I never had red hair before. It's always been the blue. We're just messing around. You mean earlier today? Yeah, because that was just something I was working on, but it wasn't finished. Genshin there. That's Genshin right there. Oh, wait, no. And sometimes they'll do this on Genshin. Sometimes that'll happen too. You'll get this, and the world goes off. There you go. That's Genshin for you. That's Genshin combat. Player power goes up, world goes down. There you go. I updated it for Genshin. He's wrong, cause that's more like how. Nani? Nani? Wait. Look, the bike can float. Ability to manipulate gravity in different ways. And like you can use it to navigate and explore different areas. It is actually a really cool concept, right? Like let's say instead of like climbing it like this, what if I change the gravity where the surface of this thing was the ground? So you could be standing, right? And they ain't EA or Activision, that's true. That is true. At least they aren't those guys, yeah. Though now, wait, that mod should still be in here. Now it's actually Woo could never. Now it's actually for real Woo could never. Woo could never. Right? Woo could actually never. New York. 2 a.m. Clear. Boom. 2:06 a.m. See? Same time as Ontario, exactly. We're in the same time zone. We're in the same time zone. So it's like, not quite. Okay. Search for the new computer. I didn't even start looking yet. I'm not gonna start to look until after the next generation comes. I've said it before, I didn't start looking yet. I'm waiting. So there is no search right now. There is no search. The search is I'm waiting for the new generation. Like it's coming out soon. Just when it's coming out is the question. So like it's just a visually pleasing that than that King Kong game. What King Kong game? What? What? A King Kong game? What? No, you can change character. You can change character. I just changed it to Toad this time. There's like a bunch of playable characters in this. Oh, we can go back. Wait. I fired at him, but at very high speed impact bullets seemed to hit an invisible wall, exploding out of nowhere. Was he a manifestation? Mm-hmm. Yep, glad to be back. Smash. Though, I do have to eat my cereal at the same time before it gets too soggy. I'll have to clean up my table as well. Mm-hmm. There we go, let's get the seed. The mush? What? What the fuck, God? What the hell was with that momentum? I let go of the stick, and then he just launched himself to his death. What the fuck is that momentum? God damn it, now she's just flying around. Okay, I'm back. But yeah. Hi there, Shinx. We're still doing what we're doing here. Oh, welcome. You saw something from 4 years ago, man. What the hell is this with soggy cereal? But like, no, the old Genshin clips you're seeing are like 4 years old. They're from 4 years ago. They're very, very old clips. Very, very old. But I was literally using like a 20-year-old $2 mic. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. It's one of my health clips. Fair enough. That's a long time ago. What the hell is this? We solved the game. Curlia plus Ninja. What? Why Curlia? Why not Gardevoir? Or Gallade? Why Curlia specifically? Why Curlia specifically? What is this? Oh wow, now they're actually complaining about HP inflation in WoW now. Damn, that's crazy. It took them long enough to start complaining. They finally complaining now. They finally complaining now. Only took them a good while. But yeah, it was funny. I did try it. The problem is, why I didn't bother playing it after it released when I did try it in the beta was how everything was handled. I just didn't like how the stuff was handled. The stamina gate stuff, even for like the story shit, was really annoying and kinda dumb. There was a couple other like smaller things too. But like, I just didn't want to deal with it. But I did try it a couple months back. Back when they had the beta in February. Before the thing. I did try it. It was, well, something, man. It was something. It was something. But like, yeah. Wait, what? East 10 Proud Nordics? I wonder if we're gonna get like, if we're gonna get that in the West, how they're gonna handle that. If it'll just be like a DLC expansion or not. Cause that'd be cool with like a DLC for East 10. I'm curious. Oh yeah, it just came out a few days ago on the Switch 2 in Japan. Okay. Interesting. Upgraded version of East 10. Yep. There was like a new area that was added. There's a 120 FPS mode. Okay. Oh wow, so it's like the actual first game on the Switch 2 to actually have 120 FPS. The East 2, East 10 Proud Nordics re-release is the first game on the Switch 2 to actually have 120 FPS mode. Because like, despite having the 120 hertz capability in terms of the display controller, there's 0 games on the Switch 2 that can actually run at 120 FPS. Well, I guess East 10 Proud Nordics can. Just that one game. Yeah, energy was an issue at the start. It gets better. Only real issue enhancing gears. Like, I'm just like, just not really gonna deal with it, man. It was already annoying then. I'm like, yeah. It is what it is, though. And of course, it's a game key card in Japan, too. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But it's also funny how that is the first and only Switch 2 game at the moment that actually does 120 FPS. It's freaking re-release of East 10. Interesting. I don't know if we're gonna get that in the West though. Alright, let's see. Creating this file will be on Windows permanently, don't do it. Goddamn Theojo. Telling people how to be sod forever. But yeah, there was like something else I saw that we can probably put up. Let me see if I can find it. Do you guys want to see that unlisted thing from Styx when they were talking about NT? I found a link to it. I actually saved it. I actually had it saved for a while. He unlisted this video. He unlisted this video of when they did their podcast of sorts. Do you guys want to see it? Do you guys want to? I haven't looked at it. Like, this thing has been unlisted for 2 weeks. They did it shortly after the NTE beta ended. Should we give it a look? But yeah. It was a thing. I'm surprised they unlisted it. It was shared around somewhere, and then I saved it. Because it was unlisted. We can give it a look and see what happens. I probably don't even need to do anything about it because it's unlisted. Probably because they don't want people seeing it. Unlisted this cope. Alright, let's see. Alright. when does it start? Alright, it's gonna start soon. I'm just like looking.
You know, if that's at all possible. Anyway,
Okay.
I'm hoping it is.
All right.
Reclaim, brother, what is up? Do another Love in Deep Space Infinite Nikki podcast. It was so good. Thank you, Nikarito. Yeah, I will definitely work on getting one of those up. I was waiting for them to, in theory, address everything that was going on and attempt to fix things, and
Okay.
I guess I might just be waiting in vain.
Okay.
Future seems like this for yeah, I'm hoping it goes well, and I agree, it would be really epic to have. I could have all different kinds of content creators on. It'd be really cool. NT will hopefully succeed. Hey, yeah. The more gacha games that succeed, the more gacha games I have regularly to cover. Because let's be honest, right? Drama is all fun and everything, but
that's like all he gets though. Like if you look at his channel, that's where his views are.
Sort of just
We know that. That's where they are. He has to use like these drama clickbait titles to get views. Otherwise, you know, like he has to like put the freaking drama in there. Or he has to like do the other clickbait stuff, otherwise they're gonna underperform compared to the other ones. Not that much worse, but like, yeah. You know, that's just kind of where his thing is at. But like, yeah, that's where he is. The fuck? This is probably just because PlayStation 4 support for Genshin is done. No more Genshin on PS4. So ToF is the only one left that is technically playable on PS4. But like, yeah. Though Genshin itself was also barely playable on PS4. You had a lot of things that just didn't work properly. Or work differently than if you played it elsewhere. Because of the really shit hardware in the PS4. Even for like when the PS4 came out. Like the chipset in the PS4 and the Xbox One, they were really bad. And they were based off of a design that literally had like AMD stock fall all the way to as low as like $2. Because they were so bad. And like nobody wanted to freaking buy their chips. Because they were really bad during that era. The only reason why the consoles used them was because of a contract, so they had to. But yeah.
I prefer covering things that I really like, right? My best performing videos are not the drama videos.
But they are the drama videos.
My best performing videos are actually the videos that I'm excited for, the games that I'm excited for.
Okay.
So, as an example, I do a regular monthly series titled X Gacha Games Coming in Next Month, right? That's gacha games that are going to be released in a playable state in the next month. Those videos go on to get 40 to 100,000 views every single month.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Every single month, guys. 40 to 100,000 views where? That's 13,000. What do you mean 40 to 100,000? What do you mean 40 to 100,000? Like, he spikes the most when there's drama. Infinity Nikki drama, there you go. He spiked to literally like 50%, 50 to 70% more than average. Yeah, I don't see it. It's his drama ones that are the ones that pop off. Where's his 50 to 100,000 view video? Do you guys see it? Like a big spike again for another drama. Right there. I don't know, guys. You tell me. His best performing ones are the drama ones. Look. Where's the 50k, 100k view video? Where's 50k, 100k video? Another drama one. Again, like he spikes when there's drama. And then he falls back down. Right? I don't see any 50k, 100k video. I mean, view video. Do you see them? We already went back 6 months. We already went back 6 months. I don't see one. All we know is the drama ones spike the highest. Whatever his average is, the drama ones for that time period will spike to be 50 to 70% higher. True, but if we're talking about like his past 6 months performance, yeah. Yeah, okay, sure, we got those, but those are 2 years old, man. We're talking fucking 2+ years ago. Look at the timestamps. A year or 2 years ago. 3 years ago for some of them. Like, they ain't recent. You know, it's not. What he was claiming isn't true. It isn't those videos, it's a different video. And they're also really old.
Every single one.
And he said every single one.
So... And then the weekly Gacha recap videos always get 15 to 30,000 views.
You mean 10,000 views? Where's the 15 to 30,000? Maybe if it's drama.
There was the #1 performing video of the week. And then the like best action gacha games, best turn-based gacha games, most anticipated gacha games, those videos always...
Oh wait, you know what the best turn-based gacha game is? Yeah, I'll show you guys the best turn-based gacha game. You can play it in your web browser. Look, we have gacha. We have a gacha right here. Look, guys, we're gonna gacha here. What egg will we get? Yeah, I want to put it in shiny. We got a bunch of eggs. Look at that. This is a gacha game right here, right? We're gonna do a 10 pull. Ooh, that's a bad 10 pull. Right there, I can play my web browser. You don't know this? This is a free browser game that some guy made. They made Pokemon into a roguelike game. Poke-Rogue. Like... Cute wave. But yeah. This is a roguelike Pokemon game. What do you mean 327 pulls for Hippo A6? No, that wasn't 327. It was 240. It was like 240 or something like that. And then we did another 100 pulls for the matrices. It was 240 for A6. Well, technically it was 238. And then we did 100 pulls for the matrices. We did 100 pulls on Matrix Banner. Yeah. I'm gonna re-upload the video later. Were you counting the carrot pulls that I did for the lulz after the fact? But yeah, right here. You can even see on the last page. It's 50 per page. I only have 5 pages. But the last page only has 40 entries. There's only 40 entries on the last page. Right? 50 per page. Last page has the least. Okay. So that's 2, 4. Wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. You can see there. We get to 40 at the end. We have 40 pulls on the last page. Because all the other pages have 50. Right? 4 times 5 is 200. 4 times 50 is 200. And then plus 40 on the last page. But yeah, that's 240 right there. 2 extra flame gold left over. But yeah. Hopefully you weren't counting other shit. By accident. But yeah.
To get 50 to 200,000 views too. Drama is great, but what people really want are just fun things to play. So the more fun things we have to play, the more non-drama related topics I have to cover. Because drama is limited, it is finite, right? Let's say as an example, Silver and Blood.
Lies.
I cover them.
Lies.
Silver and Blood shuts down. Now that's one less game to cover. If Silver and Blood did the good things, I'd be able to cover the good things regularly. You know? The content that's organized a cool podcast for girl gamers. Hey, for the next one, I hope
Drama not fire.
Mrs.
Look
Stukes
at
joins us because Mrs. Stukes played all of Infinity Nikki, all the content there was up until 1.6. So I think it'd be really cool. But at the same time, what I like about doing the podcast, because I did this with Wula too. I did a full guy podcast where we had 5 male content creators on, and then I did a female podcast where I had 5 female content creators on. That way we could get the perspective of both genders separately from one another. And it was a really cool idea. And it was a really cool video to do because there is a contrasting difference between males and females and how they think and what they like. So it was really cool, kind of splitting them like that for a video.
Okay.
We see more good games to play. Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's up, one Zafik? Looking at it gives us plenty to discuss after the Tokyo Game Show. Yep, same here. All right, what are we discussing? I'm just waiting, giving everyone.
What do you mean 247? Bro, it was 240. It was 237. Where'd the other 10 come from? And not 237, 238. You counted wrong. I was counting based off of like the actual things on there. But like, yeah, you're counting it wrong. It doesn't matter. I'll upload the video later and you can count it properly.
a chance to kind of just come on in. We have the NTE podcast happening with myself, Mrs. Stakes, Oofy, Ruby, Queenie, and Ethan.
You included the Fiona 10 pull? The Fiona 10 pull, I did it like that on purpose to just dump it away. Because I had the balls anyways. Not like it mattered.
In 18 minutes. So,
But yeah.
I'm hoping this is going to be fun.
They gave the Fiona 20 pulls.
If it does well,
I
if it
dumped
succeeds,
the other 10 after as well.
then we'll have another one coming. We'll have more coming for future games too. Hey Voltic, how you doing, man? What's up? Chat, how are y'all doing today anyway? While we're chilling for the next 15 minutes, how are you guys all doing? Fenrison, what is up? Why didn't you invite Mr. Gate O for this podcast? I had messaged him on two separate occasions, and he ghosted me both times. So, one was about a collab.
Okay.
He never got back to me. So, I mean, evidently there was no want to actually engage there. So, I made a tweet though. That tweet was asking for any content creator that wanted to participate in the podcast, and I invited 5 people, well, minus Mrs. Sticks, that were interested, that followed my specific instructions. Imagine having fun on the internet? For real, right, Mokono? You're doing well?
Okay.
You'd watch the Sticks podcast? Alright. Yeah. We do have Ethan coming. Now, I will preface the entire stream by saying I made explicitly clear this is not a drama podcast. This is a podcast specifically doing what the Infinity Nikki and Love and Deep Space podcast did, and that is to sit down and discuss this in detail, the game in detail, the good and the bad. If anyone starts creating drama in here, they will be immediately ejected from the podcast, because I mean that is not how we do things in these podcasts, okay? Like, just fair warning. Chillin'. It is Sunday. Oh, it is? Oh, wait, it's Sunday. Wait, is that? I thought it was... It's apparently Sunday. You're eating dinner while watching? Okay, well, in 15 minutes, we jump in and we'll call with everyone. Do you think NT could win against Wuwa? They're very different games. No one compare.
We'll speed it up
Okay, there you
first.
go. Yeah, it is. Okay.
You like how the game does it for you.
But, for this podcast, again, I did make a tweet and I invited anyone that was interested to reply to the tweet, and I would invite a bunch of people. I want to keep it smaller this time, and in the future, I would love to do a follow-up podcast, in theory, if this one goes over well, where we discuss hopefully the third video. Or Monday in some parts of the world, yeah. Like Australia, which is where I'm from. How are you, bro? I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I had a 10-hour sleep last night, man. I needed it. I only had 4 hours sleep the previous 2 nights, so I went to bed and I died, and I woke up alive. Felt great. Good afternoon, Trent. How are you doing, man?
Embodiment of drama, yeah.
Yeah, look. No, it doesn't matter. You know, the other future upcoming gacha games, they will release stuff whenever they want. Every upcoming gacha game needs time to cook, okay? Totally fine. Just give games time. We don't want to rush any game to release early, because if we do, they'll release in a rush state, which is only bad for the game. Would you ever consider playing Love and Deep Space? Mrs. Sticks actually suggested that she and I stream it together. So, maybe. Mention sleeping 10 hours? Yeah, that's like maybe once a month I get that. That's my just feeling nice. I appreciate you.
I need 30 hours of sleep a day, guys.
Hey, that's perfectly fine. Lots of games released, you play the ones you like, you move on to the next one. That's actually fun. I've heard it's predatory, but still very entertaining. Seeing a Six podcast, lucky me, group of humans come together. What could go wrong? Very good question. Dude, Fenrison, thank you for the 20. I never know, is that euros account? I'm assuming euros, right? That is insane, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You just sponsored the stream. You haven't managed that in years? I know, I haven't either, but, you know, several days of no sleep will do that to you.
30 hours of sleep, sure.
Oh, man. But, I mean, that's okay. Sometimes you need it.
Need 30 hours of sleep a day. Let me find that, thing, actually.
Euros? Okay, thank you so much for the 20 euros. That is insane, dude. For real. I'll have to watch you Mrs. play. More Lance content creators would be great. Oh, yeah. No, I would love to get into it. I would. I've always... I've always been very interested in
I'm gonna try to find the
Did you hear
panel.
Fantasy's new MMO server? I did. I reacted to it yesterday on stream. I have a video coming on it at some point in the next day. If anything can release something rushed, in my opinion, I would not mind. More drama from them. I just want them to fix the game, that's all. Just fix it. It's that easy. Just don't be stupid and just, you know, fix it. like this format. I hope to see more of it. I enjoyed the Infinite Nikki 11 Deep Space podcast I did. I'm hoping this one goes over well because I could turn this into a. I would love to hold beta or podcasts after beta tests for various different gacha games, bring in tons of different content creators to discuss their thoughts on them. That'd be really cool. Loyal with Wizardry, what? Totally fine, great games. Sorry, that was said in good spirit. God willing, it's gonna be smooth as butter. I hope it will be. In the podcast, say please discussing character models. They really seem to be lacking. I believe I have that listed as something to discuss, don't I? Hold on. I have a list of topics that I want to go over. I did not. That was my bad. Okay, now I have it added though. That's a list of things to discuss. Thank you. Hey, thank you for the $2, Marcus. 60s love, 60s life. I appreciate that. I appreciate you helping sponsor today's podcast. That is awesome. Hope it turns out well. Yeah. Okay, looks like we got a bot over on kick. Let me go ahead and ban those. Man, there.
Let me see if I can find that thing.
You like the mailing character? I think a lot of people hate his design. Different people like different things. How do you handle seeing Chinese players already playing Blue Protocol and Super NBS? I could too. I just have it because I'm the kind of person that gets burned out real easy. I don't have to replay everything again. I'm fine playing beta tests, but like full launches. Sticks is love. Love is good. So Sticks is good. Yeah. Thank you, chat, for adding points to Sticks to discuss this. Okay, yeah. Good. Okay, chat. New question. I got a question for all of you. We are starting the podcast in 10 minutes. So with this in mind, are there any questions you think or any things you think we should cover in today's podcast with all said content creators?
All right, let's see.
What is this about? Never this, whoever this. Podcast for all content creators. So here are the topics we're going to be covering, chat. The combat, the graphics, character models, the story, the narrative presentation, boss fights, voice acting, the gacha system, the driving in the cars, the GTA Wanted system. We're also going to discuss our first impressions, what we enjoyed about the game, what we didn't enjoy about the game, what we think needs to improve about the game, and what we hope for the game. In that order, in theory. So that's everything we're going to discuss. Did I miss anything you want to see covered?
I'll put it to 1.25 speed.
Gacha world exploration. Traversal. Yes, okay. Let's see. The methods of traversal locked behind characters. That'll be another thing we cover. Thank you for noting that. Possibility for a third beta test? Yeah, they are. They are having a third beta test, yeah. Okay, end game. Thank you. I also missed that.
Oh, here we go.
What about the OST?
Here, let me show you the chapter. I found it. What page was it? 19. Right here. Here we go. If I don't sleep for 30 hours a day, I don't really have any momentum. There we go, I found it. If I don't sleep for 30 hours a day, that's what we need, 30 hours a day. But yeah, I found it. I found the exact page. Right, if they don't sleep for 30 hours a day.
City expansion? Mat farming? I mean, I think that would fall under, mat farming and enemy HP. Okay, yeah, I'll just kind of like put that together. We're gonna cover co-op. There really was no, like, the co-op was incredibly limited. So I don't really think, I mean, I guess we could briefly touch on it, right? This season I got to cover some of it, but it was really clunky and very limited at this point. Okay, I tagged everyone. I let them all know we're going live in 5 minutes, chat. 7 minutes. 7. All right. I think I have a good list of talking points. I did mention character animations, right? Character models and animations. I guess I could just lump that together. All right. No question, but it's not a legit question, so I'll keep it to myself. I mean, okay. Not kick chat? No.
Alright, we'll just skip
YouTube chat,
ahead
baby.
to when he's gonna start. But that's who they had there.
Right. Voice and video input. No, not from my microphone. No, it sounds terrible. I wonder if that'll work. I'm gonna... No, I don't think it is. Okay, didn't detect anything. Okay, wait. So, I guess people are gonna have to... They're gonna have to put up with me coming through my, microphone here on the side of my head. Alright, chat. Y'all ready? I'm gonna call everyone.
Yeah, that's what the matrix is.
I popped this out. Holy shit, there were several people that picked up already. We're like 2 seconds into it.
Okay.
Oh my god, there they all are.
Hi. Hi. Nope. I need to turn my video off.
Okay, here we go.
Let me get audio.
Oh, I gotta wait. Oh no, EOS.
Well, it's all over. It's all over.
The
That was a good
EOS?
stream chat.
Yo, oh my god, yo, my camera is so tilted. Hold on 1 second.
Tilted already, dude. We haven't even started yet.
Bro, I don't know why my camera does this thing. Like I recenter it.
And I guess it's like there's too much weight distribution on like one side, and so like overnight it just goes boom.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Before we start anything, I do. Y'all can hear me fine, right? I do have the audio here coming through my headset because my microphone here is being used for the desktop audio. So
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you're chilling.
it sounds like an Xbox headset.
yeah. Back when we used to be young and play video games while sitting there playing on the PlayStation.
Yeah, it's immersive.
Okay. I just need each person to talk one by one real quick so I can adjust everyone's audio to make sure there isn't someone overpowering everyone else. Okay, Ufi, can you talk first?
Hello, I'm Ufi.
Perfect.
Volume.
Okay, that sounded perfect. Very professional. Okay,
Okay.
Ruby, can you go real quick?
Hi everyone, my name is Ruby. I'm here today on the NT podcast.
Perfect. Ethan?
Yo, what's going on, guys? I don't know why my camera keeps freezing. I'm just gonna unplug it, but I'm talking still.
Okay, I just need to turn you down ever so slightly.
No, I'm loud. I'm sorry. It's
That's okay, so am
Turn
I.
everyone up for some reason. I'm just deaf.
Okay, Queenie, can you talk real quick?
Hello, I'm Queenie.
Okay, perfect.
Nice to meet you.
And Mrs. C's audio should be coming through...
Yeah, I should be through you.
Yeah. Okay, 1 sec. This is a question to chat because Mrs. C's and I have never streamed together on the, like in a Discord call. So real quick, chat. Can you all hear Mrs. Stiggs?
Can you hear me? I am
We can't hear her.
Oh, you can't?
Oh no!
Their window broke.
Chat can.
She's not lighting up either. Yeah, she's not lighting up for us.
Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me...
Okay.
Her audio should have been coming through my... Oh, wait, yeah, because I'm putting it through the headset.
Yeah.
Not the actual microphone. Fuck, that's my bad. Okay, she's been plugged in now. Hold on.
It is kind of important that they can hear me.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear now.
Oh!
Yeah, you're good. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I think I fixed my camera. Wait, I think it's
No.
wait. No, I think we're good now.
Yay.
Maybe.
Oh.
No.
I'm
No,
gonna
that
do
is the
my own
perfect
multiverse
skill.
hunt.
Yeah,
Well,
just
we
keep
do
doing
this.
the whole time. Yup.
That's beautiful, man. I love it.
My bad. I don't know why it's doing that.
It's just for face because that's the only
Okay,
character I haven't done it
I
on
can hear
on my
myself being
own.
picked up now, though, from you.
Because I got face from the
You have to pick
selector.
yourself to, like, push to talk or something, then, I guess.
Oh man.
Or...
Mic too good.
I think it's
Maybe
something
you
that I
should
can
be quiet, Sticks.
do. Me? Dude, I am supposed to be the host. Yeah.
You're echoing from your own mic, I think.
Are
Yeah,
there
yeah,
times? I
I
think
know.
so.
Mrs. Ace is facing herself to push to talk.
I think we did.
I think.
We
This is a
probably
professional
did.
setup.
But you
I'm so
missed
sorry.
it, yeah.
Okay, is that working?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay, perfect. Okay, nice. No echo, thank God. Okay.
I could go to my phone. I could just go in the other room, talk to you guys from my phone.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. I gotta turn Mrs. C's down a little bit now because she's actually louder. No, I love the dance, Ethan. It's perfect, beautiful.
Yeah, I don't,
You gotta
Into
check
a
that
little
frames.
I don't know.
block
Yeah.
of
It's
ice
like
white?
every week my camera just turns off and it just doesn't
I don't
work.
remember
get,
that
like,
one.
cap record for it.
I might have seen it. I don't remember.
Okay, my camera literally ran away. I don't know where it is. It just disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
What are my demons right now?
Fine for your life.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the purpose of this is to recap all of our experiences in NTE. I know, we didn't all have entirely positive or negative experiences, but I thought it would be good still to hold a podcast where various different content creators with different backgrounds can all discuss their experiences together, because I know we all play different main gachas. I will point out though, and this is specifically for chat and for the YouTube VOD, I did give Neverless to Everness a day one impression review over on my Twitter. I gave this a 6 out of 10. I thought that was a relatively fair rating. I went over why I gave it a 6 out of 10. I think for a beta test, that was relatively fair.
I think we might have seen that. I just forgot about it.
If you all want to go ahead and give a bit of background for everyone watching, beginning with Ethan, who you are and what gacha games you currently play.
Hello, boys. Name's Ethan. I play like Wuwa, Wing Waves, the occasional Zenless Zone Zero, and I just like kind of do commentary on the space and whatnot,
So he just does
very much looking forward
just
to all
those
the
ones,
games,
okay.
NTE, even though there were some things I definitely didn't like, but yeah, pretty much let's just cover everything.
Awesome. Movie.
I'm Movie. I do all kinds of games. Punk I third. Used to play Genshin, play some Star Rail every now and then. Not so much anymore. Definitely know Wing Waves and occasionally Zenless. And Love and Deep Space. There's too many games that I play, but right now I've been focusing on
Tourist, another tourist. Okay.
Ruby.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruby. I am a VTuber that reacts and plays gacha games such as Hoyo games, Star Rail, Zenless, and Wuthering Waves, Kuro games. Uma is also one of the games I've been watching people play. I'm too scared to get addicted. I am looking forward to NTE. Yeah, I've been enjoying NTE quite a lot, so I'm excited to be here.
All right, Queenie.
I'm Queenie. I'm a variety streamer. I play lots of different games, not just gachas. Mostly I'm just excited for NTE and a bunch of other gachas this year, so that I can really get into the gacha space. I really love Wuthering Waves, and I keep trying to pull myself away from it because I have so many games going right now. It's crazy, but yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to NTE to see how it goes going forward.
Okay, and my wife, of course, Mrs. Sticks.
Hi, yes, I am Mrs. Sticks.
Yep, insert Buzz Lightyear's in the Toy Story, exactly.
I play Wuthering Waves, Girls Frontline 2, and then of course sometimes Infinity Nikki. But
imagine
right now,
if I was
Girl Cop.
Yeah.
Imagine if I was there.
I gave my rating at the beginning of stream. Beginning with Ethan, real quick, what would each of you rate your beta experience or the beta overall, taking into consideration, of course, this is a beta test, and my 6 out of 10 was from the perspective of a beta rather than a fully released game.
Yeah, I'd probably go personally like a
I don't know.
5 with tons of potential. Like I want to make that clear. I was critical of the game, very critical of it, but there are things I really enjoy. But I don't know about anyone else. I'm not gonna yap too much. But I just had so many issues like performance, etc., and just mechanics. So like 5.5 for me for a beta.
All right. I mean, performance-wise, 1 in 3 men our age, right? Uvi. Uvi. Ufi, what would you rate it out of 10?
I would say, considering it's also a beta, I'm kind of between 6 and 7 out of 10 because the things that I personally want from video games from gacha games, they had for me, but I don't know. There was still a lot of things that needed work, like story-wise and stuff like that. But the exploration, I really enjoyed.
All right, Ruby.
Yeah, I would also rate the beta at like a 6.5 out of 10. It is my first time playing NTE, by the way, so I actually never saw what the first beta was like. So going to the second one, optimization was kind of tough because I was playing on a laptop. But I thought the story was great. I actually really enjoyed the exploration, like the driving as well. I don't know how detailed I should go into it.
But we're gonna cover topics one by one as we move through.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like, I would say probably like 6.5 out of 10. It is a really solid beta though. It has a lot of potential. And then of course there are some things that they could work on, which I'm sure we'll cover in a little bit.
100%. Queenie.
I would say 7 out of 10. Just because I had so much fun. I was laughing the entire time. There was a lot of weird stuff that happened, and that doesn't always happen in video games. It was very unique with all the anomalies and stuff like that. I love the GTA aspect of it. I just wish they would go a little bit further with that, because there were things, I'm sure we'll get into it, but there were things that were like, why would they have
He
that
loves
in
the
here
word
if you can't
potential,
do
yeah.
certain things, But yeah, I loved it altogether, and it definitely has a ton of potential. I'm just very excited for the future of this game.
Okay.
I heard chat saying that I'm also
You're basically
echoing
saying
into your
nothing,
mic,
yeah.
So I'm very sorry for the echo.
Wait,
But
real
I
sick.
was-
Are you guys? Is chat? Are you hearing
Yeah.
Mrs. Stick echo? Mrs. Stick's echoed? I'm so sorry. 1 second. Okay, I guess I need to go push the talk to. Hold on. Voice of video. Push to talk. Let's see. Shift. Okay, can anyone still hear me? Can anyone hear me? No? Okay, can anyone hear me now? Hello? Chatting, talking? Nobody? Fuck. Oh wait, no, I'm asking you guys, like Oofy, Ruby, everyone. Shit.
Okay.
Okay,
It's so quiet now.
I know.
sorry, I was trying to figure out how to fix up the push to talk because chat can hear me, but then you guys can't.
That was a mistake. I'm an anomaly.
Okay.
Hold on, is there a mic button on here? Hold on, can you guys hear me if I talk through that? No?
And my webcam froze too.
Okay, can you guys hear me when I talk through that now?
Yeah, yeah.
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 Okay, so I just have to click the button when I'm gonna talk. Okay, got it. All right, so okay, we're gonna continue from where we left off. Go ahead.
So I would actually agree with Queenie. I would give the game a 7 out of 10 because I am just simply giving it that score based on the aspect of I can see what this game can be. I think there's a lot of very interesting things that would set this game very far apart from other gacha games that are currently out there now. It just needs to actually lean into that and do a lot better with some things. But if they lean into the things that is making them unique, interesting, this could be good.
Okay.
Wait, y'all are still getting an echo? What the fuck,
They
man?
can see it has potential. Uh-huh.
Okay, hold on. I'm so sorry we didn't set this up beforehand. Again, this is the first time we've actually streamed this, like a podcast together. When I'm gonna talk. Okay.
Based on the aspect of I can see what.
Oh, I guess it's picking it up because my microphone. Okay, hold on.
Are we supposed to
Yep.
hear that in Discord or?
Yet to see a
Yeah,
single
look at
one
the
take
shooting
advantage of said
Wait,
potential.
over here in Discord.
Exactly.
Wait, you guys can hear that through Discord?
No. We just heard it through your mic.
Wait, so your microphone. Wait, were you using your push to talk?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, try again, real quick. With
Okay, trying with my push to talk. See
Oh, yeah,
how I
good.
sound.
Yeah, good. We hear it.
Okay. Sweet.
moving on. All right. Now
Minor
that,
technical difficulties.
hey, we all have them at one point. Okay.
Yeah.
I have them every day, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, they hear you.
No, I have to enable my audio when I want to talk and disable it when I'm not talking. Okay, now that we're back on track, let's move through the topics one by one, beginning with the combat. I'll go first each time, and then if you want to, we can go one by one, or everyone can give their opinions at the same time, or whatever you guys want to do. I think it'll be less hectic if we go one by one. Personally, with regards to combat, I thought it was a significant improvement over the first closed beta. I think that...
I don't know, man. It was pretty much almost the same as the first beta. Outside of a dodge counter that they added, it was basically the same thing. It was pretty much the same. I don't know about that. They better not say tanky HP when they have no gear. And then it's like, remember when I was getting gear, when I had like full blue gear? I was killing things much faster. And then eventually I even killed the freaking police boss. Remember that? We did kill that one too. When I was like wearing blue gear. Versus like no gear at the start. But like, I don't care if they want to do any crazy long fight or whatever. I only get mad when they do the stupid circle with a timer garbage. That stuff is a big no thanks. It doesn't matter where it is, I'm like, just no.
Honestly, the animations were improved a lot. I think the fluidity of the combat was improved quite a bit. I think there was a lot more impact this time around. I know that there was, I think, I found a lot of issues personally. I know a lot of other people had issues with the bloated HP for enemies. That definitely, I feel like,
bloated HP.
inhibited my enjoyment of the.
I mean, they have no gear at the start. They were fighting it naked. Like, bruh, of course it's gonna take a while when you have, like, no equipment. And then you come back with equipment and they're dead in, like, 30 seconds.
Overall combat, because, you know,
You could've tried. Oh yeah, that's right, we bugged the game. Yeah, we bugged the game. What's funny though when we bugged it? I don't know how I unbugged mine. After we bugged mine, then we went to yours. And then I don't know how like mine got reverted. I don't know how that happened. It was funny though. It was funny. We were just messing around with cars.
while it's fun seeing all your awesome flashy abilities, while you see your, you know, the really enjoyable intro and outro skills, having a boss fight take 5-10 minutes to actually kill early on in the game, even when you're leveling yourself and you're equipping yourself appropriately and everything, is just, you know, that it.
I don't know, man. I play games where I'm used to fighting boss fights that can take a bit longer. Like 5 minutes is fine.
It really dampened my
I don't know about this 10-minute thing, but
enjoyment overall. And when you'd enter the dungeons to farm materials, you were also kind of held back by how long it took to actually clear things. But I mean, bloated HP, that's something that can be very easily fixed. I think the combat.
I mean, eventually you get gear, then you, like everything dies so quickly. Is he a fake MMO player? Yeah, like, bruh. We've had MMO raid bosses that, like, there are, like, infamous raid bosses in MMO history that took literal days to clear. In, like, some of the really, really early MMOs pre-WoW era, where you had people, like, going on and off and doing that shit. If we're gonna go back, like, pre-World of Warcraft, before World of Warcraft era, they had MMOs with world bosses that took days for people to kill. And, like, people were taking turns. Like, that was the thing back in the day. Albeit, I wouldn't remember it because it wasn't, because some of those are from before I was born, but, like, yeah. You know? But yeah, like, that was a thing. Other than that, right, like, again, like, we had, like, WoW bosses that would take, like, 20 minutes to kill in some cases. Like, especially for, like, multi-phase final bosses of raid tiers back in the past. On the hardest difficulty, it wasn't super crazy when, like, a final boss kill was, like, a fast kill was, like, 15 minutes. But, like, you had, like, the full enraged timer for the entire boss encounter. When you split all the phases, it would be, like, 20 minutes or something. I used to remember that being, like, the norm. Where, like, you would have, like... Heck, I remember, like, there were some raid bosses where they had, like, intermission phases. Heck, there was a freaking raid final boss in WoW where, like, you would die in the fight. And then you get resurrected. Right? Like, the Lich King fight. After the second phase, the Lich King will just kill everyone. Right? Because the first phase, and then, you fight it normally, and he moves around. And then the second phase, you get the Valkyr coming in, flying around, and destroying some of the platforms slowly. And then after you're done that phase, the Lich King will just kill you. He kills the entire raid. And then Tyrion comes and resurrects the entire raid. And then you continue in the final phase there. But then I remember stuff like the Garrosh Hellscream fight from Siege of Orgrimmar. You had, like, 2-minute intermission phases every once in a while. Like, you would fight the boss for, like, 2-3 minutes. He would take you into an intermission phase on a completely different map. And I think there was, like, 3 or 4 different maps. And then after you survive the intermission phase, we're in the intermission phase, Garrosh is just standing in the middle of whatever map arena it is, and he's just spamming one attack and going around in a circle, and if you stand in the thing, you instantly die. I remember he would do that, and then after that, you would get dragged back into the actual raid boss room, and you would do that a couple of times. Occasionally during that as well, there would be like these giant like rolling explosive bomb ball thingies that would like flow across, and it would take up like half the arena. So you would have to send like one of your players to go and kill the goblin guy sending them, so that you don't like flood in the entire map, because you can kill one of them and stop one of the balls from moving, but if you don't kill any of them, you instantly wipe the entire raid, because there's a ball at the top and a ball at the bottom of the arena going in opposite directions, so it just hits the entire thing, and you have to make sure all the players are on the side where they're not gonna get hit, because if you get run over, you're dead. I remember stuff like that, and then there was other parts as well, because part of it, he would throw like these things around. They had like these weird puddles and stuff, and if you touch those, you die. He had a bunch of other shit there, from what I remember. And then after you finished that, after you knocked him out there, if you were on the hardest difficulty, you would then get teleported to another map, which was just if Garrosh won and took over took over the world, and you'd have like Stormwind, and in the background you'd have like the corpses of various different characters on pikes, different like important lore characters or whatever, leaders, faction leaders or whatever, and you would have to fight them there and then do the same thing again. It was like a 20 to 30 minute like boss fight. I think the rage timer, if you went to the max rage timer for every phase, it was around like 25 minutes or so. And that was just like a raid boss in an MMO. Right, and it's not like an obscure MMO either. I'm talking about WoW there, which is not an obscure one. Right? It was the original, oh, this game is gonna be the next whatever, WoW killer, this and that and whatever. And they had that type of stuff. But yeah. It's just funny, he's like complaining about like a 5-minute boss fight. When like, you know, MMO, we've seen 20+ minute boss fights.
But overall though was, you know, a lot of fun. Ethan?
I think the combat has a lot of potential. Like one thing you brought, I really didn't like the HP bloat, and I think the elemental reaction system is honestly a really big peak for me, because I love the fact that you're able to like intro with one character, and like they have like, I think it's called Bloom, but each individual character can have their own type of twist onto the elemental reaction. It just felt really insignificant. Like I never felt like any of my reactions were doing damage. I never felt that it was actually,
I mean, if you have no gear, you're not gonna do any damage.
Making up something, like say it would slow the enemy. Like I didn't even know what they were doing. I would read the kit. The only one that I saw was the little one that would spawn like 3 dots on the floor and kind of like attack them. But they felt really, really kind of useless to me, unfortunately, which is unfortunate, because I thought that was the best part of the first beta, because I really think that system can take this game to a different level.
They had no gear.
In terms of the rest of the combat, I'm going to be honest with you, I actually didn't really feel there was much of a difference to me personally from the first beta. I know they added the parry. Now, it could maybe be like a massive ping issue or a skill issue. I don't know. But I felt the parry was very inconsistent, and the dodges felt inconsistent.
Yeah, like, they needed to use it. The Essentia stat. If you don't have the Essentia stat, it does no damage. It's the same thing in Genshin. If you don't build Elemental Mastery in Genshin for your reactions, they're going to do emotional damage. For a lot of them. The only ones that won't is like Melt and Vaporize. But that's only because they act as a multiplier on the base hit, whatever triggers it. It's only because like you only notice it that one there. The other ones you need to really build the stat to get something out of.
Right, but I think as a whole it has so much potential, but it kind of has I don't know if you remember the first Wuwa beta, or maybe it's the second Wuwa beta. Like when you said that felt impact, I don't feel enough impact. Like with the sound effects, sometimes I feel like I'm kind of just going through the motions. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, only the debuff one doesn't need
bland,
it.
but it shouldn't feel bland, because I think it has honestly my favorite elemental reaction system. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how I felt about it. And then I don't know if we're gonna talk about something different. Like, can I bring up like constellations and stuff? Because I actually thought that was.
One of the things though, like again, like for me, I still find it really sad that like all your movement inputs are completely disabled while you're in an attack animation still. Why is it that all of these fucking gacha games have to do that? I swear, there's only two 3D gacha games where your movement is not locked while you're attacking. That's Infinity Nikki and Snowbreak. Those are the only two that does not lock all input while attacking. Technically, sure, like if you're using like Plotty and you're shooting in the air, you can technically move independent from when you're shooting. And the same with Hilda, if you count that. And like the Samir hold thing, but that's it. And I guess the carrot hold one as well, because they all have that. But like, outside of those specific ones, it's like every single time you're attacking, you can basically let go of all directional inputs. Auto targeting and stuff like that will pull you towards the target anyways. So all you're doing is just pressing left click. You're occasionally pressing right click to dodge, and then you're pressing your skill buttons off cooldown or swapping to the next character or whatever. Right, it's like directional input need not apply.
I think the constellation system's amazing. I think that's by far the best constellation system. If I'm understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you unlock one dupe and you could pick any of the 6. And that's such a great spin. Unless I'm wrong. I don't know if anyone...
I actually didn't think that. I just leveled it one by one. I just know you can take away the con if you want.
Dude, I did the same thing as you. And then someone mentioned it. I'm like, wait, hold on. I could jump to 6? And I was like, oh, this is crazy.
I logged in like on the last day of the beta because they give you all the materials and stuff to like max level them. And so I like went to max level them and I was like, okay, let me see here. So I was like picking and choosing as I was unlocking them. And you legit, you can pick any of them. So
I think that's such an awesome change. And I would love to see more games do that because that really I think helps with power creep or maybe like any type of problems. Like, oh, behind you unlock this at C2. It's like, hey, if you're willing to get a constellation at C1, you can kind of mix and match. So like the core of it is so cool. And I genuinely love it, but I just feel like the execution fell flat for me in so many ways.
Hey, that just means getting additional dupes is more rewarding overall, especially if you only need one of them.
Yeah, I will say that there is a bonus when you get to C3 and C6, and you cannot deactivate those. That, I would love for them to deactivate that. But other than that, like, I mean, I think Constellation System is dope, right? But Elemental Reaction's dope, Constellation's dope, but the actual combat itself just felt really bland, really stale, and I personally...
I mean, it's like all those other ones, man. They're really bland and stale. If I was in there, I would have just pointed it out and mentioned, just like all those other ones, it's just as bland and stale. They aren't like overloading with enough visuals to be a distraction, though, to make you think otherwise. Because like that's the thing, right? They don't have enough visual bloat to trick you into thinking otherwise. And I prefer not having the visual bloat. That's me personally. But like, again, like that's one of the problems with all of these things that like action or whatever. But there's zero momentum in any of the combat. There's no momentum. You actually just stop moving on the spot and end up crawling. It's something that I do find very unfortunate and kind of annoying.
Did not feel any improvements. I'm gonna be honest.
That's totally fine. What about you, Woofy?
Yeah, I remember the first beta, but yeah, with the dodging and the parrying, it did feel super inconsistent. And I am also not like a combat person, but like in comparison to like Wuwa, whenever like you're talking about like the impact, like you actually feel the impact, and whenever you...
I mean, it's just looking at the thing because it's overly flashy. The camera is really distracting in Wuwa, and that's why they feel it. But I get annoyed by camera effects like that. And I would just straight up disable it. Which is what, like, I'm pretty sure it was disabled by default. Because there was a setting to disable that aspect. We could have just disabled it. Yeah, I don't know about the dodge being inconsistent. It was pretty consistent. Especially doing the counter there. It's skill issue with them. They're skill issued. The reality is they're skill issued. That's the reality. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with them being skill issued. The combat isn't the focus anyways. If they think combat is the big important focus, then they've got it all wrong. Yeah, it's a lot of parroting. Start with potential, I know. But yeah, like, imagine if I was in there. Because, like, again, like, I look at it completely different than all these other guys. Like, I look at it differently. But also the way I treat and handle some of the things in these games is also far different there. Right, and, like, I would have probably been like this. So, like, probably would have brought up, like, why, like, some of the stuff like power creep or whatever wouldn't matter or something. I'd be like, realistically speaking, why do you do this and that and the other thing? And then look at the cost versus what you get out. And then you realize, wait, are you actually gaining something or are you losing something? Because I look at things that way from a numbers perspective. But yeah. Right, like, I would be handling it way differently. But yeah. It is what it is. If I knew about this stuff ahead of time and tried to see if I could have got in, maybe I would have. Despite not really caring for these people, whatever. It would have been interesting if I could have got in there. But yeah.
You parry, it does the ding, and like you know you got it, and it's loud, and you're like, yay, I can do something! But in NTE, you're just like, hit, 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 hit. Oh my god, I can't.
Nah, I'd probably be fine. But I would say things in a way that would probably go against them. But like for the combat, I'd be like, it's the same as all the others. I don't really care too much is like what I would say here. It's pretty much just like all the others. Yes, there is there, and it's like, yeah, you do notice it. It's just that the issue is if you don't have any stats built, they actually do nothing. But once you actually have the stats, they're very significant. Like, I noticed how significant it was, and I also did do all the freaking content. Well, all the combat content anyways. I did to clear all the endgame and stuff. We did try that, and we did clear it all on stream. We did do the bosses and other stuff. We killed the what's it called? The police boss. Right, we did do that. But we needed to, like, build ourselves up so we could actually do damage to it.
Like, how did they hit me? I swear I dodged. Like, it's so inconsistent.
We just suck, bro.
I just wonder, I think the parrying...
It's a skill issue for me.
You know, I thought it was skill issue, but I think it's like skill management, because the parrying, it's easier when you save up your skill or you switch out with the character for like the intro outro stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where it becomes inconsistent, because we're so used to like Woowa and the fast parry that we kind of expect it, and so the moment when it doesn't happen, we're like, oh wait.
Yeah, that's because Woowa hands you it on a silver platter. That's why. For a lot of it, you can like just spam left click for a lot of characters, not pay attention, and you will get it. That's just the reality. You can spam the left click on a lot of characters in there and not pay attention, and you will get it.
Like, we actually had to manage our skills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like there was some characters that like are slower than other characters, kind of like Kalkaro and Woowa. So like, oh, it was just so all over the place, and I could not get a handle of it.
No, but like, I don't know how Camellia whatever works. I just know that a lot of characters can do it without paying any attention. No, it's like, remember the last time I actually played it on stream? Remember, like, back in February 2.0 came out? The few times I couldn't AFK it, I just looked away from the game and was just spamming left click without paying attention. And I was still getting parries and stuff without even paying attention. I didn't have to look at the game. I would just spam left click. Because like there was a couple situations where I wasn't hitting the target. So I was just like, I'm gonna look away from the game and just spam left click. And I was getting parries and stuff without looking at the game for the few parts I couldn't AFK. Mind you, there was a very, very small amount of those things. But I did parry a couple of things without paying attention. They just happened. but like way easier to just dodge counter anyways. You can ignore parry timing because their attack rate is very fast. Okay. Yeah, like if you attack fast enough, you'll just parry automatically.
Oh yeah, I think was it Lacrimosa? She's no, not her. It's that demon with the white. No, the demon child with the big critter.
Oh, Suckity, yeah.
Yeah. She plays really slow, and I had a hard time playing with her. But I think the dodge hit is really fluid for me, at least in NTE. That one was easy for me to pick up. The pairing though was really tough.
But just do the dodge hit.
Yeah, parrying
instead.
sucks for me in every game. I'm gonna be honest.
No, it's really satisfying.
Problem.
I mean, it is like we also kind.
Parry sucks unless they make a dedicated button to it. Yeah, give me the freaking imagine. No, we should give them. Imagine if they were had to play like East 10 on like Inferno mode. Give them East 10 on Inferno mode. Give them like that the secret boss, where you get like one of the weapons from killing it. I think it was the weapon for what was her name again? But yeah. I forgot her name. Karja. I remember now, Karja. Karja's weapon, right? The secret boss. I think it was behind the secret boss you got it from. But like, yeah, give him that. And have him dodge and block all the shit. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I don't think they'll beat it.
I mean, we ran into that
hilarious.
issue when we played Expedition 33 a little bit too.
Oh yeah.
Ruby,
Oh, sorry. I was gonna ask about like the animations in the combat, because when I was playing it, I didn't mind it, but then I noticed my chat mentioned it kind of felt bland. Like the animation, it was just like all flashy, but then nothing is like happening.
Yeah.
Does the alt does the same amount of damage as like their basic? It's like, okay, you did all that.
Yeah. I mean, if they see ToF and how much we just jump cancel ours. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I come from a game where we just jump cancel everything, or we turn off a bunch of effects so we can see more what's going on. Only heavy attacks, but not every character. I mean, I guess. Honestly, like, the reality is, I ended up just basically only doing dodge counters. For the most part. Outside of, like, a few instances, what I end up doing is just dodge counters. It's just a lot easier to do dodge counters. And you get a similar effect. You get a similar effect from doing dodge counters anyways. So I would just end up spamming those instead.
no, I definitely don't disagree. I think that there needs to be a lot more in terms of the animations to stand out. I also think though that, especially when compared to CBT1, because one of my 3 main complaints in the first beta were that the animations were terrible. I said the character models look bad, and I said the
Yeah, it's pretty much more for parry, yeah.
The world traversal, like the ability to run up walls and stuff, being locked behind a single character, needed to be removed. Those are my.
I mean, I don't really care. Like, if I was in there, I'd be like, it doesn't matter if they don't put anything up there anyways. It's not like we're gonna be running around picking mint or getting one-time loot chests anyways. Because, like, they don't really exist. You go run up and it's like, okay, cool, I wasted 5 minutes and there's nothing there. Is what I would have just said. So, like, it's like, I don't really care that much. It's fine to have characters with thematic abilities. As long as you give the tools that are needed when they are needed, I don't care what they put. Like, I do not care. Right? Like, that's me personally. If they're gonna put something up there, then just make it so you have a way to get up there. But if they're not gonna put anything up there, I don't care. Like, that's just me. Like, it doesn't matter. I play a lot of different types of things there, but yeah. Like, actually, like, here's, like, a good example of things that are, like, reuse level design and maps, but, like, the gameplay is drastically different. You ever, if you ever play, let's say, Sonic Adventure, the original Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast or the DX version, right? A lot of the levels are actually the same maps for each of the playable characters. where you have like the playable characters. You have Sonic, you have Tails, you have Amy, you have Big the Cat, you have the robot thing, whatever his name was called, East 10 whatever. Whatever its name was, whatever. You had stuff like that. You had Knuckles as well, right? Like, a lot of the maps that, like, when certain characters are on there, like, they're the same. It's the same thing with Sonic 06 as well. You have, like, a lot of level maps that are, like, shared between every single character. But, like, you end up having things change and alter slightly when a character is playing those stages, because they'll enter from a different spot and they'll do things differently. So, like, the gameplay will be a bit different there, but it's suited to how the character would get up there. Like, but yeah. E102 Gamma, yeah. I forget the name, is whatever. Right? But, like, it's kind of that, right? So, like, you have, like, Knuckles. He can glide. He'll go through stages gliding. He's slower than Sonic and whatever, right? He'll glide. His gameplay is more of, like, finding the emerald shards. Well, Sonic is, like, running through to the end. Yeah, Big the Cat is fishing. Alright, like, they have, like, different gameplay and different ways to go about it. Going through some of the stuff in there. It's the same thing with, like, Sonic 06. If you've seen, like, the stages there. Because, like, Wave Ocean is on all three character campaigns, but they all play it differently. Like the Shadow version actually has it playing in reverse, where you actually start at the end of the level at a different time of day, and, like, Shadow's using a vehicle, for example. The Omega is in Team Dark. That's in Sonic Heroes and in Sonic 06. For the Shadow part. But yeah. Again, like, they do have different gameplay. And because they work differently, they jump differently, they move differently. Even if they have the same maps, you know, they have a different plan there. Yeah, they have to fix, they fix the character types, yeah. I mean, like, even it goes all the way as back, even as, like, Sonic 3. Right? Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or whatever, right? You have Sonic and, you have the Sonic, you have Tails, you have the Sonic and Tails mode, and you have Knuckles. They all go through all the same stages. For the most part. Right? But the way they can go through the stages is differently. Because there are paths that only Sonic can access because of the speed. And how certain things like the insta-shield and stuff work. That you can only do in the Sonic, playing as Sonic. But there's also paths that you can only reach as Tails because Tails can fly. And there's other paths that you can only reach as Knuckles because they glide. And the Knuckles glides can smash some rocks. But yeah. I'm not counting Shadow the Hedgehog because that one's a bit different. But, like, I'm talking about, like, where you have, like, a large amount of characters that can play different things, play differently between them. But yeah. Those, like, were things there. As just, like, an example. You just needed to give them a different way to get to the end. But also those maps and the game was built around them in mind.
My 3 main points of contention with the first beta test.
Actually, yeah, like, on the thing there, when you're talking about those games, actually, here's a fun fact. If you ever use the lock-on thing with Sonic and Knuckles to play as Knuckles in like, Sonic 2, well, almost all the stages in Sonic 2 become easier but slower if you're playing as Knuckles. The final boss is a lot harder because for some reason Knuckles cannot jump as high as Sonic nor Tails. So the few spots that you can actually hit the Death Egg Robot as Knuckles, it's a lot smaller the hitbox because it's also a lot more dangerous because you're extremely close to one of the kill boxes if you touch it. If you've ever played Sonic 2 as Knuckles, it's actually harder as Knuckles some of the boss fights. because you can't jump as high. So that's a fun little fact there.
I think that. Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. No. You can continue first, and then I'll ask.
I think the animations have been improved a lot, but they're still far from like industry standards, I think, and from being, you know, like really fluid. So I do understand where you're coming from, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. For the third point that you made with the running on the walls behind, that's walking behind one character, was it still happening in the second beta? Because I couldn't run up on the walls unless I had the girl.
Feeling it sideways.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The wolf dude can run up the wall. Well, he can sneak.
There is a hidden feature in the game, and it can be used by every character, and our chat actually instructed us how to do this. You had to begin running on the wall and then hit the S button, like you're moving down. And then for whatever reason, that will allow you to wall run with any character. Now, don't tell NTE this, because we don't want that fixed, but you could just use it on any character.
Yeah, so to elaborate a little bit, all the characters, right, like typically couldn't run up a wall. You could hold your W key and you do your little like small climb and then jump and then just kind of fall back in place for a second.
That's so awful. I hated that.
I had to run to like a domain or something at like the top of like a garage, and it legitimately took me like 4 minutes to get to the top, and I fell by accident. And I was like, I don't even want to, like, I just logged off after that. I'm like, I'm good, because it happened to me like the day before, and I'm like, I don't even.
There's another way to get up there, but sure.
Want like anything crazy? Just give me like a wall run. That really felt clunky, unfortunately. I was just like, oh man.
So the wall running was, in terms of character gating, was locked to, and I really don't like how they pronounce her name, but Nanalie. So she was.
Skia had it. Skia has it.
I thought it was Nanalie.
I thought it was Nanalie too, and then they start calling her in game. Everyone refers to her as Nanalie, and like I at that point I took my headset off. I had to take a second because I'm like, Nanalie, okay, sure. But so the wall running was gated behind her, but just to elaborate a little bit more, what Mrs. E said, it's unconfirmed if this was supposed to be a feature or a bug, but when sprinting sideways, so horizontally, if you held your S key while running horizontally, you immediately started running vertically up the wall, and you had to hold it while running up the wall. And then, yeah, you could still perform like jumps and other stuff while doing it, which means they definitely have like vertical wall running animated, like the animation for it in game. They just didn't have it set as a default for characters for whatever reason. So that might allude to the fact that they're planning on improving it, you know, or introducing it in the future.
I mean, there is an anomaly that actually has you wall running as every single character because gravity changes. There's a cube anomaly that does it. We didn't go do it in the second beta, but I did it in the first beta. There is a cube anomaly that does that.
But I don't know.
That's bizarre. Oh, I remember another thing about the combat that I didn't like was the camera work. There was just something about it. It was so all over the place. Like, I swear, I would be fighting and then it would like travel. And then I'd be like stuck on a wall and I'm like, okay, I can't even see my character.
Oh, just turn off the camera effects. Oh, there's a solution, just turn it off.
At this point, I'm like in the trees and like behind the walls and stuff. And I'm like, I don't even know if I'm hitting this guy. But whatever. Yeah, the camera work needs help.
Ruby, did you want to elaborate any more on what you said, or?
For combat?
Yeah.
No, I think it was just what the others mentioned. It was kind of like the pairing. I wasn't used to it, so to me, I kind of brush off as like skill issue because they did tell you to use like skill, and so instead of just spamming the click, I just felt like I had to rely on my skill management. But it would be nice if it was a little bit more consistent, or at least I understood when to like parry. Just because half the time when I felt like I was trying to parry, it wouldn't go through, so I would just end up dodging instead. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, Queenie.
With me, I have a crushed wrist, so I always use a controller. It's a lot easier for me than a mouse. And I felt like the dodging, either I was really bad at it or I didn't have enough stamina to dodge or whatever. But every time I went to dodge, when it did that, it did like a ting, and then there was a big flash on the screen that they were going to hit you. It was not like a unavoidable thing. I would dodge, and I would still get hit by it. So I wasn't sure about that.
They just did bad timing.
I was pissed because it's already hard for me to do
Skill
that kind
issue.
of stuff. But I definitely felt like I was failing because of that. But now that I've heard you guys say that that's actually something that's happened with you, I feel a lot better. I do think the controller support is pretty good, except for what I noticed with the dodging and then also the parrying. And I think it does have a lot of potential.
Yeah, it's like, was it dodgeable?
I agree where it looks and feels bland. It could be so much better. The rest of the game is such a amazing, beautiful environment. You just want to see that kind of
But yeah, like, again, for me though, it's like, I don't care that much of the combat if I don't have to deal with it all the time. Right? And like, the reality is, how much of the time did I spend on stream when I was playing it in combat? Not that much. If there is a ground indicator, you should not be able to iframe it. Exactly.
shit. Sorry, come out of your skills, you know? Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Stakes.
So I'm not gonna echo kind of the sentiment of everyone else because I was just sitting here just nodding my head like yes. So to add on to what I enjoyed about the combat specifically, I'm gonna go back to the parrying system. I actually enjoyed that every single character in the game could parry because if you think of Woobot, not every character in that game can parry. Did you guys know that?
Yep.
So I appreciated that every character that I was playing in this game could parry, and there was multiple ways to parry. Like you could do a normal attack, you could do a plunge attack, you could do a skill, you can do the changing to a different character. So I appreciated the options of parrying. However, I do agree that the combat did feel stiff, lacking. I know chat continued to tell Styx, oh, the enemies also feel extremely bloated to you because you haven't built your character, but I am over here. I built my character to the nines. I did my console, I did my arc.
I mean, I did it too, and things were dying pretty quickly. I don't know about her, but like, I did it and it was fine. Are they triggering the things properly? Because if you trigger the reactions, they actually do die. If you actually do it properly.
And it was still quite loaded in enemies, and I was very disappointed, I guess, with how long it took. And even at the beginning of the game, when the enemies shouldn't be bloated, because you are fighting specific enemies that are for the beginning of the game, that were bloated before you could even upgrade your character.
It's like, how fast do they want it to end? Because eventually, once I got geared, I was killing things before I was even done with my my rotations or whatever. They were dying, and I was on the next wave of enemies while my stuff was still ongoing. So I was like, you know, I don't see what's wrong with this. I think they're also one of the other problems too, because of all the stupid timer bullshit, the stupid circles with timers that they're stuck dealing with, they're so used to having to rush everything. They're so used to it. It's like, what's the point of having all these things there if you're just not gonna do it at all? I don't know, man.
So I would like to see that changed. I enjoyed the alts for most of the characters, but I feel like some of these characters really need their alt animations changed. And I agree with the dodging. I agree with the parrying at times. It's a little difficult to time. I don't know what it is about the timing. I appreciate the big red glow stating like, oh, something's coming that you need to dodge or parry.
Okay.
So I really truly appreciated that, and I appreciated in each boss fight there was different mechanics that would make the combat a little bit more interesting, even though it lasted a decade because of the bloated HP.
I didn't think they were that bloated eventually though.
There's a lot of things that they need to work on, but a lot of things I truly appreciate about that combat.
I actually wanted to ask you, what ult animation would you want changed? Like, what characters?
So, if I could change a character's ultimate, so the one winged girl, I really.
Do they not understand how she works?
I don't know why. It just felt weird. Because like you kind of fling up in the air, you have a motorcycle, you spin around in a circle, and I felt like every single bloody time I tried to use her, like she was more meant for ads than an actual boss, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I couldn't really figure out her skill.
Yeah, that's what it's even in her kit design. You get a bonus and stuff like that for killing mobs. That's what it was designed for.
But I also didn't read, so.
They didn't read. If they read, they would have known, yeah, that's on purpose. It's intended to be that way.
Gotcha gamers don't read.
No, why do you think the most requested feature in gacha games is a skip? Because people don't want to read.
Yeah, but yup.
I actually tried to look for a tutorial for the characters and I couldn't find it because I was also trying to learn Hatter's playstyle because they're just kind of unique.
Yeah, I guess. At some point, though, you just ignore them, man. I don't pay attention and don't try to force it. Like, eventually, once you get the right setup, you're just going back and forth like crazy. I don't know, when I was using the one with Fadia and Lacrimosa and stuff like that, I don't know, I was just swapping back and forth like crazy. And it was just, I was constantly triggering them. It depends on your setup. But like, yeah. Like that one, I was just, like the tempo was like me going really quickly back and forth. It's not like the fucking Fensaki going back and forth where it will literally hurt your hand after a while because of just how quickly and how absurd it was with the Fensaki level. Remember Fensaki era with like, you're just like, you're constantly swapping. You're like there for like 2 seconds and you're swapping the next like 2 seconds. And then you swap back. It's not like that, but like, yeah.
At one point she's like spinning around with the motorcycle. So one of my points was like, I hope they add a tutorial for characters. Because I did spend some time browsing through the UI. And I was like, okay, I don't see a tutorial. And like, I'm reading through the skills, but it's not really explaining. So I kind of agree with that.
I need pictures.
Yeah, like I like how in Zenless there's like a whole section of just
Yeah, for the seed team Combatory is a must. Yeah, because she can stop the decay of the seeds, yeah.
training, and you can do every single character, and it goes through like their basic attack, their skills, all that stuff, and they make it really easy to understand. And it's pretty quick too. Like it's usually like 3 stages, and that's really it. And you get pool currency for it too, so they should add that for sure.
Yeah, I think they also add the little videos to it as well, so you can visually see as it's going on. Yeah, like the gifts. Like I think that'd be dope for sure.
Yeah, Zenless does amazing with that.
Well, there you go. Something to add in the future. Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I was gonna elaborate on Mrs. Sticks about. I like that you explained that you did build your characters with the HP inflation, because when I was playing, I just kind of blamed myself. I was like, oh, it's because I didn't build my characters, you know.
I mean, like the thing is, like, I don't know, man. When I built my stuff and I understood what I was doing, the things were just dying very, very quickly.
They don't really walk you through on how to build your characters with the console, so you do have to explore and find it yourself too. And so when you explain that you did build your characters all the way with the console stuff, it made me realize like, okay, it's like the game, not me.
Or maybe they just don't understand it. The debuff team, yeah. Only thing that was viable. Yeah.
My chat was like, oh wow, you're fighting this boss for like a really...
That's it though, time does stop during every alt animation. It does stop. Like timers and stuff like that, in the endgame mode, it does stop. At least in single player. So none of them are a DPS loss, because it does temporarily pause timers. Technically. Even if they don't do that much damage. For some of them. Or some of the others, it's like not very clear how they work, but it's like, oh, yeah.
Really long time. But at the same time, I'm like level 30, but I just don't have like the consoles. So I was like wondering whether that was like a mod thing or like a player thing. It's a little bit of both.
It was probably more than likely the bloated HP, because I had even like my console pieces, I think they were called modules, trying to remember because I've, you know, worked, slept, eaten food since then. But I even upgraded those to max, and everything within them was pink tier. I forget what that was.
I didn't even have full pink, man. I was using full blues. With like a handful of pink pieces. And I was like, fine.
So I didn't have any blue modules. It was all pink.
I was using blues still. I was still using blues when I went and beat the freaking thing as well. The police boss. It took like 4 minutes or something. 4 or 5 minutes or something like that.
Pink. I had them all maxed out for the level I was, and I still took forever killing bosses. Now the ads though, I mean that for sure was a lot easier, but still the bosses, it took forever.
Okay, what do we think about the game graphically though? Because I think, at least specifically pertaining to the character models and the character animations, as I did note, the animations were a point of contention for me originally, having played, I think I streamed for like 3-4 days of the OG beta, and I couldn't wrap my head around how kind of like blocky the characters felt when they walked, how stiff they were, and how like unfluid their movements were and everything. But then this one, while I still feel like it could be improved by a solid amount, I think that the character movements overall were still a stark improvement. I think there's a lot of room.
To be fair though, that boss was level 99. That was a level 99, and my character was like level 50 or something. Level 99, and I was like level 50 with blue gear. Right. They probably intended you for you to have gold gear and stuff anyways. But like, that's the difference there. I thought it was fine.
A lot of space to improve further, but graphically, I think the game looks, and I know Queenie mentioned this, but very beautiful. Like the areas are some of them are, you know, woody and foresty and really feel dense. And then you have the urban districts that all look contrastingly different to any other open world game we have right now. I think that when you kind of, and this might just be a me thing, but like once you make it outside of like the urban districts and you get to the more lush, lavish, grassy areas, I think the game really like comes into itself. Because I come
from the neighborhoods, like the traditional like
yeah.
Japanese neighborhoods.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
was my like favorite area.
Yeah,
I loved it. I took so many pictures in my 8.6, like in the like sidewalks and stuff with all the houses, because it just felt very like 90s anime, and I was like, oh, this is perfect for my 8.6 car. Like I took so many pictures.
Yeah, so I think like graphically that is where the game really shines, not so much in the urban aspect, but in the fantasy, more, you know,
it's not fantasy, it's
Japanese,
just the...
Chinese inspired, you know, foresty, and then in some instances there.
It's just in the suburbs, man. It's not fantasy, man. They go out when you're in like the suburbs or in the more rural areas. Like, bruh. Do they not know what a fucking suburb or more rural areas look like? Like, what? It's not even fantasy at all, man. Yeah, you go to the suburb areas and then it's just like, oh, yeah. You know? It's a lot different there. The rural areas as well, right? There's like that place with a big field and stuff. And then the train crossing there. But like, yeah. That's not the right word that they were thinking of, though.
There were like the ruined buildings and stuff like that, and mansions and everything. That was all incredible. And then I also like the dark aesthetic of, you know, when you're like walking.
They want random mobs in fantasy areas. I would guess so. Yeah, just like when I go to like, you know, when you go to the suburbs, you're gonna go find random mobs, you know, just coming out trying to kill ya. You know, you find those out there, right?
Through the street, then suddenly the world flips upside down, and then you just like pop, and you're like, what the fuck was that? Like, there are really cool aesthetics like that present. So I think graphically the game, you know, it's beautiful, and they've done a lot with it. But sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was going to say I actually agree with you because this is my first beta. I only knew it as like the overworld driving, and I felt like, obviously we were talking about combat earlier. I felt like the game itself in this second beta focused a lot more on open world exploration, because the graphics were just beautiful, and so that's why in my mind I was like, oh, like the climbing on the walls, the combat, and the movement feels stiff, like when you're sprinting and stuff. There's like a slight like hard stop when you're sprinting, so it's not completely smooth, but they did put in a lot of time with the overworld, like with the rain, the snow, the sunshine, when you're driving and stuff. So yeah, I feel like, at least for me, it was my first experience. My overall thought was like, oh, they really focused on the open world aspect for sure.
Yeah, the environment's beautiful. I love the oversaturated colors. I'm like a sucker for the TikTok, like super light colors. Like every game I play, I make it look like that. Like, I love it. I thought it looked beautiful.
I love the bright colors.
100%.
I want my rods and cones in my eyes to just feel every ounce of that color.
Yeah, just like make it super saturated. Yeah, and put an NVIDIA filter on everything. Yeah, the environment looked beautiful. Absolutely.
Goofy, what did you think?
Yeah, like I said, with like the differences in like the areas and stuff, and also how like it feels a lot bigger than like what the map makes it seem like almost. Because like there was like many times where I'm like, okay, where do I need to go? Like, okay, I'm trying to find this car dealership with deluxe cars, and then I'm like driving and I'm like 5 seconds and it it looks like it's gonna take me a while to get there, and then I'm like, and I'm there, and it's like a completely different area, and I just loved all the differences in the areas. It's so cool.
They did expand
so many
the
photo opportunities.
right, but they expanded the world from the first closed beta by double, so that also made it much larger to explore. Did y'all get to explore the second half of the map for this one?
No, not
What
really.
was that? I don't know.
didn't even
I
look
did a
at
lot
it.
of exploring, but I couldn't tell you where exactly I went.
I explored, but it was like I just kind of jump around. I did unlock certain parts of the map though. Oh, do you mean second part, like the darker map? There's 2 maps.
Well, yeah, it's like split into 2. They added an entire section to the east, I think it was, or to the northeast or something.
The second map?
I just there was a second map that I didn't get to explore. I can tell you
North
that.
and east,
It's
brother.
not
I know
actually
up,
a
down,
second
left,
map.
right, but now you're
Not
saying north
quite.
and east.
I'm like,
oh.
I'm like, never eat.
Oh my god.
That second map is just underneath the main map. It's literally just underneath. But do they mean the initial D area? I don't know, man. But like, it's literally just underneath the main map.
Left or right?
Which one?
Here's a
Where was that?
holdout.
Six?
I'm sorry, top right, top right.
Top right, top right.
Yeah.
Top right. I don't want to lie to you. I really don't think I did. To be honest with you, I'm gonna
think
have a little bit.
I think
Oh,
he's
yeah?
talking about where the ghost train was. I think that's the
Oh,
area.
I didn't get there.
I don't think so.
No.
I rode both of the regular trains through every station.
Oh, that was a lovely experience. Good on that experience.
I will say though, with the graphics, one thing I really like is if you go to like artifact domains or like talent domains, like one of them, like it's like this, it's like a clown show.
I'll
Like
put
when
it
you go in,
here.
it has like a really cool, unique vibe to it. Or like you go to another domain, it's a little bit darker. Like I do like visually, the game is just like top tier. I will say that. Like I really think it looks beautiful, and it does make
Yeah, I'm
those
gonna play some of
individual,
this while we do
domains
that.
feel unique. So you're not like just farming. Let's say like, all right, you're farming like your talent mats or whatever, but it just feels cool, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I liked how
that
the like character mats. There was like one. It was like the clown one, but you could farm 3 different things there. I'm like, that's convenient. I like that.
Ruby,
We're
did
talking
you
about,
have
like,
Sorry, go on.
yeah, no, if we're talking about animation, like open world stuff, that one's nice. But I do want to talk about like the gacha animation. I felt like the gacha animation was very lacking. I love rolling dice. I love gacha. I love pulling. But unfortunately, there was like a lot of things with the gacha animation that I was like, oh, I wish that they had like a 3x speed, right? Instead of like, because if you're doing a 10
the whole
pull,
thing, yeah.
yeah, you know, if
Yep.
you want to do a 10 pull, you want to click through it, but then if you skip the entire thing, even the gold pull.
I skipped everything. I'm not gonna lie to you. After the first time I did a tempo, I was like, okay, like respectfully, this is a long time. I'm
But
going.
it's like exciting for the chat, right? Like they want to see if you'll get the gold, but then because it's so slow, so yeah, I wish they had like a 3x, 2x, 1x, 1.5x speed for that one as well.
More
and then
rainbow
it's unfortunate because then when you skip the
okay.
whole thing, it skips the S rank. So that's like the only thing I can think of animation wise. I wasn't. This is like, I guess this is another thing with exploration. I know that they wanted us to focus heavily on like robbing people and taking their cars and driving around.
Yeah.
But I kind of like convenience. I kind of wish the telephone portals were a little bit more convenient to get to because
Yeah.
I struggled trying to get to like the other shops, not just the main shop, but like the repair shop. I have to drive over there. Although I
Uh-huh.
wish it was easier. But this is like a personal preference.
No, I'm
because-
with you.
Okay, 'cause that's, like,
Absolutely.
NT is about like driving, you know, they want to enforce people to drive and explore, use the motorcycles, the new cars, maybe even climb the walls in the buildings. But I was like, oh, it feels like a lot trying to click through the map to find where I need to go. Well, maybe I guess I just wish they would make like a key legend for the map, so I wouldn't have to find like certain, like where the
They are
repair
gonna
shop
put
is.
that though. That's
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all I had to say about the animation. So it's good. There's potential. Some other stuff like the gacha pulls needs to be worked on. For sure.
Yeah, they should add actual like the S rank animations to the gacha because they don't. It's just like you got it. Like there's
Yeah.
no like cool animation that they do. They're just like, here it is. This is what you got.
Yep.
You know, I think they need to redo the entire gacha system. Like the whole dice rolling. I hate it. It's I hate it.
just
It
skip
needs
it
to go
then.
away. I hate seeing when I miss one. I'm like, they should like just hide it. Like I like doing a 10 pull, and then I like being able to just skip
this
like
gacha,
click,
you know?
click, click, click.
It's
I don't want to know
exciting.
what I missed. You know. I
The
hate it.
rates-
It makes me
know what
so
they missed.
angry.
The rates are really good though, which I do like, and maybe
Yeah,
that's
no
why
50,
to me,
50.
that's why to me when I see I miss one, it's like hilarious because like, oh wow, it's like right there.
Yeah, it drives me insane.
Well, before we move into the gacha topic, Queenie, what did you think about the graphics?
I thought they were absolutely gorgeous. I really liked the fact that I went and stole a car and then I just drove through a tunnel.
Yeah, I don't really care
and
that
the
much
tunnel turned
either.
into this like flying whale. It was so cool. And then I went through another portal, and suddenly I was in like Alaska or something. And yeah, I just thought that was so cool that you go from like an urban to like, I don't know, you have no idea where the hell you are, but it is absolutely beautiful. And then all of a
Too bad
sudden,
we couldn't
it's
drive
like
on the
you're
whale,
in
then it would have been
Alaska.
cool edge
I just
day.
thought that was so cool. I have never seen that in another game, and I thought that was very unique, and I love unique aspects to games.
Yeah, I like that when you're just like driving, you'll enter into like the anomaly world and
Yep.
you have to fight the mobs randomly. So that's like another thing. Yeah, it's like
I
a
like
surprise, you know.
Wait, y'all do that every time I drive? I just hit a wall.
Are we
You
gonna,
gotta get to a steering wheel.
we're gonna have like a section about bosses and stuff, right? I shouldn't talk about those bosses at the
Oh yeah,
moment,
yeah. We'll
or-
talk about the
alright.
bosses too. Yeah.
Alright, about that.
All right.
Yeah, I like to have more about the driving too.
Yep.
I
Yep.
focused a lot on the driving and racing.
Yeah, I saw some of your tweets.
Yeah, I'm all about the cars and the racing, and I have lots of things.
Okay, what'd you think about the graphics, Pip?
So I thought the graphics were good. I'm probably in the minority here though. When they were showcasing their graphical upgrades, like especially the characters, I was like, oh, so you just made them shinier and gave them more bangs and stuff. Like I don't
agree.
really see the change, but I do see it in the grass. I can appreciate that. And another thing, as a graphical snob, because I am, it is a beautiful game. But when I go to take a picture with the camera function, I need them to fix that, please. It was horrible. I can't pose.
Ooh, I got
I'm just
unknown.
kinda, like,
I got a
Just standing
shiny.
there,
Keep posing.
arms down. Yeah.
Shiny
I have that power
unknown.
too.
Of the pretty game, please.
Okay.
But also to kind of come back to the gacha aspect as well, just to kind of touch on that and the graphics for that.
I got
as
boom
I was
burst
telling our
on
chat,
Swablo.
this isn't really triggering my dopamine receptors. It doesn't make me go, oh gosh, I want to keep pulling for these characters. It was boring. Extremely boring. There's no flashy lights or anything. The point of gacha games is technically to be like gambling. It's supposed to excite your brain into being like, I want to do more of this. It just truly was not any of that graphically for me with me pulling at all. There was no excitement, no blinky lights, nada.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Regarding the gacha though, since we're moving to that now, since
these
everyone has been talking
guys
about it, right?
actual
The
gambling
rates are really good,
addicts.
right? You get that guarantee. I was at 90, I think. So you get a guarantee at 90, and
So, yeah.
yeah, and then the guarantee carries over to the next limited character as well, right? So if you get to like 88, when the next banner starts, you start off at 88 rather than restarting at 0. So I thought that was a phenomenal inclusion there, because Arknights Enfield, the guarantee, and I'm sure the Arknights Enfield players will correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall, Arknights Enfield resets the guarantee even if you're at like 79 out of 80 or something like that. I remember mentioning that I didn't like that, and I thought that was really bad. But NTE not resetting it back between, you know, banner releases, I think is really, really free-to-play friendly. So the rates, incredible. The fact that there's no 50-50 for anything is, you know, genre changing, because if more gacha games include this and just cut the 50-50 out altogether, then fuck yeah. But as everyone mentioned, I've not met a single person that was like, man, I love the Monopoly style Mario Party-esque, you know, theme of actually pulling.
Yeah, where's the
so
cat?
that is, you know, the worst, probably the worst part of the entire beta experience for me. That needs to be removed.
That is a lie. There's one person in chat right now that said they enjoyed it.
That's me.
Shout out to that one person. Shout out to that one homie.
I enjoyed the Monopoly, but it's just the rolling. It was where I felt like it was lacking.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to go around one by one? Okay, yeah, let's go. Ethan.
I thought it was cute, but like I think the intention behind it was like, oh my god, I'm right there. Let me go do another pull. But like it was a little unconventional. But like you said, I think the overall gacha mechanics are really great. I got nothing bad to say about it. I will say I am just a little concerned when the game goes live how like pull income would be, since it is technically a 50-50. I don't think there is a weapon banner, right? There's no weapon banner.
Not
so
currently.
I just don't know. Yeah,
You unlock the weapon.
There's
a
like
loot
weapon
box.
shop thing where it is kind of like,
It's
yeah.
the arc you pull
Yeah.
on those.
Yeah, they look like little CDs.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Some
I
of
don't know.
them,
I mean,
not
as long as the
all.
pull income is like decent, but other than that, I think the gacha is great. I would change it. Like even if they want to keep the board, I think
I
like, you
wanna
should make it
fuse
special. Like if I
Focus
land
with
on a character, it
Vtran.
should have the whole shebang, the sound effects, the movie, and there should be a 3x speed. Like I don't think they need to necessarily remove it, but make it feel more impactful. Because again,
Well,
it was cool, but
I will elaborate a little bit. I don't think it's bad, like, you know, just as a feature. I think it's executed badly.
yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
so-
with that. I feel like that's a lot of the things. It's like this is a really great idea, and if we polish this a little bit, it could be 20 times better, right?
Yeah, I think I want to
Okay, what does
fuse
everyone else think
Focus
about
with
the gacha then,
Vtran and
Well,
make
okay,
a
so I'm in
fire
the boat where I
fairy.
hate it
Not a
because
fire. A fairy steel
like okay,
type
like you
with
said, like you could see you have
flash
one more space, and that's the S rank. But then you'll do one more pull. Like if I'm out of pulls and I'm buying a pull, and then I roll a 6 and I miss that S
That's
rank, I'm
gotcha.
never pulling on that ever again.
That's gotcha though. It's so
I'm
fun.
F-alting 4. But whenever I'm like, oh okay, I'm at 70 or what is it, 90? So if I'm at like 89 pity, and I'm like, oh, I'm out of pulls, I'm gonna buy a pull because I'm gonna get it in the next one. Like I know I'm gonna get it.
I want Earth
But I don't know.
Power.
I hate being able to see that I literally just missed an S rank.
Hey, on the bright side, the closer you are to pity, the board becomes more gold.
Yeah,
I did see that
forgot
too,
what they
yeah.
called it, but yeah, they like flipped it.
Yeah,
They should have added more 4 stars too, because I feel like I did like 20 pulls and I had maxed out all the 4 stars or the A ranks or whatever. I was like, dang, okay, well, I got a bunch of
Look at what I have
extra
here now,
A
look at
ranks that are
this.
just going to nothing.
Ruby, did you have anything else you wanted to add on to what you
Fire.
mentioned earlier?
Aside from what I had mentioned, just like the speeding stuff, I think
Minus
for
attack
the-
plus special
the
attack.
weapon one, I think it's just like a regular pull where you just kind of click through it. It's the same thing as the characters, I believe, but it was more RNG because it was like a rate up, but you weren't guaranteed until like your 40th, until like a certain amount of pulls. I think. I don't know. I like the board. I like the Monopoly Go style. I love dice in board games. So to me, seeing the fact that I miss it by like 1 or 2 is kind of it's like funny to me. So I find enjoying that. But that's like a gambler's like mindset, you know.
Yeah, I'm so not a gambler. I went
Yeah,
to
okay.
a casino one time and I didn't even want to use $20. I was
Well,
terrible.
Like the
That's the thing.
excitement.
90% of the gamblers stop before they hit it big. You just gotta keep going.
Exactly.
That's all you gotta do.
So in
No, don't encourage them.
Don't stop, won't stop.
in chat real quick, there was Potato did make a good point. He stated that the board needs more to do other than just roll, like a more risk reward stuff. So maybe you can, increase the rate with which you
What
can.
if you went to jail like Monopoly?
That would be hilarious. That would be so bad, but that would be hilarious.
Right?
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
You could do
let's
like
go to jail like Monopoly.
double your chances of SSR unit acquisition, but if you fail, then you get sent to jail for an allotted amount of time or something. That'd be crazy.
They had the rainbow bridge where when you land on that, you go to the special section. Like that was the only thing that was kind of different. But it was hard to get because there's literally 2 tiles. So yeah,
I
there was like
literally-
a chance.
I did 200 freaking pulls and never once went to the Rainbow Bridge.
I
got
did.
there
I've
two
gone
times.
there
Got it.
multiple times.
I gotta
Yeah.
keep pulling.
Sugar
You gotta
luck.
keep going.
I had to wait for them to give me more pulls.
All right, Queenie, what
Yeah.
did you think?
I definitely see what they're trying to do. They're trying to set themselves apart from every other gacha game. If they do stick with the board game, I would definitely make it flashier because we love
Ruby
that stuff.
gets it.
And that's what makes us feel like we won, right? And for me, it was probably just my luck. RNG sucks for me. But
Same.
no offense to the guys, but I like playing the sexy waifus. And my first 20 pulls was just like the husbandos. And I was like, really? I had to wait till they gave me more pulls to finally get a waifu. And before I got there, I completely maxed out Mint. So, yeah.
Mint's cute.
She is cute, but it would have been nice to be able to try all the characters, I didn't get to do that.
It's okay. I always get the men and the little kids pretty much every time. And I fail every 50-50 in every game. But if there is a male character, he's mine. If there's a little kid character, they are mine. The attractive waifus, never.
I don't have that problem. The waifus just fall into my lap. I don't have that problem.
I mostly
Riz.
played with the one guy who looks like Sunday. And
Bicon?
Yeah, and
yeah, John.
I also play with Yayori, the Ebon lady. She's got like black hair, very like Chinese aesthetic. I forget her name.
She-
I work
Hotori?
with her a lot.
Hotori?
Yeah,
Yeah, Hotori.
Hotori.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
I will say
It's
though, my favorite
cute.
design and character out of all of them though is probably Fadia.
Same.
I
Same.
love her alt. She like takes off like half of her clothes. I'm like, yes, thank you.
Yes. I love her when she fights with her giant cross. Oh my god.
Mhm.
Amazing.
And
Amazing.
her like idols and stuff. She's
Yes.
like what are you staring at and stuff like that. Oh, it's
Yeah,
so
she's a
perfect
dummy
for her.
mommy for sure.
Yep. I will say, I think we needed more male characters because I'm a husbando lover. So I liked Bisong or Bicon, however you say his name.
But
But-
he had butterflies.
Needs to stay
he was
longer,
like
yeah.
Butterfly man.
Not my type. So I did not, however, play much with the dog guy. But that's
Yep.
also not really what I'm into either.
I don't like that character. I'm sorry. I can't.
I thought he had a cool like skill because he uses like
Goes underground.
shadows and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's actually the shadow that really bothers me. I don't know. There's something about it visually. I just like I can't.
Okay, they don't like
get used to it.
shadow.
I don't know. Maybe it's a me problem because it's so different. But I've just never seen something like that before. I'm like, dude, I don't know what's happening. But
Yeah.
yeah.
And the guy with the cane, I was a little confused on how to play with him first because it was like, is this a gun?
Shielder, dude.
Yeah, he's like half gun.
The
half
4-star, right?
melee. Yeah,
Yeah,
the guy that like looks like Welt. I forget his name. He's from.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Sting said.
Thank you. Somebody else think he looks like Will. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Yes!
Cake.
And he's always got his eyes closed and stuff.
That
I'm
is
like,
Mr.
oh,
Cake.
man.
Yeah, Brock from Pokemon.
Adler. Yes.
Adler.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I was confused on his gameplay a lot, so I did not play with him. Fagio was my queen.
Okay, what'd you think of the gacha though?
Well, I think I kind of covered the gacha already, how it didn't speak to my dopamine receptors, and I was a little bit sad. Other than that, I mean, it's a creative idea. If they could potentially spin it to be more like a board game, I mean, go for it. It could be interesting. But yeah, they need to work on it. I do appreciate that the pity rolls over. There's a lot of things I appreciate about the dupes. The fact that you don't really need all 6 dupes because you can choose what specifically you want in terms of skills. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. Just boring.
Since we're talking about the characters though, that does kind of go to another topic I added. That is the voice acting. So in my tweet I noted, and this upset like every Tower Fantasy White Knight there is. I said 2/3 of the voice acting was great. 1/3 of the voice acting sounded like AI. I said that several of the characters' voices were really bad, but the majority of them were actually very good. And then there was one instance where I thought that the voice acting, while good, really didn't fit the character, and that was in the case of Baitong, the long white hair guy. And that is because I think he had Child's voice actor from Genshin Impact, but in using that, he sounds like a 12-year-old boy with the body of a man. And then you have characters that are like, you know, the 4-star dude with the cane. He sounds great. You have the dog guy, right? And I'm sorry, I don't know any of the other characters' names. It doesn't matter how many times. But his voice was great. You know, Hotori's voice was great. Fadia, the purple-haired girl, her voice was great. So there were a lot of really good, talented voice actors present. But there were still some that just were so immersion-breaking for me because they sounded robotic and pretty much like AI. Additionally, the chick in the intro that wore the business suit, dude, that drove me nuts. Her voice was so grating to my ears. But am I the only one? Like, what you guys think?
Remember what she sounded like, to be honest. But I played the male MC, and I really liked his voice, and it was really familiar, and I don't know who it is. But
I thought the VAs were all right. I didn't really. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a lot of really like in the cutscenes, the game was lagging for me, so I had to wind up just skipping them. I don't know why. Maybe it's a computer thing. I don't know. But the one that I really remembered, like we have the awesome intro cutscene, and then we're in the limo. And like the auto-tune thing, I just like tuned out. I was like, oh my god, like,
dude,
that was like, you liked it? I don't know.
The hand one was actually.
Am I the only person here though that hated Tugidon?
no, I did not really like Tagito. Like I like him, but I think
The
we focused
Pokemon
too
voice?
much on him at one point, and I'm like, okay, I'm over
What's
this.
wrong with
All I
the
hear is
Pokemon voice?
Tagito.
Yeah?
And I'm like, I don't want to read this whole thing. Like, he's literally a Pokemon who just says his name over and over again.
Oh, hi, we got a
Little
shiny!
guy.
Yeah, the little TV
We
mouse.
got a
thing.
shiny here! Shiny Jangmo!
right? I believe
Yeah, but
Oh.
I don't think it.
We got a shiny, guys!
Yeah, there was.
Shiny
I don't remember
Jangmo.
the focus on him being like that. I remember him being introduced in the scene where everyone was giant. Or, sorry, where he was giant, everyone was tiny. I remember him there, but I don't really remember much focus on him outside of that.
Tier 2 shiny.
Yeah, the whole next part of the story where we focus on like his aura farming for a date, and I was like, I'm so over this.
I thought it was actually really fun. I personally liked it. It brought a lot of personality to like the story, but I do wonder if it's better as a side quest than a main quest.
Yeah, that was mostly my
They
like
should play a
argument about it. It was
freaking-
because like we had just got done with like a really good like world building quest and dialogue, and then they literally are like, oh, like let's talk about this more, and then she's like, or we could talk about what we can buy with the money that we just got from that commission, and then it goes into the Tagito stuff, and I'm like, what happened to the plot?
Yeah, but yeah, the entire Tagito quest was like honestly really fun. But then part of me was like, oh, now got confused with what the main story was. But it
The
was solid.
cutscenes were amazing.
Yeah, cutscenes amazing. I loved how each character had a lot of personality, playing into Tagido's like bodyguard and like manager and stuff. I
They were,
love
like,
the
pretending to be,
arcade
like
too.
scary bad guys.
Yeah. Like the cut. You know what? NTE does a really good job with the cutscenes animation. Those are super immersive and really well done.
Yeah, they're very
I like that.
flashy and like bright, and they do like the comic-y like backgrounds and like
characters are
little
expressive.
graphics and things.
Yeah,
Cool. I like their cutscenes.
The narrative presentation for this game is, I think, arguably one of the best in gacha right now. Not necessarily the narrative, but the narrative presentation. Yeah. But
Very
before,
impressive.
oh, for real, yeah, no, 110%. Before we delve into that topic, Queenie, what did you think? Or no, wait, Ufi, what did you think about the voice acting?
It was good. At least most of it. I didn't get to go through a lot of the story, but at least the parts that I did go through, I really liked the male MC. He did a pretty good job, which is rare usually. And yeah,
Okay.
I think most of the other characters did pretty well. I can't really think of a point where I was like, this sounds bad.
What about you, Ruby?
You mentioned the lady in the suit. I think 'cause I was captivated by her like design. I actually did not mind how she sounded. I thought it fit her personality because she's like in a suit. She's kind of like the bodyguard for Hattori and stuff. Voice acting wise, I didn't think too much of it. I did think some of the male characters like, okay, I want to call him Baikong, but they pronounce it Baitong in the story. I
Well, yeah,
thought it was
as someone that's also half Chinese, the Chinese family pronounce it as in TS, Baitong, like that.
so
So,
Okay, that's what I
yeah.
thought, and I was like,
Okay.
okay, I thought there was like a s in there, and then
Yeah, a lot of weird North American pronunciation of Asian names are just so bizarre. Because this happens in like every, it happens in Wuwa, it happens in, some Genshin games too. I think there was actually a content creator that blew up, this female content creator, where she did like correct pronunciations and enunciations for different Genshin character names a while ago. Yeah, so that's because different people from different regions, different dialects, and everyone pronounces it differently. So it's just, it's so bizarre hearing everyone's interpretations of it. But yeah, go on.
Because like XI is she, and then like SHI is like sure. And it's just like, it's like little differences and stuff. Yeah, I get confused.
Yeah, I remember when Wuwa had that, a lot of people wondered if that would like alienate or like make people like, because obviously people were calling like, they're referencing characters like Sephiroth, instead of Kalcharo or like other names. But names to me are like no problem. The voice acting wise, honestly, it was fine. I do think some people recognize the voice actors from other games. They were like, oh, Hu Tao, child. And I'm like, oh, I can't tell. The only thing for me was when you're playing the game in autoplay, at the very end of the dialogue, you're still stuck in the scene. It doesn't end. You have to click out of the scene. So like,
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, when you leave it running, it could just end right there, and you're sitting there wondering if there's like another dialogue following it.
Yeah, you're like waiting. You're like, it's silent for a while.
Yeah, you're stuck there until you click out, and then you can move on. But that's, I don't know if that counts towards the voice acting. It's just more like autoplay with the voice acting. You just get stuck there. Other than that though, I do think beta wise, people can be more harsh about it, just because it's beta, you can still fix things, whereas if it's released and people aren't happy with the voice acting, then that's kind of like too late. I don't know, I didn't think too much about it, to be honest. I think maybe the animation cutscenes really like got me. It was beautiful. I love how expressive they are, so to me I focus on that more than like the overall dialogue during it.
That's understandable. What about you, Queenie? What do you think about the voice acting?
There aren't any voices that really stuck out to me that I didn't like, but I absolutely love Fadia and the witch. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
they're so hot. Please let me play the witch. I want to play the witch.
Yeah, why isn't she a playable character right now?
Right?
She's still
Maybe later.
She's on the graphic for NTE though, right? When you load into the game.
Yeah.
It's like right there.
Yeah, she's also in like the background of several of their promotional material. So yeah, they'll probably add her in. I mean, I feel like with each beta stage, they typically tend to, not just NTE or Hada, but like, gacha games in general, they tend to add in additional characters. So I'm assuming for CBT3, they're probably going to introduce her and a couple others. So, would you?
Yeah, she'll probably have a big part in the next part of the story, if I had to guess.
What do you think of the voice acting, though?
Oh boy, I kind of agree with the Tagido thing. That was the main thing that made me angry. Everything else, I mean, it was okay. But I mainly wanted to talk about the story aspect as well, because I know we briefly touched on that, but I enjoyed the very beginning of the story. And then I did play Tower of Fantasy. When we got to the Tagido section, it really reminded me, and this, if there's anyone that played Tower of Fantasy, speak up. It kind of reminded me of I think his name is Melio. It was this marionette boy, and that part of the story just to me felt like it came out of nowhere, and it's supposed to be cutesy and funny, but it just felt really weird amongst everything else, and I don't think it belongs there, and if they want it to belong there, they need to work on that. I thought the story about the dog, I think his name was Dandelion, that was so cool and so cute, and it explained anomalies beautifully. I thought Tagido, they also tried to explain the anomalies with that story, but it was annoying to have to go through. And then once we got to the story aspect where you are doing the auctioning with Hattori, that was so boring.
You guys get drunk during the auction?
Yeah,
I drank everything. And
Yeah,
it
you
was
can
like,
get
oh,
drunk.
woo! I was like, okay, I like this. That's cool. I like that.
Wait. Was it all woo or was it all wee?
It was wee. Definitely wee. But like to add into the story, it felt like there was a lot of very slow, like even just moving into that when you're drinking a bunch of drinks, like you get called over by the little girl who's like showing you the cupcakes that are all lined up, and she pulls out her little hamster ball, and you stand there, and I kid you not, for like 3 minutes watching this hamster suck up cupcakes and then barf it out. Thank you for wasting my life.
Yeah, that was so unnecessary. And
Yeah,
I
I thought it
was
was
like,
fine.
they don't know that I just took all the cupcakes off the table in the other room.
Every last
No, they know. They react to it.
one of them.
Everyone. Even the giant cakes. There was nothing on those tables when I was done.
I do like that it's really interactive because when you're eating and then suddenly you have customers come and they're like, "Where's the food?" And then like I like that every NPC has its own dialogue to your surroundings. That one was really cool too.
All right, let's talk about the story, the narrative, its presentation, everything that. Since we're on that topic, I think the intro to the game was so good, right? Like, because before when I played the first closed beta test, I feel like there was no real intro. You're just kind of in like the office building, and then you're like out in the world, and then you're in front of the train, and then you're like, cool, you know, this is the world.
Oh yeah.
So
I got no
you
backstory
didn't
on
have that
Graham.
intro. You didn't have that like whole intro cutscene and stuff. Yeah.
So now you're introduced to the game, you're introduced to certain characters, and it's great. You know, the theme and the setting of it all is dark, it's messed up, and it, you know, comes off really great. And then that is it. You know, like for the most part, like everything that comes after that beginning bit seems like a, you know, in anime how you have that beach vacation side story episode all the time. I feel like after the intro to the game, it kind of like segues into a side story for a lot of it, and that I think detracted from my enjoyment at that specific point. I'm sure, like, you know, much further down, because we need time to develop lore for a game, backstory for characters and everything, it'll get back on track, but like it veers off track really early.
They should all play
and then it just sets you up with this
I want to see how they would react.
you know, happy, engaging to some extent.
No, you know what? They should all be forced to play Tokyo Xanadu and see how they react. If they don't like it there, imagine if they played Tokyo Xanadu. When like a large chunk of it is that. Actually, would they even last playing a Persona game? I wonder if they would even last playing a Persona game. If this is how they're gonna act towards those types of things, would they even play a Persona game? Can you imagine? If this is how they feel about that stuff. Yeah, when used correctly in a good way, yeah, exactly. It doesn't always have to be some crazy serious thing either. I mean, like, the whole point was to treat it like an episodic type of thing. Like, that was even in, like, the docs that they sent out before. And the information behind it. They're going for that kind of approach. If you treat it like, if you treat the story and handle it kind of like something you would see in, like, a cartoon or whatever you would watch as a kid on, like, on a Saturday morning or whatever. You kind of, that's kind of what they're going for. They're kind of going for that type of vibe. Yeah, that's why you like Gintama, there you go. Like, that's more of the vibe they're going for. They're not going for anything crazy serious or whatever, for the most part. Sure, they'll have some scenes where that type of stuff happens, but that isn't the point. Right? Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not the point. It never was the point.
Story where the animations and everything look incredible. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the narrative presentation is one of the best. The characters are all so expressive and animated. I think the story though really needs a focal point, and they haven't found that yet.
There isn't going to be a focal point because there's no point to
I
one.
just thought maybe the story wasn't for me. because I was like, the intro was awesome.
Having a focal point isn't the point. That's not what they're trying to do. They're not trying to make it that way. And, like, because they want to build up and around the city anyways, so the whole point is if you make it more loose like that, they can kind of do whatever they want. Yeah, like, you're literally set up at the start to do odd jobs. Like, I wonder if any of these guys have ever played a Persona game, or freaking, like, something like Tokyo Xanadu, or have, like, actually seen that kind of thing there. Yeah, you're not just gonna go to back-to-back endgame bosses. That isn't the point. Like, they completely missed the whole point here. That isn't what the thing is about, and that isn't the point. That isn't the focus. Like, it's not.
And then after that, I saw how it kind of went. I was like, okay, like, I kind of saw what they were going for, so I wasn't really too critical of it, because I'm like, it probably just, I'm not the target audience, you know? Like, I don't need death and destruction or something, but it, like you said, it was, oh, this is so crazy. Okay, now, like, the complete vibe shift, and then it just stayed on that vibe. I will also say that there was this one mission in the first beta, and still in this mission, and maybe I'm just, like, really dumb, and that's a high possibility. But the mission where, like, you have to run through the doors, you know what I'm talking about? Like,
Ooh,
there was, like, a
Cresselia.
teleporters where you teleport. I genuinely, like, with a passion, that mission really, like, made me crash out. Like, that mission just felt like a complete time waster, and the boss fight at the end was actually pretty cool, because, like, it transforms and everything, but getting to that point, I tapped out of the story in the first beta.
Oh, was it the one with the dog?
Yeah. Where you go into, it's like, there's
it's like
the
the
platforms, like they flip
switch,
around.
But then when they flip,
Oh.
there's no other alternative, like, door. It's literally only there
that.
just to waste time.
Yeah, you gotta wait for it to flip back over.
Yeah, it doesn't flip back over.
Yeah,
so
you gotta
can't even
you gotta
get
run
to the
back across
original.
and then wait for it to flip again and then run back onto the platform.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
like, oh man, I thought they were gonna, like, make, again, maybe that's their design, but to me, and then when you get to that point, and then you enter, like, the domain, and I'm running through this, and I'm just losing my mind. I'm like, dude, like, I know it's supposed to be trippy, but maybe it's a little too trippy for me. But again, I checked out after that. I was like, I can't deal with this, like, a second time. Like, I'm good. So
Dude, I just wanted to fall off.
skipping. Yeah, no, legitimately, I actually got to the point where I was messing up so much they just skipped me to the boss, because I don't know if it was bugged.
Wait, so I'm not the only one that happened? Okay.
You see, so that's the thing. If it happens to multiple people, I don't know if that's the design choice, because it really feels like it's trying to be like a psychedelic or something, and I'm like, I don't enjoy this, and I don't know. I know at least for me, it turned me off of the story. I was like, I'm good. Like,
No, they're just like, you are so bad at this mechanic. We're just gonna allow for it to skip it entirely.
I mean, God bless, you know. But yeah, I don't think the story is for me. But like you said, I think it is expressive. I think it has some of the best storytelling. But I would love for them to kind of get a more focal point and not just veer off and come back to the main story 2 years later, you know, or whatever, however long. So yeah.
What do you think, Goofy?
As a big story and lore person, I was very disappointed. Like, I loved the intro. It was great. It was a great introduction to the world building and the lore and all the characters and everything. And then it was just like an abrupt stop. They were like, no, they literally were like, no, we're done talking about the main story. And then it's just like, now you are employed and we have all these jobs for you to do. Have fun with your day job. Like, okay,
Ooh, that
I'm playing the
nature
game.
sucks,
I
though.
want to immerse myself. This is
That's
escapism.
not a good
I'm not
nature.
here to work a job. Like, this is main story quest. It should be main story content.
I mean, the whole point, though, is that... So they're mad that you can do side activities in the game. I'm sorry, what? They're mad that a game full of side activities has side activities to do? What were they talking about again? I just caught a Cresselia. Not happy about its nature, though. Plus attack minus speed. Not what you want to see on a Cresselia, but... I'll probably get a mint to change it later. Let me try to scrub back in the video a bit.
That mission just felt like a complete time waster, and the boss fight at the end was actually pretty.
What boss fight? What are they?
Because like it transforms and everything, but getting to that point, I tapped out of the story in the first beta.
Oh, was it the one with the dog?
Yeah. Where you go into it's like there's
it's
the
like
The
the
portal.
platforms like Like they
They
flip
switch,
around.
but then when they flip,
Oh.
there's no other alternative like door. It's literally only
before
there
that.
just to waste time.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm
you gotta
like,
wait for it to
and
flip back
doesn't
over.
flip-
and-
Yeah, it doesn't flip back over.
Yeah, you
so
gotta
can't
you gotta
get
run
to
back
the
across
original.
and then wait for it to flip again and then run back onto the platform.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
like, oh man, I thought they were gonna like make again. Maybe that's their design, but to me, and then when you get to that point, and then you enter like the domain, and I'm running through this, and I'm just losing my mind. I'm like, dude, like I know it's supposed to be trippy, but maybe it's a little too trippy for me. But again, I checked out after that. I was like, I can't deal with this like a second time. Like I'm good. So
Dude, I just want it to fall
started
off.
skipping. Yeah, no. Legitimately,
That's
I
it.
actually got to the point where I was messing up so much they just skipped me to the boss because I don't know if it was.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm not the only one that happened to... Okay.
You see, either so that's the thing. If it happened to multiple people, I don't know if that's the design choice because it really feels like it's trying to be like a psychedelic or something, and I'm like, I don't enjoy this, and I don't know. I know at least for me, it turned me off of the story. I was like, I'm good. Like,
No, they're just like, you are so bad at this mechanic, we're just gonna allow for it to skip it entirely.
Yeah, I mean, God bless, you know. But yeah, I don't think the story is for me. But like you said, I think it is expressive. I think it has some of the best storytelling. But I would love for them to kind of get a more focal point and not just veer off and come back to the.
Basically, they don't want to play slice of lifetime game thing with the story there and have it being open-ended. So they're mad. I don't know why YouTube is being papega.
Main story 2 years later, you know, or whatever.
Okay.
However. So yeah.
What do you think, Goofy?
I thought it was fine.
As a big story and lore person, I was very disappointed. Like I loved the intro. It was great. It was a great introduction to the world building and the lore and all the characters and everything. And then it was just like an abrupt stop. They were like, no, they literally were like, no, we're done talking about the main story. And then it's just like, now you are employed and we have all these jobs for you to do.
Yeah, and I thought that was fine. Man, imagine these guys when like you put like something, let's say you give them, let's say, Trails of Cold Steel, the start of the game. You have the fucking railway guns firing off to blast and nuke down Crossbell. And then it's just like, oh shit, you failed to stop it. Anyways, you go to the start of the story, and now you're on the freaking train. You're right? And you're about to go to school. You're getting off the train to go to school. Right? Imagine if you give them that. I bet they would be pissed. Imagine if you gave them Trails of Cold Steel start. It's like they're doing all that, and then it's like, nope. Or like, again, like Trails from Zero, the start of the game. You're literally in the final dungeon. And then it's like, nope. Actually, we're back to the start of the game. And Lloyd is just coming back into Crossbell to join the CSPD. Imagine you gave them that as their intro. Would be funny.
Have fun with your day job. Like, okay, I'm playing a game. I want to immerse myself. This is escapism. I'm not here to work a job. Like, this is main story quest. It should be main story content, not side content. That should be a side quest. But yeah, and then some of the like puzzles, like the weird platforms and the portals and stuff.
Yeah, no, like honestly, like if I was in this thing, I'd be like, sorry to interrupt you, but I wonder how many of you guys have ever played, let's say, Persona 3, 4, or 5? Or a game similar to that. How many of you have played, like, and then like I list some, like, freaking, let's say, Trails of Cold Steel, for example, or whatever. Tokyo Xanadu is another example, like a list a bunch of games. I'm like, how many of you guys have played any of those before? Because I can guarantee, if this is how they're acting, they've probably never played those games before. They probably have. They probably never have played those games before. Right? Like, you can just imagine they probably never have.
That needs to be cut down, like, a lot. Like, a little bit is fine and good, but, like, make it half as much. I can't spend 30 minutes between dialogue every single time. It's rough.
Yep.
But that's pretty much it, I think.
I thought the platforming stuff was actually really unique and cool. The portal, before we go to the main thing, I was kind of curious
just
about
gots
it,
and armies.
but I didn't think too much. I kind of just went through, and so I didn't really struggle with it personally. and then everything else was like tough. Huh?
We're just dumb.
Yeah,
Me and Goofy are just
Yeah,
dumb.
well,
It is
you
what it
have to
is.
throw
Yeah,
gamers.
I was about to say no offense, Ethan, but
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Fuck off, I'm leaving.
It was like pretty immersive. It was like, you know, like that entire quest. I was like, oh, this is like really unique. Maybe just because I haven't played a lot of gacha games, but like, it just felt something new, you know. And then I do want to mention again. I agree. The main story starts off really strong with the cutscenes, the story building, and then we get put into the open world, and that's where I want to like mention again that I felt
Because,
that NCE
yeah.
is focusing a lot on the open
No,
world.
we're just
aspect. They
reacting
want
to
you explore.
something.
They're immersing you through like the.
This was their podcast that got unlisted. We found it. So we're doing react to it, kinda. And see how Pepega these guys are. Oh my god, is it always so painful when you realize just how Pepega these are? But yeah, like, they literally don't know anything outside of this garbage that they're given. The garbage slop. They really don't. But yeah, like, I can imagine if you were to give them games like the Persona games and or something like Tales of Cold Steel or something, in front of them, they're gonna get mad. They're not gonna be happy. I know. It is
the
what it is,
driving,
man.
You know, the exploration and stuff. Because then, obviously, that's when we go off to the side with the Dandelion, and then Tagiro, and then the auction. So it kind of jumps around, to be honest, but I just felt like they were definitely pushing the agenda for like open world exploration, driving cars, go explore. So then you can
like,
kind
they
of
don't
learn.
want you to just solely do the main story content.
Yeah.
They want you to do other stuff in between.
Yeah, they definitely focus on. They want you to focus on like the interaction with NPCs and the cars a
Yep.
lot more. And then story is kind of like on the side. That's what I felt.
I
What'd you
mean, the
think, Wayne?
format, they don't understand the format.
I get really
man.
nervous, especially in situations like this, because I've never done a podcast before. So I actually wrote something about the content, the concept behind the story, because I feel like it hits home for me. Having lived the life that I have, I feel like the game introduces an important concept. The anomalies aren't just weird events that happen around the world; they are manifestations of emotions that, as humans, we all go through. Feeling guilty, lonely, sadness, and pain. Not working through those things tends to eat us alive, and in Neverness for certain characters not working through those traumas create something even larger than themselves in the form of anomalies. It's basically a metaphor for how, as humans, if we don't handle and heal from the trials and tribulations life throws at us, we basically create a monster. Absolutely love this concept because it's something that I feel so many of us can relate to, and that is the kind of story that makes the game incredible. So I'm excited to see where they go with it.
The concept that you explained is really beautiful, but I think the execution was poor on that end because it does disperse, and so that's why I was like, oh, like the cutscenes, like even the beginning boss when you see the picture frames and you kind of learn about like those stuff are really beautiful, but it does kind of like die off because then now you're like we're too busy exploring and doing other stuff. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
which I think leads us back to the point where we think it just needs to be executed better because they're all great ideas. So, what did you think about the story or the presentation, though?
I feel like I kind of started this. I feel like by the time I talk about something again, I've already talked about it from the beginning. But the story, yeah, it really overarching, I think needs to be streamlined a little bit. I mean,
you're not gonna get there yet.
We went from like we're on the beachfront, we're like digging through the trenches, like war is happening everywhere, and we're like, oh my gosh, this looks.
No, imagine if you gave them the first Trails in the Sky game, and the way it starts off really slow. Right, where it's like Estelle and Joshua they're about to go and take the Bracers exam, so they can go join the Bracers Guild, right? And then they're going on a journey to rock across and travel all around Liberal. And imagine you put a game like that in front of them, how would they react? Like, imagine, like, it'd be really funny to see how they would react. Yeah, they really want everything to be like constant world on ending shit, whatever. What do you mean story back then kinda weird? We're gonna replay Trails in the Sky later this year. It's what, next month? Trails in the Sky remake? We're gonna replay it again. For sure. we're definitely gonna replay this again. We're gonna play this again. We're gonna play Trails in the Sky remake for sure. We will. Good shit over here. We will be playing this later this year. We will. I will make sure of it.
Looks so amazing, and then you're like, and now the beach vacation episode starts. That was a little bit jarring. I understand that we need to world build, but you know, you can certainly add in a little bit more of that dark and really epic part into that as well.
That wasn't the focus,
Like,
though.
I could tell they attempted that in the Tagido story because, well, we got the big anomaly at the end. I forget what it was called, but it had
We
like a
completely
bonus
missed the
on its
point.
head. And to me, that just kind of trivialized the anomaly aspect, how it's supposed to be this dark, foreboding thing that could potentially kill us. I don't know. It just made
It's
it
not
look
always
funny.
supposed to be that, though.
Alright.
I also think
They're looking too far into it when it's not really the case.
way too much in the text messaging. I swear, I felt like I was just clicking through the text, just not even reading them. There was too many characters texting me all at once.
You've never
And I
played
ignored them.
you've never played games like Blue Archive or anything then, have you? Because they're like, you do a little
They're
bit of the
looking into
game,
the wrong
here's 73
theme,
people that are now
exactly.
texting you, and you're like,
my
and
God.
close. Like whenever I stream the game, people are like, dude, you have 99 unread.
Bruh. No, like, have you seen the very start of some games? Look at this. Let's say Trails of Cold Steel. The start of Trails of Cold Steel is an example. Let's see if we can get the intro. Oh, here, someone has a full blind playthrough here. I'll just play a bit of it. Okay. It's the very start. This is an old game. This was on the PS Vita, this was on the PS3. Okay, this is PS3 gameplay right here. I'm pretty sure. Septian calendar 1204. This is the start. August 31st. Don't worry about their calendar being like that. It's their own type of thing. Garmelia Fortress Military Training Ground. Right, this is the start.
It's no use! Can't even scratch them! What's happening? Who's in control of those things? Get in touch with the 4th Armored Division! We need backup from Lieutenant General Craig!
But yeah, this is the start of the game. Look at all the dead soldiers.
This is awful. What happened here?
Terrible.
I can smell smoke. Are they using gunpowder?
They've completely blindsided us. It appears that everything else they've done today was to serve as a decoy, even making the tanks go haywire.
Right. It looks like their real target was the railway guns all along, which means they must be serious about targeting that trade conference in Crossbell City.
Yep.
Wouldn't. How can they possibly sink?
So, they're intent on taking the Chancellor's head after all.
Resorting to such wanton violence? This is absolutely outrageous.
Please, let us help. We don't know if reinforcements are on the way, and it doesn't look like we have much time left.
We have to stop them before they can activate the railway guns.
Rein's right.
I don't know how much we can really do, but considering the alternative, we have to try. Right. I'm not about to let those terrorists have their way.
Looks like any attempt to convince you otherwise would fall
But
on
yeah, this is the start of the game.
All right. Rein, you and the rest of Group A are with me. Group B, you'll be under the command of Major Nightheart.
One group will secure the gun at the right wing. The other group will secure the left. This is an actual combat situation, with real lives at stake.
Here's the thing. There's more dialogue. Here's the thing. You think there's less dialogue, but there's actually way more. There's way more dialogue. You don't know Falcom. Imagine playing a Falcom game without expecting absurd amounts of dialogue. But no. You know, the second Trails in the Sky game literally has more dialogue in the main script than there is text in the 3 Lord of the Rings books combined. In the main script, there's more lines of text than there is, like, there's more lines of dialogue than there is text in the 3 Lord of the Rings books combined. There is more. But there's a difference, though. Here's the thing, though. It's not dialogue for the sake of dialogue. They aren't wording it like they're trying to submit a college thesis and meet a word count quota. It's like actual natural dialogue and part of the progression of things. Because the games are very, very dense. Yeah, like, the thing is, it's more than the 3 Lord of the Rings books combined. Okay? In just the second game. This is like, what? By the time this came out, this is what? The 5th? This is the 5th entry, okay? This is the 5th one. Their second one. But anyways, it's not really a problem if you actually play through these games, because it's how they're handled. It's like actual, like, normal conversation dialogue. It's not like someone trying to meet a word count quota for a college thesis. So they're pulling out words out of a thesaurus to try to drag out everything. That's not the case. That isn't the case here. But, like, no, these games have way more dialogue than you'll see in a Hoyo game. But it's not a problem. It's... The problem isn't having too much dialogue. It's how you go about handling the dialogue. That said, like, the main game is, like, 70 hours long, so, like... It is what it is. Like, the main story is, like, what, 70 hours or something? It's long. But, yeah. It makes a lot of sense when you kind of put things into perspective. With what they have going on here.
I expect the best from each of you.
Yes, sir! All right, Class 7. Our objective is to stop the activation of the railway guns. We've learned a lot at the Academy. It's time to put that knowledge to the test. Understood!
Yeah, this is on the PS3. You can see that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did I mention this is a turn-based game?
Here they come.
They look just like that thing we fought during our field study. Mechanical monstrosities.
Save the talking for later. We need to take these things out.
Got it!
Here they come. Stay focused, class.
Go!
Come on, Gale! Gale, come on, use Gale! Let's go!
Second form. Damn!
No pop-up.
Very well.
Know your place.
My turn.
There we go. They triggered a slash combo follow up.
It's my turn. Gleaming blades. Go!
My turn. Second form. Gale! Go!
And one for me. Okay. Lights out for them. Good work.
No doubt about it. Those things were the same as the one we fought outside Legram.
It seems a large number of them are on the loose inside the fortress. I'm guessing that's what got the soldiers we just saw too.
Seems so.
So these are archaisms.
Are you certain, Instructor?
Yeah, they're a kind of autonomous weapon made by a rather unsavory group. And a real pain to deal with, too. We need to hurry, but keep your wits about you.
Understood.
But yeah, then he just keeps going for a bit. There's a couple trash packs here. And then we get to the boss fight over here. Like, this is the very start of this game. So we go to that point. We'll let it load.
Where are we?
This must be the Relia Academy. You can see Crossbell State on the other side.
There!
There we go. And these things are gonna go get fired off.
Those are...
The railway guns. They're enormous.
Damn! How did they manage to get them prepped so fast? Don't tell me they're just gonna let them rip without even setting a target!
Instructor!
Well, they're certainly not shy about bringing out the big guns.
Ugh, we don't have time for this! We need to take these things out fast!
Right there with you.
Let's send these cretins to the scrap heap.
You messed with the wrong teacher! Okay.
Alright, they're gonna use an alt skill then? Or not? Alright, so then they go through that, and then... Alright, here. I'll show you. Wait, they defeat those.
A self-destruct mechanism. Is their cowardice know no bounds?
We're running out of time. I'm gonna go on ahead. Follow me as soon as you're sure it's safe to...
And then now they're gonna get fired off. They're too late.
Railway guns.
No, no, no!
Don't!
And they got fired. Right, it just ends there. and then it did like little intro thing, and then now you're here. Now you're gonna go to school on the train. You're on the train heading to school. Right, you get all of that build up and all that crazy stuff, and now he's on the train to go to school. Alright, there he is, main character sitting right there. Yeah, there's some dialogue, and then he's like, he gets out, you know?
Wow.
They're at Trista now. Hey there, Ivan. Oh well, they really want to see the Elisa one. That's what people are looking for, the Elisa intro. So when you see Elisa here,
Wonder how long it'll be before
or
I think of it
Alyssa,
as home.
whatever.
But yeah, I think I'm going to like it.
Yep, there it is.
Ouch. Whoa, sorry about that. Are you okay? I should have picked a
Hi,
better place to
Kumaki.
take in the scenery.
Welcome, welcome.
Don't worry about it. I should have been paying more attention to where I was going instead of gawking at the flowers. It's really a pretty town, though, isn't it? Just like a
But yeah, like you get the idea. Then you go into, then like you're just on the way to school there, right? What a huge difference! It starts off. But yeah, it's going fine. We found the time to finally look at the really scuffed podcasting that Styx did a while back on the NTE thingy that is unlisted. And we basically found out, oh yeah, we maxed Tipper. Guess how many pulls? Guess the amount of pulls. But we maxed her. We did. But yeah. That said though, like, if any of these guys were to go play a Persona game or something like Trails, they would be like, they wouldn't understand the point. They got mad because of like how slow the stuff was with NT. I'm like, oh, do you want to see something? Do you want to see something slower? Do you want to see something even slower? And then like earlier, you missed it. Like Demon Hunter was like talking about it. It's like at least less dialogue than G game, and I'm like, bruh, you don't know Falcom if you think less dialogue.
Read messages from every single character you've recruited, and I'm like, yeah, because I've never clicked any of them.
That's crazy. Yeah, because I hate having the little red exclamation mark on my UI, so I make sure to read everything. And oh my god, the text messaging was too. I felt like I spent most of my time playing the game clicking through the text messages, and I'm like, I'm not even reading these. I mean, I would like to, but there's too many. It's too much. They need to dial that back a lot.
They had that in Tower of Fantasy as well, and I just ignored it because I don't want to do that. I want to play the game.
Yeah, like if my real life friends started texting me that much, I'd tell them to just call me.
Yes, and like I do feel like there was a lot of like character building and like personality and stuff in those text messages, but you don't.
Yeah, I heard about
It's
it.
annoying, and then you just end up closing it out. So all that lore and all the like.
I mean, he's
personality
gonna
building
jump
just
ship
goes
to
waste
something else
because it's
eventually.
executed so terribly.
Okay, real quick, Ruby, I know you play Nikke, just like I do. Do you read through all the character messages you get?
No, I actually did not click any of them unless it was for the main story quest, because I have a bad habit. It's kind of like Star Rail, you know, you just kind of ignore all the messages unless you have to open them.
Okay.
Yeah,
'cause, like,
classic Giron behavior.
Wait, what?
I feel like there might be something important in there, maybe.
Do I want
But I don't
hyper
know.
voice or do I keep
It's like
Reinx
character
on?
development. You know, you're building a bond with the characters, but then to me, it's like I only played it. I only checked it if it was main story. So like Adler messaged us for like main story
Reinx on.
stuff. Welcome.
It may also induce sleep.
Okay. So we did touch on boss
Maybe.
fights briefly. I guess what were everyone's thoughts on them? I think they the presentation for the boss fights were great. I think the boss fights themselves, you know, they were very feature rich. Mechanically, they were very fun and engaging, but as I noted, I think everyone here has mirrored this. The bloat, the HP inflation was abhorrently bad. And because like the first boss you get in that you get into a fight with took me like 5-6 minutes. The tutorial boss that taught you all the mechanics of the game took like 5-6 whole minutes to clear. And then every boss seemed to take over 5 whole minutes. And that to me, like, you know, after the first minute, you're like, okay, so he's just cycling through the same abilities again.
But yeah, like imagine if I was in there, I'd be like, I just want to ask something. It would be like, I just want to ask you something, Styx. You've played MMOs, right? So you're obviously used to long boss fights. You know, I remember stuff like Garrosh Hellscream. The Garrosh Hellscream raid boss on like heroic difficulty or mythic now was like 20-something minutes long for a raid boss. Yeah, 5 minutes is too long for them, man. It's just like, yeah, they want it so you can quick move on to the other gotchas. They're not there to play the fucking game in front of them, man. Like, I don't think like a 5-minute boss fight is an HP sponge if they design the thing properly. If they design it right, I wouldn't look at it that way. It all depends. But yeah. I mean, yeah, like, here's the thing, right? If it's going to be like, I would rather have fewer, more engaging, and like less spammed boss fights that I do over and over. And if they're longer, so be it. I would rather that than the slop that we get in like these gacha games, where it's just like another chore you're dealing with, and you're dumping your stamina or whatever to go and claim the item so you can move on. If it's like that, I'd rather just skip it all entirely. Give me a sweep function. That is my standpoint as well. Right? Like, I'd rather them make, like, more large-scale, crazier boss fights with a bunch of mechanics. And then if they're gonna make it so you farm them, give the option to sweep them. I'd rather have, like, that, a 5-minute boss fight and an option to sweep, than the other crap that they're thinking of. I would rather. At the same time, too, like, here's the thing, right? They don't like that shit. There actually is a gacha game where it's a lot of boss killing and stuff, and boss fights take more than 5 minutes. You know what? Let me see if I can pull up some of my old, an old video of mine, from when, like, I first made my account. I wasn't doing any type of the other stuff back then, but, like, let me, just go and dig for it. But yeah, give me a moment. I'm gonna be digging through some of my really old videos. It's been unlisted for a long time, but, like, yeah. What's a good one? Did I do any more after that? I'm trying to find like the most recent one of the thing. I'm just digging for it. I think it was that one. Okay. Okay, here's an example, right? Oh wow, someone wanted me to talk about attack speed because I was like doing crazy attack speed. I ended up telling them on Discord. But anyways, we look at the timer here. The boss timer is it starts off with 5.5 minutes. But due to game mechanics, there's actually a lot of slowdown that can happen because of certain animations. So like the actual boss fight was 7 minutes long. 7.5 minutes of me like using my skills and stuff. Like 7.5 minutes of this shit. What was my rank on this? I forgot which video this was. This was like from a couple years ago. Rank 7. Oh yeah, see the thing is, you see this ranking here? This ranking was worldwide. This was worldwide ranking. For that game at that time. But like, yeah. As in like, it even included JP and Korean players and stuff like that. This was, from King's Raid. Way back when. But yeah, crazy damage, they're 466 trillion damage. But like, this boss fight in practice was like 7 minutes long. For a fucking boss fight here, it's 7 minutes. Some of the stage bosses that you would farm for certain things were like 4 minutes long. That had like limited entries, like 3-4 minutes long. And that was like kind of the norm. But yeah. But like, they had ways, like, the thing is you didn't have to do them too often, and you had ways to like skip through them.
8 more times, right? It was the same jumps, the same swings, the same crash down, the same dodges you had to do and everything. Like, I think having the time, maybe reducing it by more than half would make them more engaging or more enjoyable overall. Because they, you know, they have a lot to them, but they shouldn't take you, you know, the fight shouldn't last longer than the story leading up to the fight. But I mean, maybe that's just me.
Yes.
I agree with a lot of you saying. I'm gonna keep my camera off. I don't know why it keeps turning off. I don't want to distract everyone.
I was watching you fight that boss battle there.
Yeah, it's been Viper.
Yeah, like my camera is the current boss battle. I actually, there was one boss I really enjoyed.
We've all using that
because
spot.
it's a domain boss. That's the same one that I had to climb up the building for like 4 minutes. Where if you run into it summons chains, and if you run into the chains, it like takes away a party member for like a minute or two.
There's an elevator. The guy complained about climbing up a building when there's an elevator. He's talking about the book boss. There's an elevator there. There's an elevator that takes you straight to the top, right in front of the boss room. You're supposed to go to the elevator. My god, man. They were like, yeah, let me just skip everything instead of going that way. There's a fucking elevator there. Yeah, there's an elevator. You interact with the elevator, you go up and ride the elevator, and then you can enter the boss. Like, imagine if I was in there and be like, so, you know there's an elevator there, right? There's an elevator there, that's how you get to the fight. The one with the chains, like, yeah, that one. There's an elevator. You're not supposed to climb up there. You're not meant to. Like, I would have been like, yeah, what if they didn't intend for you to climb everything? And what if they made another way to get up there? Just maybe. I don't know. Just maybe there's another way up there. You know? Just maybe. If they want you to go up to some place, they're going to give you the tools to get up there. Just ignore the elevator that takes you there faster than running up there. The dude climbed. The freaking climb is like 5 minutes. The elevator takes you there in 20 seconds. 20-second elevator ride versus 5 minutes of climbing. Like, what? Yeah, they're really cooked in the head. They didn't think, gee, if I want to get to the top of a building, a very tall building in a city, where would I go? What would I look for? Oh, I know, I'll look for an elevator, or an escalator, or a lift of some kind if we're at a construction site. Because obviously, like, at a construction site, you're gonna have something like that. It's like, gee, where would I go? Oh, yeah. Bro, don't let them play a fucking Persona game, man. Can you imagine any of these guys playing like a Persona game? These guys would be cooked if they even played Persona 5. You give them Persona 5, they're all cooked. You give them any of the Persona games, they'll be cooked. They're gonna complain, like, immediately. Give them a Persona game. You give them a fucking Trails game, they're like Madge. Like, I just don't. Like, you can't let them play a lot of games. Because they're gonna completely miss the point. But yeah, it's like, what we learned here, don't give them those types of things. Give them Breath of the Wild. They're probably gonna get mad too, honestly. I don't think they'll handle Breath of the Wild. Even if you give it to them. They're gonna be like, where's... They really need their hands being held. They really need, like, an extreme level of hand-holding. And, like, everything, like, forced in them, onto them there. Give them one game Ananta, here's the thing. Even if Ananta was real, they'd have the same problem. In the situation that Ananta is real, they would have the exact same problem. They would have the exact same problem if you were to give them an Anta. Yeah, sure, you can go. You might be able to do the Spider-Man swing type thing, but they're still going to have the exact same problem. Movement need not apply. They can Spider-Man their way up, but they're still gonna have the other problems. Perfect for Ethan to wall climb. But like, yeah, it's like, when was the last time you saw some random dude try to climb up a building vertically? You know, maybe, just maybe, there's a way to get up there. How do people in a construction zone get to the top of a building when they're working on it? Because the thing is, that chain boss was in a construction zone. And how do you get up to the construction zone? There's a freaking lift, elevator lift. You just ride the elevator lift and you're at the top. They just don't have freaking yellow paint and arrows put everywhere. I think that's what they need. They need yellow paint and yellow arrows placed literally everywhere for them to follow. Maybe that's the solution. You gotta put yellow paint everywhere. And be like, go here, go here, go here. Maybe that's what they need. They need it, man. They need it. Because they cannot take a step back and use their brain. And think, wait, surely there's a way to get up here. You know? Oh yeah, you know, you're not really supposed to climb the thing there. Yeah, it's tricky to find. But like also, like, it's impossible to climb that building. So it's like, okay, I have to get up there. But I'm not gonna climb up there because it's impossible to climb it. Because you're not supposed to climb it. Most of the buildings you cannot climb in NTE, especially if you're in that, the main city core area. Pretty much all of those buildings, almost all of them, cannot be climbed. Even with the Nonally thing, you cannot climb it. There's a way up there, and it's not climbing. Besides, use an elevator. Right? It's like, just use the fucking elevator. We're not cavemen, we have technology. But yeah, it's like their IQ level, man. It's obviously like in the negatives at this point. If that's the first thing they think of. Instead of, oh, I could just take an elevator. Let me just go find the elevator. It's like, oh, it's a construction zone. How do construction workers get up there? Surely there's a way for them to get up there. Alright, like, no wonder why all these game developers, they like to put yellow paint on everything. Because this is the type of behavior that that they would see. When they need to, like, get to a higher ground, and like they won't know what to do, so they put they splatter yellow paint on the ground or on like ladders or stairs or whatever to be like, go here, to subtly tell them to go here. Damn, so only Fob is above average. Gotcha Enjoyer EOS though. Yeah, where's Gotcha Enjoyer when we need him? Where's Gotcha Enjoyer when we need him, man? Right, when he was needed most, he was nowhere to be found. Did he get attacked by the Fire Nation or something?
And I really enjoyed it. It was still an HP sponge, but it was one of those things where it was a mechanic that is just completely universal. It's not tied to an element. It's not tied to a weapon type. Like, I really love when there's just interesting and challenging mechanics like that. So that one I thought was awesome. But then I'm going to be honest with you, like, I played, bugs aside, like, I fought the Narwhal boss fight, and that was the one that, again, I kind of was like, you know what, I'm logging off today, because I feel like there's unique aspects to that boss fight. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever played Resident Evil 4, where, like, you're like fighting like
bring back your freaking Gotcha Enjoyer,
so I was like, oh, this is so sick. I was getting really hyped, and the transition into the boss fight was cool. But then like you have a damage window of like maybe 30 seconds, and then it just flies around for, I think I timed it at like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, Ethan now.
And I'm like, I can't
His
do
camera
anything.
broke
I
or
physically,
something.
like I have one parry window, and then that's it. And I was very disappointed with that.
Yeah, we all saw your tweet.
Listen, man, that was a built up of like 8 hours of just like buggy, like just. I was surprised I got invited because of that. I'm not gonna lie to you. But yeah,
that's why I invited you, man.
Yeah, it's his own problem, skill
obviously,
issue.
like no like frustration like aside. I think they have the potential to make really cool boss fights. But then I look at another one where I didn't personally fight it, but they have like kind of like a Cryo Regismine type boss, and it's almost like a 1-to-1, and I'm just like, this just feels very. It's again, it does nothing. It's kind of uninspired, and it's just there. And I know they can make good bosses because
It has mechanics, so the boss literally heals
so
itself and stuff.
I think it's a lot of untapped potential, and to me, that's like the whole theme of Neverness to Everness.
Yeah,
like,
who would have thought it? Beta's buggy.
But my God,
Who
like,
would have thought?
we need to really iron out things and
Yeah, let's dial it in, please.
Yeah, like let's lock it in, as they say, you know.
Yeah, I agree, because there was a like the dog one. That one was pretty good, I think. Except for whenever you're on like the platform and you're both like going and he's like shooting stuff at you and you have to dodge.
Yeah, that was cool.
There was one point where it just did not animate what he was throwing at me, and all of a sudden I was just taking damage, and I'm like, am I supposed to dodge it? He's not throwing anything at me. Is he like supposed to be throwing something at me? Because I'm taking damage.
But
and then
yeah.
I started dodging. I have no idea what I'm dodging because I can't see anything. But then it was like doing the perfect evade or whatever when you like go invisible, and I'm like, okay, so there's something coming at me. I just can't see it. I'm sure that's just bug stuff, but I do think the dog one was good. But there was another one, the last boss fight I did, and it was like with the spotlights, and I was so confused on when to attack the boss, because it was like if you're in the light you can move, but if you're in the shadows you can't move, or you're really, really slow. But the boss would move around so quickly, and then by the time you got to your spotlight, she like already went back to the stage, and your window to hit her is gone.
Yeah,
and, like,
you
was
kind of
so
have to
annoying.
wait. That, and then also like if you miss the parry, she goes right back onto the stage, and so I was like,
Yeah.
okay, you have to wait quite a little bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
or if you like intro skill and she's not like close to your spotlight, it will like teleport you to her, and then you're like, I can't move. I'm not in the spotlight. I can't move. It was really frustrating.
It is
I
funny
think
because
that
in
was
beta. Oh yeah. Oh sorry.
No
I
way,
think in beta,
mechanics,
when
I
there's
know.
bugs, I do find it a little bit charming because it's like hilarious, you know, some moments that happen, but obviously it should not happen when the game releases. I think I agree with what everyone says. I think my favorite boss might be the crime boss though. Like the moment you hit 3 stars, it's level 99, and then you have to
Right,
spend time
yeah.
fighting it.
You get transported there, and he just messes you
Yeah.
up.
It's like
beat it,
level
though.
99 is like, oh my god, I'm only level 10 and I'm right here right now. Yeah, I think some of the mechanics are like more the same.
Wait,
dodge
I don't
carry stuff.
remember.
A dodge is just
Did
easy.
I upload the video of me killing it? I don't remember. Did I do that or not? Of when I beat the boss? I guess I forgot to upload that video. I mean, I still can. I still have the footage. So I can upload the video when I killed it. I can just go back and grab it. But like, yeah, I mean, like, I even like mentioned like getting the thing in there, like when I showed a piece of the stream when I did kill it and loot it. Justice Executioner. Right, like I kill it there, and then I get back here, secret arc that you can, and then I get the weapon on your main character. And if you're wondering what an arc is, right, I talked about it in my review. I guess I forgot to upload it as a video though. The cut that I used there. Yeah, you can kill the boss in early game. I killed it too. I mean, if you don't build gear, it's gonna take a long time. But yeah, it's gonna take a lot longer. It's faster if you do build gear, though. But yeah.
Easier to do because the parry timing, the window is a little bit inconsistent.
And you get a really good weapon from it, too.
But yeah, it's only the last boss where it kept moving back and forth, and you just kind of
yeah, no timer. That's true.
By just standing around, so like you're not really doing anything, you're just standing there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the boss fights are you just like standing around waiting. Like, you gonna come back over here or?
Yeah.
Imagine. I wonder if imagine if they played like a bunch of the older Zelda games where a ton of bosses do that. Like, if they played Zelda games, a lot of bosses will have parts where, yeah, you're stuck waiting for things to happen because of mechanics. A lot of them do that. It's mostly the case in but yeah, the 3D ones. Yeah, are they new gen ones? Gotcha gamers, man. Gotcha gamer only.
Yeah,
I can't come over there, so.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I don't want to keep yapping, but that's like my biggest pet peeve of just any gotcha game. It's like a lot of these bosses.
Actually, heck, I know some people who said, you know what some people have said as a favorite boss fight in a game was? I forget which channel it was. Specifically the Sonic Generations version. This is their favorite boss fight ever. And I'll show you what the boss fight looks like. There are some people out there who has this as their favorite boss fight ever in a game. And the reason why it's their favorite is what would make you laugh. Because it's not really a boss fight. Like this is a boss fight here. Like, I'll show you. This is the boss fight. You're running around, trying to get close to the boss. That's the boss fight. You have like multiple phases of it, and you go in different parts of the city. You get yeeted too. They even put checkpoints. They even put checkpoints in the thing. Okay. Oh yeah, I just realized the bit where it was like stuff. I mean, it is a platformer game. So this is what the boss fight is. That's it. That's the boss fight. Right, like that's the boss fight right there. You're running to the boss and then you hit it. That's it. But like, you're waiting like 40 plus seconds between times you can hit the boss. 40 seconds to a minute between hits. Right, like you're waiting a while. You can't just go and hit it. Right? Alright, back to here.
Or run away, come back, fight for 3 seconds, or you need X, Y, or Z to fight this boss accordingly or efficiently. I really think that they are able to make something unique with their reaction systems and just with the overall combat, as we've seen with some of their other stuff. So I really hope that they don't go down the route of just, you know, kind of boring mechanics, or again, a boss is gonna fly for 10 minutes, because I'm just like, you know, it wasn't capturing me other than that one, or like 1 or 2 bosses, you know?
I do wonder, because the HP was just a lot, that when you're in combat for more than like 5 minutes, it just feels boring after that. Because I do think
sure.
they're pretty solid for sure. But like the length of the battle just, it feels different in other games, but for some reason in NTE specifically, maybe it's just because the character combos are a little bit like slower. But yeah, it just maybe because the battle feels longer, that's why it feels boring. That's how I feel though.
Yeah, because typically in story missions, right, the battles tend to go pretty quickly. The bosses aren't really that mechanically challenging or that difficult, but you typically tend to be presented with the opportunity to engage the bosses you've already fought, like at a, you know, more difficult level. So, you know, when you fight it in a story, you're typically kind of just going through it for the narrative journey. You know, oh, that looks really cool. Oh, that was really epic, but there's no threat. There's no real challenge until you tackle it at a higher difficulty. Whereas in NTE, while it's not inherently difficult, you know, with it taking 5-10 minutes, like you run into the issue where you've just gone to a point where you've seen everything 5-10 times and you're just bored, just clicking through your buttons, waiting for it to end. So yeah, no, I completely agree. Queenie, what do you think though?
I agree that the bosses have way too much health. You would think if they had that much health, they'd have like 3 different phases with different mechanics, stuff that you have to do to defeat them. But it was very much the same thing over and over again. I very much liked the dog fight. But once you knew the first 3 things it did, that was the entire fight. And yeah, that was quite boring and definitely
not
gave me
Lou
fatigue
enough
when
said,
it came to playing on a controller. It's just like, I'm button mashing now.
Yeah, I also play with a controller, so I felt the same.
Yeah, it just wasn't as fun as it could be. So yeah.
Oh, it's just regular.
What do you think about the bosses?
So
Oh,
in
it
regards
gets
to the
grassy,
bosses,
Serge?
I am a little bit of a
interesting
picky person here too, because I did Ultimate rating in Final Fantasy XIV, I did Mythic rating in WoW, I did Mythic Dungeons. Like, I love fights. I'm an MMOer, so coming into gacha games and seeing these fights, I felt like the bosses had a long, arduous build-up for almost every single one. Like, you had to go through the flipping floors and the doors and the portals to get to one of the bosses. The final boss, the spotlight boss, you had to go through the waterworks for that thing, and it is a long, arduous process to get to these bosses. So therefore, these bosses should be a treat after getting through this. In theory, they start off kind of like a treat. I'll even touch on the spotlight boss first. Like, the beginning of her fight is actually quite interesting. You have all these red lasers going everywhere, you're dodging, you're like, oh man, this is so cool. Like, even fighting the dog, Daffodil, Dandelion, whatever, when he morphed into the big kitsune, it was so cool. It was very good, but at the end of the day, I'll talk about.
I don't have anything to use the DNA spices with, though.
That was actually really sad to do, because standing there with the chains,
I don't want to use
you
the
were
DNA
talking about how
spices
that's such an interesting mechanic. You want to know what I did during that mechanic? I stood in place. And then the circle would spawn underneath me, and I would slowly walk out of the circle, and then that's all I would do during that mechanic.
Damn.
I bet you were running around. No, I just stood there because it was like, you know what? I bet this is really dumb. And
I was like,
lasers for the spotlight were too, because I was like, oh shit, we gotta have to dodge these, and then it was like, oh, okay, one step over. Okay, one step over.
Yes. You just have to think of like, what can I do to make this, you know, harder for myself, and do that, and then it'll look really cool. But if you just look at the mechanics, like step away and be like, truly, I need to look at this as like a WoW raider. But I need to look at this as a raider. What do I need to do to avoid this? And it's stand in place and take a step or two. and that is it. So I feel like these boss fights need to work at being more of a treat for how much effort you have to take to get to these boss fights. But I think at face value, these are very interesting bosses, very
Yeah, I don't
interesting
know, man.
fights that could potentially be there.
Sometimes I wonder though, what if the whole point was the effort and not the boss fight after it? I don't know. I do play a bunch of platformer games off stream on my own time. But like, with a lot of platforming type games, some of the best boss fights in a platforming game is when the boss fight is just a regular level. It's why, like, when I pointed out that the Perfect Chaos boss fight as an example, the reason why for like a platformer game that might be someone's favorite boss fight in a platformer game is because it's literally just more of what they're playing. Right? It just happens to instead of you going to the end as your goal, you're moving around an area and you're just trying to get to the thing you're trying to hit, to then go back around and chase after it again. That is like the boss fight. Right? Because like sometimes in a lot of platformer games, it's like you go play the game, like the stages of the game normally, and then you get to the boss fight, and like the boss fights are like different from the rest of the game. And you get a bit of a weird disconnect. You're doing bad damage at a DPS check. Oh boy, at a DPS check.
But then you lose me, like at the spotlight when you dance away, and then I just get to stand there in a spotlight and watch you, you know, F with me.
Yeah, twirl around on the stage for 5 minutes and while I wait for you to come back.
Yes. So if they could work on that, like I really feel like they're on the cusp of making it good. It definitely could be.
All right, let's move into the driving aspect and the cars, which I know you said you had a lot to say about.
Ooh, I want a zombie.
Let me start by saying I think the implementation of driving vehicles in a gacha game is awesome because, I mean, for the longest time, one of the most requested features in Genshin were like mounts, which have been in MMOs for decades. But so having the ability to actually have like a vehicular mount is awesome. Your little scooter thing was so fucking annoying. The controls for that little thing, where like you hit your A key and you're like into the wall right next to you.
I hate it so much.
It's easier on the controller, I promise. Same with the car.
Yeah, it's way easier with the controller.
Yeah, that's just what people were telling me.
And I had to use the scooter to get somewhere because the town is just full of sidewalks and no roads, so the only thing I could use was the stupid scooter, and my controller died, and I was just trying to get to this one last thing, and I had to use my keyboard, and I was like, I'm just gonna run. I can't do this.
Yeah, that's the same experience other content creators had that used the mouse and keyboard. Like, I asked so many people, and they're like, yeah, dude, at one point, like, I hooked up, like, a controller just for the car, and then when I go to drive, I'd pick up my controller and then put it back down and play with the mouse and keyboard. Because the control for the car and the scooter and everything, like, they were terrible on mouse and keyboard, but actually decent on, with a controller. But I think it is, great to actually have that kind of system implemented in a game. I also like the fact that they're gonna have like cooperative races, which is, I think, gonna be really cool. And then I'll touch on the GTA system after we move on from this topic. But Ufi, what do you think about the car system?
That's why I want to catch another Romambi.
The controller is a lot better. I also play controller with Zenless and Wuthering Waves, so I just figured NTE is also I'm gonna use controller. Plus, there's driving, so that's always easier on controller, anyways. But the cars, I love the cars. The car models are great. I still think we need more JDM models, but that's just a personal preference. I liked how the different like engines, like you have like 4 bangers, are not going to be as fast as like the the V6s or like the V8s, like the big supercars, or the legally distinct GTR is really, really fast. But it's like a 6 or V8. I don't know about GTRs. But compared to the first cars that you get, which are little like 4-banger Toyotas, and you're like, I can only go 120. I thought this was supposed to be like a racing game, but they really pay attention to detail with that. I do think they need to add more modification customizations. The modifications are very vague, and you also they don't do much. Like the modifications.
Yeah, I'm good.
I went and got like
the
most expensive modifications for like each of the cars, and I feel like it didn't change the cars that much. So I don't know if they're gonna like if
minus
there's more
defense
the more
plus
you
attack
level up
on a
or
rosary.
something,
No,
but yeah, the modifications definitely need more to it.
No, we're not taking
the
that road,
races were really good. I feel like some of them were maybe a little too easy. It just kind of depends. But besides that part, the actual driving mechanics were good, minus the roads. The roads is what I had the most problem with, and the NPC cars, and like how some of the side roads or like the exits on the highway and stuff were too narrow to like get around the NPC cars, and it's like if you barely touch
That's a
anything,
fog
you're like at a full
Gardevoir.
stop. And the indestructibles or whatever, like the lights and the bushes and fences and stuff, are very inconsistent. Like I feel like it was like you would hit a fence and it would like fly away and it didn't really affect you much, and then you'd hit another fence and it would just like stop you like a wall, and you're just like, okay, I don't know what I can hit, what I can't hit, like what I could go through or not.
That was present in Tower Fantasy too. The collision with objects like that. Sometimes you like there'd be flat ground like this, and then you'd be driving like this for 30 seconds, and then there's a slight elevation, and you go,
and it's
like,
abrupt stop.
yeah, there's no passing it. You have to dismount, you know, do a you know 1/8 of an inch jump up, and then remount, and then start all over again. So yeah.
And the main city that like you start at is all sidewalks. And I
Wait,
didn't
why
even-
does
I didn't even know
Gardevoir
that
have-
you could summon your
Oh,
scooter
wait,
there?
that's
But
why.
I was like, every time I went to summon my car, it was like, you have to be on a road to summon this, and I'm like sitting there looking at a road, and I'm like, is this not a road? This looks like a road to me. This is car lane, like it is enough room for a car to be here. Why can't I summon my car here? I was getting very frustrated with that. So I hate
Oh
that I
wait,
have
no,
to
I
like
copied my flashlight.
run
That's
and like
why.
sprint and climb to go find the nearest road to summon my car.
That's okay. At some
That's something-
points,
like I couldn't figure out how to, because I had more cars than could fit in the wheel, and I was like, how do I switch them out? I could not figure out how to like replace the cars in my wheel either. But that was it.
at one point I was just out in the middle of the road, and I summoned. And this actually happened more than once. I'd summon my car, and then like you just look around and there's nothing anywhere, and then you run like 50 feet, and then you know on the like
6 of your cars.
Oh my, wait, no, that never happened to me. I'm just saying it was on a bridge above me.
Oh, that happened.
I was like, oh, that's where the car went. Like,
Oh my god, I was trying to take pictures of my 8.6 and like some of the other cars I had. So I would summon the car and I would move it into position and get it all parked and pretty. And then I would summon my next car and I'm like, okay, well, I don't see it. Where is it? So I do it again and I'm like, okay, I don't see it. Where is it? And then I
Yeah, it was
do
janky.
it. Yeah, like more times, and then I'd walk down the road because there's like traffic, I guess, so it couldn't get to me. And then I see like 4 of my cars just duplicated, and I couldn't get into any of them. And I'm like, what is happening? I don't know what to do here.
I do think when you summon the cars, the icon could be like a different color because it's white and it blends in. So you have to like look around to see where your car is pulling up.
Yeah.
what did you think? Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was gonna say, other than the moped, because I honestly hated that. I don't know if I'm in the.
Here we go,
minority,
Mega
because I saw a lot of
Gardevoir.
people Overall, like online, saying they hated the driving. I thought it was smooth.
I thought it was
Yeah,
great.
the
That's
actual
cool part.
driving was good.
Yeah, like
Stupid roads that I hated.
Yeah, no, I thought it was literally other than the moped, because that again, I was like, oh my god, I'm like, we gotta get rid of
Yeah,
this.
I didn't play the moped much, so I
Oh,
don't.
the moped's fun. Wait, did
Yeah.
everyone here play on controller or a keyboard and mouse for the driving?
No, keyboard and mouse. I can't do controllers. Yeah.
Okay, same. Yeah, no, I'm a
do it.
keyboard and mouse.
I swear about
Since
it,
I'm not a
these
controller person,
guys.
I thought the keyboard and mouse driving wasn't too bad actually. There
It's
was
better
some
than
times where it was,
GTA
like,
5's
stuff, but I thought it was like
driving,
great content to
actually.
stream. Like, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun driving.
Yeah, the
and
cars are not bad with the keyboard and mouse. They're
Yeah.
pretty
Oh
standard.
no, the moped wasn't bad either. I thought it was fun.
I hated
Yeah,
the
the moped
moped.
took me a bit to get used to.
Everything else, like I feel like if the driving, maybe there's a little bit of a hot take. I feel like if it's too smooth, it's not fun. But I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
that's just me. Like GTA,
No,
like
I
I loved
agree.
it because it's just jank, right? Like you
Yeah.
play GTA and you're like, oh my god, like this is the worst thing ever. But it makes it fun. And then when you do racing, it's like it'll be fun. It's like, oh my god, like we both suck with driving could be a little jank. But overall, I didn't think it was too bad. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked how the like different cars like had like the more like the drift cars drifted a lot better than like the GTR or like the Ferrari looking one. Like I like the small intricate differences and details and like the different types of cars too. I thought it was phenomenal and the actual
like-
driving mechanics.
As like a non-car person, they all kind of just felt the same to me with like special
Yeah,
effects for each
sure.
one. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's like whichever one looks flashiest for sure. I do. You can switch POVs during the drive. So like when
Mhm.
you're in first person and you reverse, it literally switches your POV to reverse.
Yeah.
And then of course there's the music as well. You can just switch soundtracks. I thought that
Yeah.
was neat.
I always turn it off. That's because I always turn the music off in Need for Speed too. I don't know why. I need
Oh.
focus.
Focus. I actually want to ask if anyone did the multiplayer racing here.
I did.
I was too scared.
Mrs. Stace and I did some of the multiplayer stuff. We tried, but it felt really limited, so we didn't really do much. We did not get around to the multiplayer races. So.
Oh, okay. I did the multiplayer races, but I felt like it was like host advantage. If you were hosting, you would win automatically because I raced with my viewers a few times, and they had like a cap of like 90 kilometers per hour or like 95, and they couldn't go beyond it, whereas I could. And then when they hosted, they could break past 100, whereas I would be stuck and I would fluctuate. So
Wait,
part of
you
you,
guys
I didn't know
cheat
whether it was like
pouch?
card difference or like map difference or like host advantage difference in terms of pings. So I wanted to actually ask about that if anyone else went through it with the multiplayer.
That's
Yeah, that's
fascinating.
crazy because like even like the like cheap cars go over that, like they go like at least 120.
Yeah, it was like when I was hosting, my viewers would just be stuck at 95 because like I would give them a head start and then literally I'd be like catching up to them every second. And then so then when they hosted, I would have a head start and then they would catch up to me every second. So to me, I was like, oh, maybe it's like a host advantage, but I didn't know enough people doing the races to like know whether or not that's like a hosting or just like a card thing. So yeah, that was one thing I wanted to ask for sure.
Yeah, it should definitely be like Need for Speed, where like if you are doing like a multiplayer race, whoever is because like in Need for Speed,
okay,
like if I have a high level and like I can buy like the really high cars, like I'm gonna get really hard races. But like my friend who just started, they can also join my race, but they're gonna lose because it's gonna be my level versus like if I join their world, it's gonna be really easy. So I feel like that's how it should be rather than like making it, I don't know, specific towards like whoever, depending on who's hosting.
I think they could probably do both, right? They could probably have like, I didn't do it, so I'm not too sure, but like maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, like you could probably have one where it's like generalized cars for everyone, that everyone has the same, and then another one where it's like custom cars versus each other. I can't see that being a negative adding both, because then, you know, you could have the sweats, and then you could have the people who are just casually like, oh, let's race, you know?
Yeah, you definitely need race balance.
What did you get for racing? Anything, or was it just like a haha I won?
Yeah, just like haha fun.
Yeah, I don't remember. I didn't really pay attention to the rewards because I just wanted to go fast.
Oh, the only one was when you're racing the one mob,
Special
the
attacking
rider one. That one you get
bonus.
like an achievement, but multiplayer is just like for fun because you can also explore with your friends while like in a car or moped as well. But yeah, the racing
and you can hit them.
Yeah. It's just like
thanks for that.
I watched that.
No, this is a record. This was live before. This is from a couple weeks ago.
Count 4K.
But we forgot. We didn't look at it until now.
But yeah, the keyboard and mouse controller. I thought it was
had
fun.
the tab saved.
I didn't think too much of it. I definitely enjoyed driving
it's
though.
slow
For sure.
though,
Like,
so
that
we're
was
playing.
my
I'm
favorite.
just doing Pokemon shit while I
and with the
wait.
stuffness that came along. But yeah, only the multiplayer race was where I was confused.
This was delisted
And then of course
too.
the online racing, they didn't have that.
I
function
wonder
during
why
the
did
beta,
he
so we'll find out when it releases.
delisted this.
Queenie, what'd you think?
I liked it. I liked it a lot, especially since I play on controller. I had so much fun. I think we're gonna get into the GTA aspect later, so I'll just say, when I went into the car shop, I wish they would have had more modifications. Like Oomphy said, I put everything on it, the most expensive things, and when I took the car out of the garage, it was like I didn't do anything to it. I was trying to figure out what changed. I want a visual change, you know? You put that much money into it.
Let's see.
Yeah, because I was like watching, because like it's got like the little map of like what, you know, like torque or speed or brake or handling and stuff like that, and it like shows like what it is before modifications and then what it is after, and I'm like, okay, this is like no difference at all.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, babe.
I don't know, man.
Well, I guess the one thing I'll talk about that's a little bit different than everyone else's driving experience, because I think we can all agree that the driving experience was janky, but still enjoyable. It actually made me motion sick, so I could not participate in any of the races without feeling absolutely terrible. I tried first-person view. I tried the third-person view. It didn't matter. I still got motion sick, so I mean, I was sad. But the only good thing about that is that I had to walk everywhere on the map, and that allowed me to explore a lot more things. So if you are driving in the game, I feel like you're gonna miss a lot of little small things. So I appreciate it.
Take a
I found a
motorcycle,
lot of
man.
NPCs that were talking to trash cans. There were no other people there, but they were talking. So I have a lot of footage of NPCs talking to nobody. So I feel like they're slowly going crazy in this city somehow. But yeah, I mean, the driving was okay. I don't foresee it being
let
good
Talk
for
me
people
drive
that
you,
have
and you will not
motion
get
sickness,
sick.
I suppose.
Yeah.
That's my warning.
Yeah,
first person, for sure.
Neither was Nanalee's little wall running thing where the perception changes when you.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, a lot of people were like, "No, Sticks, change off her. Don't use her, please, God."
They never played
yeah.
Mario Galaxy or
Okay,
something?
Ethan, you want to get us started with the GTA system, the Wanted system? What were your thoughts
But
on
have
that?
they never played
I thought it
Mario
was really
Galaxy
fun.
before?
I personally didn't get to go to the 3 stars.
That's like
but I
the
saw people
entirety of
playing it,
Super
and I
Mario
thought it was very interesting.
Galaxy. If you've ever played Super Mario Galaxy, the gravity shifting stuff that happens all over it.
And I don't know, I escaped it, but it took a little bit, and I enjoyed that. Like, I had to, I don't know, maybe everyone else has a different experience, but I had to put in a little effort to bring my stars down. I think the max I only got up was to 2. But I think overall it's really good from what I've seen. You know, I really actually don't have anything negative to say about it. And again, when you get teleported to, I like the fact that you get teleported, you fight the homie, and then they, you know, put you on like a bale, and you have to give them money. It's very unique, and I don't know if there's much they could really improve, because it just seems really cool. I know they're super aggressive as well. Like, you know, the bots follow you around, they blow up your car and stuff.
Yeah, it'd be
But
cool
I'm
if
a
they
good
added
citizen.
more
I don't really
types
run
of
them
like
over, steal their
boss
cars.
fights for the
Delivered bread and
police,
bought my own. So.
where you get like chased while driving.
You did mention though that you have to put in some effort to get your wanted levels down. Mrs. Six actually has a story about how she got hers down with very minimal effort.
Yeah? Damn, maybe I just suck.
That's a recurring theme that we've noticed, but
Yeah,
being on foot and not driving, I discovered that I could punch my way through NPCs and just raise my wanted level really fast. And I was seeing everyone on stream have the cops kind of spawn on top of them when they were driving. So I was like, well, let's find out what happens when we're on foot. So they're basically like having fat cops chase you. They'll never catch you on foot. And then if you go into a barred off area, they can't climb. So they'll just stare at you through the fence. And I just stared back at them,
drones
and we
can
stared at
chase
each
after
other
you up
until
there,
my
though.
stars dropped.
The drones follow you?
That's crazy.
They
Yep,
do.
they were there too. They were just, but they couldn't get into the fencing, so we just stared at each other. But you can also go back to your apartment if you have
And
the
clear it.
owl statue. I forget what it was, and it will instantly remove your wanted status. So there was that, but you can walk there only. You can't drive there, teleport. Well, you can drive there, but you're gonna get caught by the cops. So you'll have to walk in because the cops can't catch you because they slow.
Yeah, I want to catch
When
that,
I
but I
started
can't.
story, it got rid of my wanted. as
Max
well.
HP
I was
Ivy
at 3
is
stars
Sandy
or like pro.
Shocks?
Oh no, it was pro. Like after with the 10-minute cooldown, I started story and then it got.
restriction?
Yeah.
Too bad I can't catch
yeah, I
it.
can't imagine that being. I can only imagine, right, being with your group and then going out into the streets and them just staring at you, getting arrested. Like, yeah, we don't know them. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like whenever I got heat and I was driving and then I was trying to like escape in my
Oh,
car.
I have Earth Power.
It felt like no matter how fast I went, they were on my ass. Like even whenever I would like turn around and look and they were not behind me and I still had the heat, and then I would
It'd be
like
crazy if they did
keep
that.
driving, and then all of a sudden they're like bumping me on the back and I'm like, where did they even freaking come from? And then I try to get out, climb on the buildings and like glide like miles. Like I went miles away and like climbed on like whatever tallest building I could find. And then I kept hearing the drones throwing stuff at me, and I'm like, where is this even coming from? I can't even see them. And then I look up and it's above me in the sky, and I'm like, where did this even come from? It was not here 2 seconds ago. It literally spawned just on top of me when I'm 50 million miles away on top of a building. I could not escape. And then they finally did catch me and I had to pay the money. Or I didn't pay the money.
yeah, neither did I.
And yeah, and then I got restricted. So I was like, well, that's stupid. Why are you gonna give me an option to not pay and then punish me for it?
Yeah, you also couldn't go into stores and steal anymore when you had that status. Because that was the first thing I did.
You can't buy anything either.
So like my first reaction was, oh, okay. So like I walked out menacingly and walked into a store and I was like, well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna steal some more shit. So I went over and there was no indicator that you could interact with anything. I was just like, well, I guess that ends, you know, my that little rebellious. Yeah, exactly.
It's cooked.
What'd you think, Ruby?
Oh, I absolutely love the chaoticness that came with it for sure. How like the police will literally like run you over or like run into you when you're on scooter or the car. I thought that was hilarious. The only thing that I struggled with was trying to trigger the stars at first. Because literally the moment we had open world exploration, the first thing I did was get into a car and try to trigger the stars. But I don't know if it's just because I was unaware at the time. But I felt like because I was in the middle of story, it was hard to trigger the stars. And so it wasn't until after I finished and I could trigger it. But I don't know if it was just like at the moment, I didn't understand how the game worked. But yeah, I had a tough time triggering any stars in the beginning of the story. And it wasn't until after like the Dandelion story quest that I was able to trigger something. Yeah, no, I loved hijacking the cars. I thought it was hilarious.
Real
way
quick.
the cops chase after you. Huh?
Real quick, with regards to the hijacking of the cars, did any of you ever encounter an instance where, because I did on stream, I walked up to a car and I flashed him like, hey, get out the car, we need it. And the dude driving was just, he looked at me and he goes, no, I'm busy right now. And then he just sat in there. You know, he was nothing else.
Yeah.
Bro, he was not scared.
Oh boy.
Flash them.
Prison labor simulator.
He wouldn't come out. He just looked at me and just looked back at his wheel like, nah.
I got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Go ahead and try, buddy.
I do like that because then it's just like a funny NPC interaction, you know, because then maybe you can like chase them down after. Yeah, no, they did a great job with the whole crime system thing. It was just funny that the level 3 one, you get sent to a level 99 boss, which is like a super hard fight, unless you have the characters built for it. Let's see. The stealing thing, I feel like I wish we could steal more stuff. There's in every store, there's only one item you could steal.
There's a
and
couple.
it brings it up to barely 1 star. Like it's not enough for the star, but
It
it's
is-
a little bit. And then it takes forever to get down. That's it. But
I could not figure out how to get my heat down at all. I'm walking around, I'm so far away, they just keep chasing me. I'm being good now, I haven't run anybody over in forever. Why are they still after me?
Well, hey, at least you know in CBT3, just go behind a fence.
Yeah, I feel like I
over.
did. I feel like I did though. And like they
you
still they
can.
just fly over top.
I think you can log in and log out of the game.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
work.
I should have tried to get into a train or something.
Oh, that would be interesting. Have the cops chase the train.
Yeah, like how many? There's gonna be at the
They'll
next
try.
Did anyone ever
It
try
works
jumping in
on-
the water?
It works on the boss.
I did.
What happened?
They just spawn.
Actually, so there's 2 things. When you're driving and you drive into the water, you will literally glitch under the water. So like the car will be gone instead of you're walking, and you can't swim. So you're at the very bottom of the map in the water. And then once you like jump up on the rocks, get out, then you're swimming again. So that was like the only thing that I noticed that was just buggy. Is like when you're in a car, you just end up
Go
slipping
under
through
the water.
at the bottom, which is hilarious. And then if you're not in a car, you're swimming, but your stamina is really low. So then like you can't really swim too far, and then you die.
Ethan, did you want to elaborate on that, or?
No, I didn't do that. Are you able to swim? Well, I mean, now we have the answer, right? But I was
Yeah.
I didn't.
You're able to
I didn't
swim,
even
but
think of that.
I
you
didn't
have
even
to
take a try.
You have to swim, but without being in the car. Because literally, when I was running away from the cop, I was like, I have no other choice. I ran into the car and then I clipped through it. The car is gone. I'm at the bottom, and you can literally just walk around. But that is like a bug because at this point, I can't swim up. I'm like literally walking on the ground, so I have to walk up the rock and then jump up, and then I'm swimming again.
Queenie.
I wonder if there's gonna be like a purpose for it because I didn't even think about that. Like the whole in both the betas, I don't think I ever touched the water once, honestly.
I actually wanted to try to hijack a boat, but you cannot hijack a boat. And I wish we could. Yeah.
An
But we can,
idea.
like, swim.
Idea for CBT3. There you go. New feature:
Yeah.
hijacking
Jet
boats and
skis.
cars.
Yeah, like yeah.
Queenie, what did you think about the wanted system?
Okay, well, first of all, I tried to hijack a bus and it wouldn't let me, and I thought that sucked.
Yeah.
I really wanted to do that. I came across a lot of NPCs that were like, nope, not letting you steal my car, and I was like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but whatever. And then the weirdest thing for me was when I first started the game, there was a quest that led you to an NPC called the Butcher, and I went over to the Butcher and I was like, I'm gonna show this guy my skirt because I would just like try to be funny on stream, you know. So
Okay.
I went over to the Butcher, jumped on his hot dog stand or whatever. And I
Girl,
got
that
stuck.
sounded sus.
Yeah, it did. I got
Jumped on
stuck.
his what?
His hot dog
Okay.
stand. I got stuck. I could not get out for the life of me, so I thought exiting the game and coming back would fix it. It did not.
It's
So
an
I
unstuck
decided
button.
to try and kill the Butcher. That got me up to 3 stars really, really fast. And then they threw me in with a level 99 boss at level 1. He stomped me. He
Of
stomped me
course.
into oblivion. And then I was put in jail where I had to pay a 5,000 in-game currency. And I was like, are you kidding me? Can you just not have an unstuck button, please?
There is.
Please add that.
There is an unstuck button though. They just have to open the menu and then they can click unstuck. They didn't see the unstuck button, imagine.
I have a quick question. Did anyone beat the police boss or no? Like, is there any footage of someone doing it or?
I tried.
I did.
Yeah. How'd that go?
I lasted about 30 seconds.
Damn.
That was about my personal best.
That's pretty average for you.
I got down to a third of it, but then like the 2/3, it just gets kind of harder. Like it becomes a little bit unpredictable. I think at one point they start swiping and then like your characters are gone.
Yeah,
So yeah, I was like, it was tough, for sure.
Wouldn't last 30 seconds playing this game.
Yeah, well, they don't call me Quicks for nothing.
Which is
I
crazy.
I did make it to about halfway on the boss, and then I think I just got so tired.
So none of them killed the boss. Man, imagine if I was in there, I'd be like, yeah, I killed it. You actually get a really cool item from doing it. You get a nice, really powerful weapon for doing it that you can put on the main character. But yeah.
Into this giant HP that I just gave up. Could I have potentially done it if I had kept dodging? Maybe, but it would have taken a decade.
I
It's
do think
speed-loaded
when you break the
match.
boss,
I thought it was
the
fine.
downtime for it is very short. It's like 5 seconds. And
Yeah.
then it gets back up again.
Actually, quick question on that. Is there any real significance in breaking the boss other than just being down for a moment? Because again, I never really noticed
They take more damage.
a significant amount of HP being taken off. Like it kind of just felt like
Slightly
it was chipping
more.
away every boss every single time. So does anyone notice that, or I just thought about that because you brought it up?
It's just probably like a little bit more damage. And then obviously it's not moving, so you can get more hits and do like the combos. But that's how I felt.
Yeah, I had pretty much the same
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, I think the break does need to be longer, especially when you're using people like freaking Fadia, who is so slow with every single one of her hits. And I'm like, okay, I got one hit, and then got his shield back.
Yeah, I can do a combo and then suddenly it's standing back up. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it needs to be longer.
All right. Honestly, I feel like we've covered a lot of topics so far, and we've had this for over 2 hours. So let's just let's give our what we think are pros and cons, what we like to dislike real quickly, what we enjoyed and what we
it
didn't.
has arena
Since
trap?
Ufi's now over on the far left of the first one.
I'm number one.
Yes. What
I
did,
would
what did,
say pros would be the driving and the world. I like how there's racing and there's a lot of attention to detail with the cars, especially putting in the
How's it
one for
faster?
one 86 from initial D, which was so sick, even though it's a slow car, but that's the point. Anyways, that was the pros. The cons are the HP inflation bosses, the roads kind of suck, and the parry and dodge, I want to say. That's pretty much it.
did you have fun though? Did you enjoy your experience overall?
I did. The later half more than the first half, because I feel
Yeah,
like the
no,
first
I
couple
was like,
times
why is my
I played
Chi-Yu
beta,
so
I crashed
slow?
out in Alt F4
Chi-Yu
quite
is
often,
based
but
on
then,
speed tier.
pretty much after that, I
How the
think they
hell
fixed
were
a
they
lot of the bugs that I
outspeeding
had problems
Chi-Yu?
with.
What
So
the
after
fuck?
that, I did a lot of exploring and things like that, and I had a lot better time.
Ruby, what do you think?
Like,
The
Chi-Yu
pros
isn't
that
slow.
I think the animations, the expressions.
Like, it's a fucking Huntail. What speed tier is Huntail at? Yeah, Huntail is like a 52 speed. I mean, I guess Swift Swim, but still. Like, even with Swift Swim, that's only 102. Not 102, 104. Like, I guess Swift Swim was in effect. Because, like... I was using a Chi-Yu. Right? Chi-Yu is, yeah, base 100 speed. But yeah. Hi there, Fakel. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. Alright, let's get back into this. There's still a little bit left in there.
Characters, when they're animated, have a lot of personality. I love the open world. The design is really beautiful, and because of that, I do think it does lack in some other places, such as like climbing, traveling, and stuff.
Yeah.
There's actually 3 things I hope that they'll add, or I want to see. That I would like to see is if people don't want to like hijack cars and drive. I hope that there's like an Uber or taxi equivalent where they can literally travel instead of having to find the telephones or teleport to like that one big area that they know and then travel by feet. I want them to have like a map key, so if you need help finding the repair shop, you'll know where it is, or like if there's other shops with the modification stuff, you can find it. I do think one con is that there are a lot of new elements in the game. There's like 8 elements. There's a lot of elements, and maybe just because we're also used to like Hoyo and Kuro games, that when they throw in the new ones, it's hard to understand and remember. I would like a tutorial for the characters and maybe the console system. The console one was... It only took a little bit of time just because of location. Other than that, I think this game is pretty solid. They're
Uber
luckily it is
cars,
in beta,
yeah.
so there's a lot of room for them to
Yeah,
improve on.
I guess Uber's
Other than that, I
fine.
am looking forward to it. It's a pretty fun game overall. I hope a lot of people give it a chance, regardless of the things we've said.
For real, like, I think the purpose of beta tests is to find out everything wrong with the game rather than to find out the things that are right with the game so they know what to improve on and fix. Because if you get into a beta test and you're like, okay, everything's great, then it's ready to ship, right? So it's ready to play. But if you get into the game and you find a lot of things wrong, then they have room to improve them before releasing. So I think it's imperative people don't take the experiences that people have in a beta test as a definitive final result of a product. So I think, you know, the people should take these critiques as critiques rather than, you know, like objective opinions. Because as an example, I think the narrative is all over the place, right? But they have a lot of time to fix that. They improved on it from CVT1. I think the combat has been improved since CVT1. The animations were improved from CVT1, so evidently they're listening. There are still some very, you know, like, noticeable flaws. In my opinion, the clunkiness of, like, the scooter controls on mouse and keyboard. I think the HP inflation, the HP was just so overwhelmingly bloated, regardless of how powerful you were. I think the narrative presentation was, you know, stellar, top tier, doesn't need any changes whatsoever. But I think in the cutscenes themselves, what we've seen in games like Wuwa, where they're much more expressive and emotive,
I don't know about
and
that.
animated in just normal scenes, they work.
Are you
in this,
sure
they were very
about
much,
that?
you know, Hoyo character models where they just kind of stand there and just move their mouths to speak, and that's it. But yeah, like, overall, I feel like when I made my tweet and I gave it a 6 out of 10, it was pretty fair, and a lot of those sentiments still hold. I think there's a lot of great potential for the game going in the future. I know they're planning to hold a CVT3, and that there's, you know, it is, as much as people want it to, it's not going to release in 2025. 2026 is much more likely. But giving them, like, a solid another year to cook, I think we could have something much better than the current state it's in. But, Queenie, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think there are a lot of pros. I really love the world. It's so gorgeous. I love the uniqueness of the anomalies and stuff like that. And the
Slishy
concept, like I
splash,
was saying
fire
earlier,
wrap.
I just think it's so beautiful, and I can't wait to see where they go from here. I hope I get into the next beta. For me, the cons, not having an unstuck button. That is
There is
very
one, though.
important. Because if there are places that you can get stuck, you don't want to, you know, have to pay to get out of there.
They didn't
Like
see
I
the
did.
unstuck button, damn.
I would say the scooter, yeah, I didn't like that at all. I definitely like the car a lot better. I love the characters. I think they're gorgeous. Yeah, the HP for the bosses, it's too much. There's too much health. They take too long to die. But I did very much enjoy
actually
the
thought they
beta,
were
and I can't
fine.
wait to see where it goes from here.
Awesome, Ethan?
But despite my crash out tweet, I do want the game to do well. And again, I really do believe like they have really great concepts that could be gacha genre defining, constellations, obviously the gacha system itself, even with gameplay like the elemental system and whatnot. So I hope it does well, but I do think that they need to kind of brush up on a lot of these systems because it feels like they have the right idea for so many things, but they're just kind of so far away from the delivery in my eyes for mainly like the combat. I just don't want it to be another game that you play for like, you know, a couple weeks and then just like, oh, it feels the same, you know, because it does have the uniqueness to it. So if they deliver on it, I think it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. Dave, what are your thoughts?
So my thoughts on the game overall is like
Mainly
visually, the
combat,
game is
as if
really
that was
pretty.
the point.
Cutscenes, most of them,
Like,
unless
bruh.
there's like a boring story part, really pulled me in. I thought the characters had like a lot of facial expression. I thought it was a good draw-in, although some of the character appearances, like Hathor, looked like Sid from Ice Age to me with her eyes out in Timbuktu on either side. But for the most part, like the characters do look really interesting.
Speed,
Latori, I
special
love
defense
her.
and
My goodness,
speed
her ability
on
to freeze time
Dreadnought.
is so cool. I love that aspect
Alright.
about her. I love the random fights that you find just by exploring the world, which I would highly
Yep.
recommend doing so by foot because then you find these.
I don't
random
really
fights, like you were
like for
talking
me
about, the
personally,
world just
like
flips upside
I
down.
said it before too. Like I don't really give a fuck that much about combat only in these games because the reality is with gacha games, because a lot of it is tied to monetization and you can buy power and stuff like that, and how they all tend to make the content. I would rather play something else most of the time instead than doing the shit in these. So like I actually don't value combat anywhere near as high as they do. Like remember when it was like filling the surveys as well? On stream I recorded I streamed it too. Like they were like pick 5 of the topics on the list. I didn't select combat for any of the topics. For like what I would rate highly of that I'm looking for. Because I just don't give a fuck. Especially with how all these games treat it. if they were to separate certain aspects of it and actually make it a lot more interesting, like, again, like, why the hell do all attack animations lock you out of moving? Right? It's like, it's always just kind of weird and annoying. Because, like, I can go and play, like, dozens of other games, some even with an anime aesthetic on my computer or like, one of my consoles, for example, and not have that issue where, like, I can put a directional input and move around while using my abilities. But for some reason, all of these gacha games, every single one of these, with the exception of, like, Snowbreak and Infinity Nikki somehow, they lock all of your movement animations while you're in an attack animation for some reason. And, like, the games will just automatically pull you towards whatever is your nearest or locked on target anyways. Which I've always found kind of dumb and annoying. Right? But, like, yeah. It is what it is.
And you're fighting the anomalies, like, that's so cool. I like the housing aspect, how it has a purpose. The only thing I don't like, I don't know if anybody else dealt with this too, but for running dungeons, again, farming materials, you can go up to your butler and he will run a dungeon for you 3 times for free every week. I would like to see that be daily, and the more houses you get, the more, like, the more butler
I got it
stuff
up
you
to
unlock
9.
for him, the more
I was
he'll
able
run
to
for you
upgrade
per
it to
week.
9.
I would love to see that
Ooh,
increase.
legendary egg.
But the housing itself was cool, that I can decorate it, different houses. I also like the businesses aspect. We never touched on that this conversation,
Yep.
but it made me feel like I was involved, I guess, in the world a little bit more. It was just a fun little mini thing that I could just go do. So there's a lot of positives here. I really think they are onto something good. I just think they need to clean it up, and they need to lean more into their positives and lean away from those negatives, and then potentially we could have a great gacha game that is unique on their hands. So that's my take.
Those are all really good takes. And with that, I know, I guess we didn't touch on the ownership and business system, but I mean, I guess it'll be...
I totally forgot that it even had that.
Yeah,
Not gonna
like,
lie.
not a single one of us actually mentioned anything related to that for the whole 2-hour podcast, which
They
blows
were
my
too
mind.
hyper fixated on just combat. Imagine.
I only played for the cars.
But this was a lot of fun. It was great having everyone here. For everyone watching, especially on the YouTube video when this eventually gets uploaded, make sure you follow Oofy, Ruby, Queenie, and Ethan, and of course Mrs. Sticks on all their socials, which will be down in the description and pinned comment below. If this is
Yeah,
received
they're
well, I would
dumb,
love to have
man.
everyone
They
here,
are
along with
dumb.
additional people, you know, whenever CBT3 comes.
Combat Lady
for an
don't
additional follow-up
understand as
podcast.
well.
This was a ton of fun.
'Cause they can't
I appreciate
read.
you all being here. Hopefully, you know, we all get into the 3rd beta test when it inevitably releases.
Everyone has a good chance, maybe except me, but I think everyone else might have a good shot, you know?
Thank you for having this
Let me in.
podcast. Thank you for hosting.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having
Yeah,
me.
thanks for
Appreciate you
inviting me.
both.
Thank y'all so much for being here. Hopefully you guys have a good day.
Of course, you guys
See
have a
you
good day.
later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, gameplay.
All right,
they
chat.
don't understand. Gameplay they don't
That-
play.
Okay, wait, hold on.
That was painful. That was painful, man. Alright, that was painful. Well, it's done. We finally got through it. That was painful, man. Wait, Nintendo ruined a charity event over playing their game. What is this? Oh boy.
Hey, how y'all doing? All right, so I'm at the DMV the other day. Long lines at the DMV. But you'll find out all about that when you get old. Moving on. So I finally tried Viagra, and
Ow!
oh, we got a joker in the audience there. You got something you want to say there, Mr. Heckler?
Dying hurts.
Tell me about it. So anyway,
You don't
Dying
hate
hurts,
Nintendo enough.
guys.
You think you do, but you don't. As I said in my previous video, which I'll leave a link to down below, my hatred of Nintendo is immeasurable. Scientists and mathematicians are still trying to figure it out. And that's only made entirely possible because I don't view Nintendo games as the pinnacle of gaming like a lot of content creators and people online always claim they are. And if you feel the same way, well, you've tuned into the right channel, so why don't you go ahead and hit subscribe and let's get to 200K. I've already done my face reveal, but now if you want on-camera stuff more often, we gotta set a new goal. If we get to 120,000 subs, I will record my next video at the border. And I'm not even kidding. I made that
Okay.
promise to you about Home Depot, and then I got kicked out. But what are they gonna do? Deport me? How can they do that? As I said, just when you thought you started finally hating Nintendo, you're about to slowly realize that your hatred husky every single time. Every single time. As I said, just when you thought you
You should
finally
check
had
on his
justifiable
doggo.
reasons to hate on them, you ain't seen nothing yet. You are merely at the first 3 layers of a jawbreaker. But to be honest, hating on Nintendo isn't anywhere near the same thing as a jawbreaker.
left
There
the
is no
gacha
center.
scene?
It just goes on and on
Since
and on
the
and on and
CCs
on.
are so
Hating on their
bored to
$80
Lua.
games is one thing.
Not
Hating on them
surprised.
for charging you to use basic game chat and video chatting, yeah, that sucks. The changes to Mario.
Yeah, almost as if I've said it the entire time. The endgame of these things are kind of shit. I even, like, remember how many times I've pulled on and done the math and showed just how pointless, actually not even pointless, how much of a scam it is to even bother. Yeah, because it's all the same shit. Exactly.
Kart World, whatever. That's from the perspective of a consumer. Today, our hate is going to be a little more advanced. You're gonna go from playing Smoke on the Water to playing.
Yet they don't. Yet here's the thing, though, right? Yet they're all hypocrites and don't do that. It died when Gaeta and Raki left. Yeah.
Blackbird by the Beatles. We are reaching intermediate levels of hate, so I hope you're ready. What if I told you Nintendo is so greedy as a corporation, so evil, that they've decided to outright ban the use of their video games for a charity event?
If you don't get that bullshit out of my face, bitch.
Japan's biggest charity speedrunning event won't have Nintendo games because Nintendo couldn't help but Nintendo. RTA, Japan's biggest charity speedrunning event, has confirmed
Rip.
there'll be no Nintendo games present at this year's show due to Nintendo's strict rules around the use of its products. See, this is what I mean when I say when you buy from Nintendo, you don't really own. You may think that just because you bought a Switch 2, you can now host an event where everybody meets up with their Switches and plays together. But no, Nintendo don't give 2 shits about community, and they don't give 2 shits about their fan base. And they would sooner brick your console than ever allow you to use the products you purchased from them for anything else other than to play them as intended by those incredibly strict guidelines and user agreement. See, most companies, yeah, they have policies like this, but they don't reinforce them to the degree Nintendo does. Like, if you wanted to do charity, where everybody tries to beat Super Mario as fast as possible to raise money for little Timmy's incurable disease, Nintendo is the one gaming company you can bet will put an end to that. Capcom, Sega, Sony, Microsoft, they're not gonna come knock at your door or send you a cease and desist and prevent you from, trying to raise money to save someone's life. As we discovered in one of the previous videos this week, when you buy games from Nintendo, you're signing a user agreement that means that if you want to make any sort of fan art in general, Nintendo can take that art, that's yours, and use it as their own and try to make money off it or outright tell you to take it down. Hell, they'll take down fan projects that are not intended to make any sort of money because they deem it a threat to their highly profitable, high-selling products. Nintendo is the one company that is watching. They are legitimately the Mr. Krabs of the gaming industry. If they had the tech to beam all of your personal enjoyment of Nintendo products out of your head because you broke the user agreement, they would probably do it, but luckily that tech don't exist. This year's RTA in Japan marathon runs from the 9th of August to the 15th and promises dozens of speed runs throughout the week, with all proceeds going to Doctors Without Borders. If you're wondering what that is, Doctors Without Borders is an international humanitarian organization that provides medical assistance to people affected by conflict, epidemics, disasters, or exclusion from healthcare. They are known for their independent, impartial, and neutral approach, delivering aid based solely on need. Basically, what you need to know here is every single time you purchase a product from Nintendo, not only does that money go towards shutting down emulators and fan projects and removing fan art or plagiarizing fan art, but it seems that every dime also goes to ensuring aid is not provided to people who need it. This is just pure evil.
They've always been evil.
Like, they are scum. They would sooner have millions of people die of healthcare need than have you play Mario at a speedrun event. Think about that. That type of evil shit right there is what would give Griffin Gaming a huge boner. This makes absolutely zero sense because Nintendo themselves participate in some charity, although granted, their idea of charity is to have Nintendo of America employees be the ones to donate money for nonprofit organizations. There are other notable charities that they run to try and raise funds and money to help fight ovarian cancer, or they build gaming stations and they send them out to hospitals for children who are sick to play on. And at a first glance, this all seems like very noble things to do, until you realize most of it is just for promotion. Because if Nintendo really was all great with charity, there would be no reason to request the removal of their game games from a speedrunning event. It's almost as if they count every dollar they see going to that charity and think to themselves, those are all potential Switch users we could have. Its lengthy 2025 schedule includes everything from Minecraft and Cuphead to Inscription and Silent Hill 2. But organizers confirmed several months ago that Nintendo games would not be included at this year's event, and they've now explained why. In a statement shared on the RTA website, organizers say they were contacted by Nintendo on June 13th and told that as a legal entity, they would have to ask for permission in advance to feature the company's games. Not only that, RTA was informed their previous streams constituted unauthorized use. It seems Nintendo expects RTA to apply for permissions to feature its titles on a game-by-game basis, but the complexity of the task meant it wasn't practical to do so in time for this year's show.
Have you got off that deep end? There's gonna be a few changes around here. Every time I catch you two goofing off, I'm gonna charge you for it.
Jesus Christ. You got Devolver Games there, Konami, Microsoft, and the fact that, you know, those three companies aren't a big headache to deal with, that really says a lot, because Microsoft ain't exactly a saint. Especially not Konami either. This brings back those really bad memories of when Nintendo at one point demanded you sign up for a partnership program in order to just stream and play and review their games on YouTube. That's right. Your work and livelihood had to be shared with them. That's why for a long time, Nintendo YouTubers didn't really exist until about a couple of years ago when they undid that. Nintendo is very much set in their old ways. Nintendo games are also some of the most popular in the world to speedrun. Now, Nintendo games are some of the most popular to host tournaments for. But if there isn't a dime coming their way, they shut that shit down, like they did with the Smash Bros tournaments. And like with this charity event, it's always pulled at the last minute. Not saying, you know, the Smash Bros community isn't full of very narcissistic, vile people, but the whole point being, Nintendo has an unprecedented level of control over what you've purchased. Your purchase does not mean you own what you bought from them. The fact that this event for speedrunning even has to ask them for permission is ridiculous. Nintendo games having a presence at these events would only boost the amount of people attending them, which in turn would lead to more charity. Nintendo games are some of the most popular on this planet to speedrun, and the fact that you need permission from Nintendo to host a speedrunning event of a game you purchased, I'm not even sure how that's legally allowed. It just comes as a curveball because no other gaming companies do this. They don't reinforce their user agreements to the degree Nintendo does, which is almost cartoonishly evil. However, organizers have expressed hope of including Nintendo titles in future speedrunning events and are currently negotiating with the company. Yeah, gotta negotiate to save lives. Nintendo has, of course, long sought to control third parties' ability to utilize its games, particularly where streaming is concerned. While some might see YouTube fan videos and similar community content as an opportunity for free promotion, Nintendo has historically deemed such activities as copyright infringement, even going as far as to demand all ad revenue for streaming at one time. And while the company's stance has softened somewhat over the years, stories sporadically emerge highlighting its strict, if not outright draconian rules where third parties usage is concerned. Fuck this company. Not only do they treat their consumer base like trash, but their entire business model and the ethics behind it are just pure evil. The only way Nintendo will allow you to enjoy anything you bought is in the privacy of your own home. Any other way, they deem illegal, whether it's fan expression, tournaments, events, charity, fan projects. There isn't a single thing that they wouldn't try to take down that they themselves didn't create or host and aren't making money off of. For Christ's sake, this event should be something Nintendo sponsors and backs and bring more eyes and attention to the charity. But instead, their concern is, you are motherfuckers! Are you playing my games at your event? Did you ask for the permission?
But Mr. Mario, I really need a left kidney.
The only left thing you'll need is a lawsuit. Nintendo puts up way too much red tape, and they do it intentionally to dissuade people from even trying to attempt. After they shut down Smash tournaments and fan projects, who in the world would be encouraged to even ask Nintendo for permission for anything? There's a lot of Nintendo fanboys defending this, saying, well, in Japan, you have to ask anyway. Clearly, the permission isn't the issue because Konami games are there and a multitude of other Japanese titles. And none of those companies are sending out emails demanding for permission. And honestly, you know what? At this point, does Nintendo even deserve all that free publicity that they get from so many content creators and events? No, they don't, because they hate that you do it in the first place. Now's the time to let other games shine and forget Nintendo. Like, I think their exclusion is actually a benefit at this point, because if this is their attitude, why would you even want their support? Like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. With that being said, on the road to 200K, and I'll see you in the next video.
Free Congo sucks ass.
That's a faster Saluda. Alright, let's see. But they're also dead. Okay, that's it for that one. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Right? Wait, I don't know if we watched this or not. I remember like a while ago, you guys had me react to the Cinder stuff. I saw this in my recommendations. Apparently they lied to you about that. And this one's a long one. Maybe not today. We could look at it another day. Maybe. Oh, what else? Yeah, Nintendo raised prices on all their old stuff. It is what it is. Okay. But yeah, here, let me go make the Pokemon thing bigger now. I don't know, maybe we'll get to wave 300 before we end off. We're in like the top sleeping scene anyways. Relic Gold, I want that. Honorable could be good for coverage. Attack on Escavalier. Only die to Fiery Wrath. How am I being outsped by those bugs? Oh yeah. They're fast. But I have like all those other upgrade things. Here we go. Do you guys need your PP up? We got a PP up over there. For you guys. The PP up. Well, I'm gonna get the nugget. Big nugget. Yeah, those ones were... that'll take a long time to hatch. Okay. How about this one? Do you need your PP max? Do you need your PP max instead? Enough of the PP up, we got PP max. How many inches? I don't know. I have no idea. It says PP max. Over 9,000? Who knows? Okay, wait, I'm trying to think. I fuse Gardevoir with Cresselia. I'm thinking I do that. I get a bunch of bulk. I lose a little bit of special attack and speed, I think. But I get a bunch of bulk. That has levitate. Well, this has pixelate. Which way do I want it? Because, like, I can only take levitate or pixelate. I can't have both. There's also the Chiyu situation. I could fuse Chiyu. I get fairy typing. I lose Beads of Ruin though. Wait, Beads of Ruin on a Gardevoir. Oh wait, no. Then I lose Berserk. Beads of Ruin on a Mega Gardevoir could be interesting, but... yeah, I'll be like Dark Fairy type. What? How is the Dark Fairy typing anyways? If I was to do that. That's Grimmsnarl's typing. Grimmsnarl. It's probably better than Darkfire. Let's see, I'm immune to Psychic and Dragon. I get a resistance to Ghost and Dark. I quad resist Dark. Half resist Ghost. Weakness is Steel, Fairy, and Poison. Then everything else is neutral. Well, Chiyu as is. I have a lot more resistance as a regular Chiyu though. Then Fairy becomes neutral. But I also have like... yeah. I'm trying to think. What would I want? Maybe if Mega Gardevoir's stats are good enough. Because, like, it is a Mega. Mega Gardevoir. I keep my speed tier. I get more special attack. And more special defense. I lose a little bit of defense. Versus Shiyu. Yeah, I go to base 60. I go to base 65 from base 80. But I gain a lot more special defense. I also gain some HP. But then I lose Beads of Ruin. Man, Beads of Ruin is such a broken ability though. No, I'll just use these two then. Do I want Dazzling Gleam or do I want Moonblast? Alright, that thing is quad weak to Fairy. An Aegis Slash. A fast Aegis Slash. Although I don't really think you care that much about speed on Aegis Slash. Got a Mankey. Feebas over there. XU with Dire Claw now. Okay. Interesting moveset there. Wait, what did Strawberry get? Oh, I got Roost. I already have Timid. So I don't need that. Finally, a shiny charm. Take a lure. Goodbye, Goldango. Amulet coin, yes please. And they're dead. Another multi-lens. Alright, we still have future sight up. Ooh, quick law. I'm pretty sure I wall this thing. Unless it has a ground move, I'm pretty sure I wall this thing. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure its other two moves are dragon or something. It's like a fire move, a poison move, and then a dragon, and then dragon move. They probably were poison and dragon, and like AI is like, nope, can't use those. Because I have a fairy steel type with flash fire. Alright, let's see. Relic Song, Fiery Wrath. Why is it giving me DNA splicers? I don't have anything I want to splice. Like, I could splice Pachirisu and Chiyu, but that's stupid. I'm not doing that. Finally, Chiyu has Heat Wave. Max HP Doc Spawn. Well, shit's dead. I need Flash Cannon though. For Togetron. Bell is dead. Alright. Earth Power it is. I'm capped out on multi-lenses I can put on the whole thing. Oh! Got myself a shiny. It just raised its stats and then it eliminated them, of course. Because that makes sense. Alright, let's go wipe these guys out. Oh, that thing got put to sleep and then it fainted. You know, I'll take the PP Max on Chiyu. Because I'll need the uses for Heat Wave eventually. And I'll make Togatron more bulky. Oh. Alright, we're gonna go Splishy Splash, and then Heat Wave this group. Oh, they all died to Splishy Splash immediately. Yeah, I don't want any of those items. Can I do something with Vtron? Why am I like barely getting any candies? Alright, these are my shinies. No, that's not enough rough skin. Rough skin iron barbs. God damn, that is a combo. That gets adaptability. Interesting. Wait, no, that one has Dauntless Shield as its, thing. Interesting. Interesting. That gets Water Absorb. And Spearow gets Moxie. Alright, let's see. EXP charm. I get Latios with Core Enforcer. Interesting. Latios Core Enforcer. I got another Fiona, that's unfortunate. Thunderous Incarnate. Okay. Nothing new on there. Dragon Dance Kubfu, that's interesting. Shift Gear Iron Thorns. Okay. Yeah, maybe not those items. Yeah, we'll just knock that out. I'll fiery dance this out. anything interesting here? A multi-attack on a Woolo, what the hell? Can I even change the type of move multi-attack is, though? That seems kind of pointless. There it goes, Bronzong. Super EXP charm for me. Cool, got that. Oh, now I can add it to the catch list. Now I have more leftovers. You can't even do anything. Alright, let's see. And they're dead again. Let's make it faster. And there goes Loppity. Third Edge. We'll fire dance that one, and there goes shift free. And that one's dead too. And then those ones are dead. I get a Fire Lash on Dratini. Land's Wrath on Gibble. Okay. Another Shell Bell. DNA splicers again. I'm not splicing anything. It feels painful to do that, but... there's like nothing there I want to splice. Alright, let's see. It would be cool if we can find like another legendary or something. Alright, we go knock that one out. Ooh, baton. What's the stat? The stats on this thing now? Okay. Interesting. No wonder why it's doing so much damage. And then that one's dead. Don't want any of those items. Alright, let's go knock these ones out. We're almost at our last one. Alright, let's see. like fiery dance again and is dead. Damn. Max special attacks on Flora there. And they're dead. That's a fast Vespiquen. Alright. That said though, I can deal with that one. Right, we're done there. Oh yeah, I forgot I left that open there. I want to see what's the join up we have today. Because like we have a join up today. We have not join up today. We have double drop join ups tomorrow. I mean, yeah, we have double drop join ups tomorrow. Let's give it a look. Oh yeah, we did a bunch of reacts and stuff earlier. Well, then we'll see if there's like anything interesting or new. What join up is it? Oh, it's that one. Yeah, because like I want to save my join up entries or my vitality for when it's double drops and do a bunch. Because I think it's like up to 6 per day you can do. Which seems like the smart thing to do. But yeah. Okay. Wait, there's still technically that to do. And that event isn't open for another 2 days. Okay. That said though, I think then this is where we'll end this section for now. Right, we've been alive and live for how many hours? How many hours has it been? Like 8.5, 9 hours almost. We've been live for? Yeah, almost 9 hours. So I think this is a good place to end it off for now. Right, and I'm just gonna go get some sleep and everything, and then I'll leave the thing to AFK for drops and look back tonight. There's like some more other interesting reacts I want to look at, and then we can probably see what else is going on as well after the fact, I think. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.